Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and hi, and welcome to what I call the next segments of segments as we get prepared to go to the next half of six. We always want you to understand as we continue that the Black Business Network is here to provide you with education, inspiration, and information. Our whole entire source of why we're doing this is to help black businesses from across the world, not just North Carolina, to understand different aspects of business. And right now, I'd like to introduce to you our next guest. And I think everyone who's come on are guests because they are guests in your home today as you sit back and relax and enjoy the great information. And of course, our next person up is LaShawn A. Harley. Hello, LaShawn A. Harley. Welcome back, and welcome back, welcome back. We're going to go ahead and give it to you because you know I'm a time guy, and it's 3 o'clock, and I'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone. If you have any questions during this presentation, please make sure that you put it onto the side, and I'll be glad to answer them as we go through this presentation. So this is part of the Black Business Expo, and this is the Business Essentials, being presented by me, LaShawn Harley. I'm director of the Small Business Center at Durham Technical Community College. So, going to go through a few things today to help you all as you're doing your business. So this is not just for businesses that are starting up. This is for any type of business that you might have. So we're going to go ahead and get started. So the objectives for today, I'm going to talk about the essentials for the business owner, entrepreneur, and or founder. For me, business is for-profit and nonprofit. I don't separate them out when I'm talking in general about things. If there are things that are specific to a nonprofit, I will state that, as well as if there are things specific to a for-profit that a nonprofit would not be associated with, I'll let you know that. I'm going to talk about some business essentials, and then I'm going to talk about some essentials for the business. Then if there are any additional questions, I would love for you to ask them if they haven't already been asked. So in getting started, when we're looking at the business, we have to look at you, the owner, first, because we need to make sure everything about you is in place, that you are where you need to be. So some of the things that is essential for the business owner, the entrepreneur, and the founder are the things I'm going to provide now. First, you need to have a passion for this concept that you have. By having the passion, you'll be able to get up when you're tired, when you don't know where you want to go. Sometimes you have to work through it. But if you have a passion for it, you'll do that extra mile to go for to make sure it's successful. Saying that I just want to own my own business, I want to make money, that alone will not do it. You have to have a passion for that concept that you're presenting. You need to be an action figure. Many of you may know a lot of people talk about, I want to start a business. I'm going to start a business. They start a business, stop. They do things partially with the business. A business owner successfully doing a business, entrepreneur and founder are those who are action figures. They're about seeing, what do I have to do? What do I need to get done? And I congratulate every single one of you who are out here today, because that's what you're doing. You're being an action figure. You're going to say, I'm coming out to get information that I need, also connecting possibly to those resources that are going to help me to grow, develop, and even just make it better for what I have to do. You have to be a bouncing ball on the stairway. And the reason why we say that is a bouncing ball on the stairway is it comes down, it still has energy. And it knows that it may get to the end of that staircase, but when it gets to the end, once it gets new energy, it can bounce right back on the stairway. Also, when we take a bouncing ball, we throw it at the stairway, it goes up, then it comes back down. But you notice when it goes up, it's going higher than it was before. That's because it's getting what it needs to give it the momentum to keep going higher. So there are lows when you're in a business, but the thing about it is you're like the bouncing ball. When you get to the lows, you learn in the lows to take you higher to the next step. So it's not about the fact that things are coming down. It's getting ready to spring you back to the next level up. You have to be a cheerleader. It's essential for you to be a cheerleader because, first of all, you have to be a cheerleader to yourself to do and get the things that you need to get done. You also have to be a cheerleader to those who are in the community, to those who are funders, to the employees, to your suppliers. You have to talk about what is great about you. So you're going to have to be a cheerleader as well as a motivator in the cheerleading that you're doing. When you're doing a business, you have to be a risk taker. You're taking a risk doing a business, and depending on which level you're doing your business, you're taking more of a risk than others. If you're doing a franchise, if you're buying a business that's always in existence, you have risk, but at least you have some information, some guidance that you can utilize. However, when you're the entrepreneur and even sometimes the founder of that nonprofit, you're taking much bigger risks because it's an unknown territory. Folks don't know what's necessary or where it's going to lead, but you're ready to travel to the wild, great beyond. But you're going to do it by getting as much information as you can. You just don't go out there and do the business. What you want to do is you want to be an informed risk taker. Get as much information that's readily available. Now, it's not going to be exhaustive. Things are constantly changing. Things are always in development, and many things you do not have control. But you will look at the fact that you're making the best decision based upon the information you have access to. And that's what's going to help to make your business successful. Another essential for successful business owners, entrepreneurs, and founders has been that they're lifelong learners. One of the things that we can tell you that is going to happen is change. For example, COVID has brought a lot of changes, but you can't stop there. You always have to be in the process of learning. There's always something to be learned. And the biggest people you're going to learn from will be your customers. So you want to be a lifelong learner, read different things. Things change, people change, society change, thought process change. And those changes are not always for a negative. Those changes may be put in place to make life easier for you. So why do things harder when you can get it done much easier? So be a lifelong learner, understanding that there's always some place for you to learn more, and if others have information for you. I need you to be optimistically real. So some people say, well, that's an oxymoron. Not really. It's the fact that we want you to be optimistic in what you do, but be real about that optimism. Example I always use is if I'm 34 years old, I have a job. Let's say I paid off all my debts, home free, debt free, car debt free. Let's say I make $100,000 a year. I want to be a multimillionaire by my next birthday. And my birthday is in March. How realistic is that? Well, I get answers such as, well, you could win the lottery. You can marry someone with a lot of money. Maybe you get an inheritance, things of that nature. But between now and November the 13th, and let's say March the 17th, let's take St. Patrick's Day. How likely is that to happen? It could. I can be optimistic about it. But what if I said by the time I'm 40? Some people may say that's still a long shot, but the possibility of it occurring is more real than to say by my next birthday. So you want to be optimistically real when you're setting your goals, when you're budgeting, when you're doing your projections and your estimates. You want to be optimistically real. There's always this thing of you want to shoot far, but if you go even further, it's even better. Entrepreneurs don't chase opportunities. You don't chase opportunities, you see opportunities. Understand that word chase. Chase means you're behind. Chase means you have to catch up. And in order to catch up, you have to work harder, you have to work longer, and maybe you even have to work stronger. And if the ones who are ahead of you stop, you've got to figure out why they stopped before you can say, okay, this is somewhere that I really want to go and need to go. So the thing about it is that you want to see opportunities and make the most of it. Because many times you're going to see opportunities that not everyone sees. As well as you may see opportunities, but the way you see the opportunity is different. Just like when we look at the different fast food restaurants, they're different. You can have a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Hardee's, a Sonic, a Cookout. And if you're in other parts of the world, you may have Crystals, as well as White Castles, all in the same area. Some of them within a 2-block radius, they're right by each other, and all of them with their crowds. Why? Because each one saw an opportunity for the customer base that they wanted, and why those people would come to them. So you don't chase an opportunity, you see the opportunities, and that's what you want to discover and develop. Those who are business owners, entrepreneurs, and founders, and especially the entrepreneurs, they put the square peg in the circle slot. They don't let the circle slot stop them with the square peg. And the greatest example I can give you of that is look at a child. If that child has a square peg in their hand and that slot is circle, they're not going to let that circle slot stop them from getting the square peg in. This square peg is going to fit into this board, and I'm going to make sure it does. And that's what entrepreneurs find. They say, if I have a square peg, I'm going to figure out how to show my square peg belongs in this arena that I'm looking at. Now, that doesn't mean you go somewhere and you keep pushing for it and it's not going to be profitable or beneficial to you. It's about saying, what do I have and how can I maximize that resource I have when it may not be obvious that that's what it can do and where it can go. You need to be vision driven. And the reason why is because you're not going to make your vision happen overnight. It's a process. Think of it as it's a race you're running, but you're not running a sprint. You're running more like a marathon. So you're figuring out where you're going to do, how to go up and down. When you talk to marathon runners, they'll tell you when they get to certain terrain, when they get to certain altitudes, all the different things that they do differently. That's what you're doing with your business. And we're shooting for the vision because, as the old saying say, shoot for the moon, you still may fall upon the stars. The lower you shoot, if you fall short, the further down it is. So if you shoot for the moon and you fall short, you're among the stars. If you shoot for the stars and you fall short, you're at the mountaintop. If you shoot for the mountaintop and you fall short, you're among the forest. If you shoot for the top of the forest trees, you end up down at the stump. If you shoot for the stump of the tree, then you're at the sidewalk. If you shoot for the sidewalk and you fall short, you're in the gutter. If you shoot for the gutter and you fall short, you're going down the drain. Don't fall short in where you're driving yourself. Always look to drive yourself towards that vision that you have for that idea and concept that you have. And guess what? When you reach that vision and you reach that goal, we do that, yes, victory, victory, just like the Rocky does, and you see people on the mountaintop. But what do? They say, now it's time to climb another mountain. You get another vision and you shoot for that vision. Other things that's essential for you. You need to get advisors and subject matter experts around you. These are people you can call upon when you have a question, and they're willing to answer those questions. So advisors are people that you can pick up a phone, maybe go out to lunch, text, email, and you just have a quick question for you and them, and they're willing to answer it. They're advising you. Typically, they're subject matter experts in the areas that they are. And they will help to guide you into understanding things, not only what you see, but what's not so obviously seen. Those subject matter experts will also be able to tell you what's going on in the different arenas and how different arenas do things. By hearing that, you may get an innovative and great idea for your industry that you didn't know about before. And you say, wow, I wonder why we've never done that. So therefore, they can help to give you ways of making life easier, making life better, making life more fun, as well as helping you not to have to go over roadblocks, find detours when you don't have to, or go places where you end up having to do damage control rather than taking control of it. Balance yourself. This is easier said than done. And I, as a business owner, been there, done that, still doing it. It's hard to always balance, but you have to have balance. Take time for yourself. Are you making sure you're healthy? Are you sure that you're doing things that are fun? I'll never forget when I first started in this industry as a consultant, I had a client every Thursday during 4 o'clock or a matinee, she would go to the movies. Didn't matter what it was, G-rated or anything, whatever was playing, she went to the movies because going to the movie theater relaxed her. So it wasn't about what was on the screen itself. It was about the fact being at the movies, sitting at the movies, took her back to a childlike, child freedom type attitude and mentality that allowed her to just calm herself for that time. And then she was ready and raring to go back to work. And I do mean raring to go back to work afterwards. Where are you putting your balance? How are you balancing your social life, your civic life, your spiritual life, your mental life, your academic life? What are you doing to balance it? And then prioritize the things in your life. Where are your values? And this is going to be different for everyone. And even for your values, your morals, and beliefs, and we'll get to that another day and time because that's another big, great discussion about those 3 topics along with 2 others. But how are you prioritizing things? What are the most important things for you? I'll give an example. Just today, I was talking to a young lady who is going to get certified so she can do some things in the next level of what she wants to do. So she's taking some classes. But she also has some items that she needs to complete for a client. The client is very close to her, so they've been working with her because she's had some other classes where dates have been pushed back because of COVID. But she finally completed those. This was the next phase. So this was a class she was already in. She missed one class because of another class pushing dates back. So this would be a second class. She was told about books, the book that she was supposed to have read. They're getting ready to do a quiz on tomorrow. And I said to her, think about yourself, think about your health, think about your mental capacity, think about the other things you're doing. Is this the time for you to do it? I said to her, it's more important for you to keep those customers, even though they are understanding. You mentioned before that you need them funds and you prioritized there was some item you wanted. So what we did is we went through that process and she said, you know what? I think you're right. I'm going to do what somebody else in the process did. One of her other friends, they said, this, I'm going to have to drop out this other class because this is not the time. It's not about giving up and it's not about money being wasted. It's about the fact of taking care of yourself because if you are the business, especially if you are the only person in your business working your business, we need you healthy. We need you well. So therefore, we need you to prioritize what you do and be okay. By the time we finish the conference, she said, you know what? It was meant for me to talk to you today because you helped me to rationalize and see what it is I need to do that other people have been telling me about. But she was pushing forward. That's just the way she is. Get coaches and counselors. There's a difference between advisors, coaches, counselors, and mentors, which I'll get to in a moment. Coaches are more of a formal process that you have that are helping you to get to a point where you want to get to, and they're coaching you through it and to it. Some people may stay longer. It's all depending upon the purpose of why you have that coach. The counselors are those persons that are going to be there to listen to you. And in a business sense, many of them will help you put things in place. They'll help to guide you. Now, this is different than a consultant. Now, the consultant would do the work for you and if you hire them, but a counselor mostly leads and guides you, and they may do aspects of the work, but their goal is not to do the work together. Both of these are working to help to make sure that you're trained and you understand what's going on through the process. They don't want to be the one that you call back for the next step. They're the ones that want to also empower you to move forward with the tools and other resources that they give you. Definitely communicate with your friends and family, especially your family members that live with you. And if some of you have roommates who are your friends, these are also important because you need to communicate with them about what's going to be happening with your business. I'm not talking about going down into the trenches and details of minute details of it, but you need to communicate with them about what's going to happen, where things are going to change for you. how you may have been readily available every time there was a new movie that came out. You went to see it with them because that was your way of celebrating. That may have to change. You may not be able to go out all the time. You may not be able to go to trips as often as you did, going out to dinner. Also, these people can also help to make the load lighter for you for helping to do things that are not related to your business, but they affect you, the business owner, entrepreneur, or founder. So they're there to be that sounding board. They're there to be your cheerleader. They're there to help you move forward. Now, this is also a time for you to find out those who are the naysayers, those who always bring up the negative. And I'm going to talk in a moment how you need to be able to understand how you need to handle them. Because what you want to do, we're getting back to balance. This is going to be a stressful venture doing a business, but it's a good stress because this is what you want to do. So we know there's stress associated with it. We don't need to have any more stress when you go home, when you go visit others, when you're talking to folks on the phone. You don't need any more things to add on to the weight of that. So we want to make sure that you have that conversation. Also, when you communicate with family and friends, they can give you ideas. They can make you also think through the process of what you're doing. And please do not negate children. Children ask two questions I love. They ask you why, and they ask you why not. Now, why do I like those two questions? And why from the children? Because you have to think of how to explain to them what it is you're doing and what it is you're not doing. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to do what they're asking about, but it causes you to think in a different way. When we talk to adults, we get this presumption that that adult is going to understand everything that we're saying, but that's not necessarily true. So when you're communicating with them, they get a different perspective. Plus, children think if they put a cape on, they can fly. They still think of web hole Spider-Man. And the one that drives me the funniest that I think that we all fell into with Wonder Woman, we all believe that this person we could see in the plane that was invisible was also invisible, although we could see it. And they open their eyes as we gotten older and as we go through experiences, we become more cynical about a lot of different things. They aren't. You've got to learn how to delegate and outsource. Figure out where your weaknesses are and look to delegate and outsource them. Now, yes, I understand the financial resources may not be there, but you need to make them that a priority of an expense that you need to incur for your business to be successful. So learn what to delegate and outsource. Remember, your money is in what you do. So we want you doing. The more you do, the more money it makes. Granted, you have to pay them, but we want to look at whether or not what you're paying them is less than what it costs for you to do it. Had a young lady with a business that just this week, and she wanted, did I have to give a big bookkeeper? I said, well, tell me, how much do you make per hour? She said, well, some of the stuff I do, $60 to $80. I said, the bookkeeper may cost you 40. So that bookkeeper, you pay 40, you do it, you're losing 60, you're losing 20 to $60 because you could have made 60 to 100. Plus, they will do it faster than you because they understand what's going on. We just now have to make that a projected expense that you have to bring money in to cover. So learn to delegate and outsource. You also want to find like-minded and trade connections. Sometimes you're the first person that those who are around you will know to be an entrepreneur. So they're not understanding what's going on. Some people are not driven as you are. Some of them are like, hey, job, great salary, great benefits. I'm good. So they don't understand when you say, I have to work on something right now, or I want to go further. Not saying that that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is they're happy where they're at, not looking to go forward. So this is different than someone who's moving forward in their career. You want like-minded people of what you value, how you look at learning, what you look at, what you would like to do. That's what you're looking for. Again, it's about balancing yourself, makes life easier. Also, trade connections are good because especially those who've been in the game longer than you, I've used that with several of my students and clients, and what they were able to do is get a lot of valuable information. Yes, it's just like sales. You knock on doors and some folks will not give you the information, but There are those persons who will provide you information. They said if I had to do it all again, I would do something slightly different. Wasn't that they had bad businesses? Some of them were very successful, but they were just saying if they had the opportunity to do again, what they would do differently. What were some trial and error things that they learned that you could learn from their mistakes? Also, what are some good connections to do and how they can connect to you? Those are some great things that you want, and those persons are there to help you. Some of them have become actually advisors to some people. Find your mentors. Now that's easier said than done. I really haven't even had mentors that have been people who I touch and feel. But I have found mentors and people who I like what they're doing and what they've done. I read some of their books. I read their articles. I looked at what they did with the business. I also, when they did speeches, interviews, I looked at all those different things. When people compare them and look them, use them as examples. And that's been very helpful. So your mentors can be people you touch and feel. These are the ones that help to guide and direct you. And many times it's informal, even though they have mentorship programs. It's informal, usually how you have your dialogue, what's usually going on. So sometimes when I look at some of the mentor programs, I'm like, that's really a coach more so than a mentor, but it's called a mentorship program. It's used interchangeably. But mentors are there to help you, to guide you, and they may have a set pattern of what they do, but the interaction and how they relate to you is where the informality comes, because they address those issues and see the things as you're going through. Remember, I talked about about your family and friends. You've got to prepare for responses for the negatives. Everybody doesn't come from a place where they're going to get heavy support. How are you going to respond to them? I know one lady, she mentioned like Thanksgiving is coming up. She said, you know how the family is. So they make it that they go there and they say 2 to 3 hours max. And they were out the door. Not that they don't love the family members and they even like them, but they understand them. So be prepared to what are you going to say to the negatives? Because otherwise that starts stressing you out. And especially when you say, I knew what I should have said. So what are some of the negative things people are going to have, even about your business idea? Maybe the idea you're going into, not everybody's going to agree with. How are you going to respond to that? What are you going to say? To be prepared is a great thing. Who are your sponsors? Sponsors are those people who are willing to talk about you and for you when you're not around. They're the ones that when people are saying, hey, we need this, or do you know of anyone, they're willing to speak up for you. They're willing to say, this is a person that, I think you need to talk to. They're willing to back you up. So that's the essence of why they're sponsoring you. They are the ones that talk about you and get you in places that you didn't even know existed. But because they're there and they're at the table, they're willing to sponsor the fact that they know you're the one that can get the job done. So they are your cheerleaders. They believe in what you do. Get you some sponsors. Those are the ones that can get you in. Now, some of your sponsors may actually even come through your customers. What are you doing for your customers? Those are going to be very important. Get your stress relievers. Remember, I talked about the movie, about the balance, but I want to stress it here. Get you some stress relievers. Is it taking a bath, taking a shower? Sometimes I put on what I call nothing TV. I put on a comedy. I can't even tell you what it was about. Sometimes a comedy movie. I've gone through some of the old shows, Good Times, Sanford and Son, All in the Family. So many times, because sitting back and I've straight through the episodes, I know it's still going to make me laugh to this day. Find your stress relievers. Get you a support system. Find you people who are willing to support you in what you do. They may be family, they may be friends, or you may draw in one of those connection and organizations. Those people that are willing to support you and hear what you have to say and help to motivate you to get even better in what you do. That support system is not just about those who are helping you work in the business. It's about those who are helping you take care of you also. So where and who are your support systems, and rely and utilize those support systems. Again, set you up your own time management, going back to balance and prioritizing. What is the time management system that works for you? So for example, when I schedule appointments, I have an hour, 30 minutes, sometimes it's 30, 15, depending on the type of appointments that I have. What are my backups for my time management? Uh, there are those of you who may have assistants, especially if it's something that you don't want to do. Procrastination is an issue. Have them to set things up and more forward. So then, therefore, they're helping you with your system. Not everybody likes to write everything down. They don't have organization structure. What's your system for your accounting, your finance? That saves time later on than you having to go back through things. It's about how does it work for you? It's not about anybody else and how they do it. How does it work for you? So now let's go to the business essentials about a business. The thing you have to always remember, the purpose of your business is to provide value, make sure it's fundable. So for a for-profit, that means profitable. For a nonprofit, that means those who are willing to donate, that you have net profits, as well as being able for both to get possibly grants. Are you fundable based upon the value you're providing from the perspective of the customers? And is it sustainable? Can you keep doing this? Can you continue to go forward with that? So that's the purpose for your business for as long as you're in business. Are you providing value? Is it fundable? And is it sustainable? When we look at that, you do that through the business planning process. Notice I didn't say business plan, it's business planning. Business plans are the end result of a business planning process. You plan what to do to put in the written document. So business planning is the thing that you will do as long as you're in business. You will have your concepts. You learn, think of how you're going to develop those concepts. Then you go about implementing them. Once you've implemented them, you assess them. How are things going? What's being done? What could be better? What could be added? Maybe some things need to stop. Maybe we need to pause it for a while. Assess what's going on, see what works for the business, say what you like, don't like. Then that creates the new concept of how you're looking at the business. It's perspective and what you're offering. And this is a constant cycle. As long as you're in business, you should be doing this. What are we offering? Are we still giving value? Let's continue to develop it. What do we need to add? Okay, now that we've developed it, let's put it out there, implement it. Okay, is it getting us the response we want? Are we getting what we need out of it? Are we getting more? Are we getting less? Are we right on target? All right, so let's go back to the concept. Do we keep it the same? Do we need to change it? As long as you're in business, you shall always be business planning. In the business planning process, we need you to figure out what is your business model. Not a business model, not even the business model. What is your business model? What's the unique value proposition you're giving to your customers? How is it unique? How is it different? What makes it different? McDonald's came out one of the first, it was fast food restaurant, but everything back in the day, McDonald's had to shoot and they just picked up. If you had a special order, you had to wait to the side for them to do that. Burger King caught it. That's why Burger King said, have it your way. We make it once you tell us what you want, and it's going to be flame broiled. Wendy said, you know what? We're going to make sure everything is fresh. Our stuff is not going to be frozen. Hardy said, if you want to lose weight, that's not us. We are the meat people. Our burgers are full of meat. Understand who you are and what you are about. So give that unique value proposition. What are you offering that's unique from others? Chick-fil-A said, we'll do fast food, but our fast food is going to be based on chicken. Arby's said, we're going to be based on roast beef. Taco Bell said, we're going to do a Mexican flavor. What is unique about what you have to offer that's of value to your customers? Not from your perspective, but from their perspective. And then when you're looking at doing something new and different and doing changes, what's the minimum viable product that you can provide? And this comes from the Lean Starter book by Eric Rice. This is about using the resources you have or have access to help make that minimum viable product. And the reason is because we don't want you to throw all your resources in it such that if you have to change, or as we say, pivot, you will know that you have additional latitude and flexibility to pivot. So we don't want you to put your all in all. People say, well, I gave it my all in all. But if something changes, that there was an opportunity that you saw while you were doing it you lose out that potential. So we want you to say, what's the minimum viable product that you could do? Not minimum viable product of anything, but of that vision you have. What's the minimum thing you could do of that vision? Just to give an example very quickly, as I say, I use a doggy daycare all the time. Let's say I have nothing, I don't have anything I can start, and it costs, I found $150,000. But I could possibly walk dogs. I can babysit dogs at my home. I can babysit dogs at their place. I've had people that say mobile grooming, doggy taxi service, where you take the dogs to a doggy personal assistant, masseuse. That one got me when some folks are like, oh yeah, folks are getting doggy massage. I can do exercise in the park for dogs if I want them to be, the healthiness is why they're bringing them. It's all about why your client is coming to you. Each of those things I mentioned was a different aspect of a doggy daycare that may occur, but based upon the customer base I believe I have access to, I could start any of those to help me start my doggy daycare. And then I may no longer want to do a brick and mortar. I might want to continue in the parks only. I might like to continue having dogs come to my house, going to your house. So there's a lot of different things that can come out when you do that minimum viable product, because it helps you to really see some of the opportunities you have access to. Remember, entrepreneurial mindset is what we want you all to have. Entrepreneurial mindset is not about you starting the business. Entrepreneurial mindset is about you looking at what are the problems, taking that problem and say, what are some potential ideas that can be used as solutions for this problem? And then looking to find the right solution to complete the puzzle. Notice the thing is find. Find means that you have to go through a discovery stage. So you need to go through the process of discovering what it is that you're doing. Even if you're already in business, is the idea or the products that you're providing, goods or services, still the right solution for the problems that you're solving? And is it completing the puzzle for the customer base? Things may have changed for your customers, or your customers may have changed. And what are some things you might need to change to be even better in what you're doing? So how do we do that? Entrepreneurs about solution focus while you're solving the problem. So you want to look at the problem to make sure what you're looking at is not a symptom, but actually the underlying problem and issue. Answer the questions: the who, what, when, why, with whom, for whom. Answer those questions, get information, and you want to go to the source, those people who are going to potentially be your customers, to have them to give you the answers. Look at all the information that you've gotten. Those are the pieces of the puzzle. Start to brainstorm some solutions. Notice the brainstorming the solutions didn't come to after all this. Brainstorm some solutions, and then now you have the idea for what you need to develop for your business. From this and being that focused, you will now be able to provide a solution that the customer feels is valuable, that they then will say, your value proposition, I'm going to give you value. I'm going to give you dollars. That's what you want to do. So focus on solutions that provide value, not solutions that provide money. It's about providing value. Value is what's going to get people to translate into money to give you, because you're doing something valuable to them. So where we've gotten that idea, we need to make sure we know who your customers are. So that's when you go through customer development. And the 4 Steps to the Epiphany by Steve Blank is a great book that talks about it. Even though when you go through the process of discovering who your customers are, who you believe them to be, you need to validate that they're your customers. And validating they're your customers, then you can create them to become your customers to build a company. If you cannot validate who those customers are, you need to go back and discover them. Don't force it. It's not about forcing who your customers are to build your company, because it's the 80-20 rule. 80% of your revenue comes from 20% of your customers. Problem is, and we did this with our first business, we go after the 80% of the customers, wondering why we were tired, didn't have a lot of money, we got aggravated, they also hassle us more than others, and then we saw we weren't making a lot of money. 80% of your customers give you 20% of the revenue. Those are people who come to you every now and then. They spend a little, they spend a lot. They only wanted you when you have a discount or a sale. They try you as a one-timer just to try you because you were there. They don't really value what you're doing. The 80% revenue from the 20% customers are those people who really value what you have, understand why you have the price points you do, and they will be great resources to tell you additional products that you can provide, the goods and services. So we want to know who those customers are. And we do that by defining who your primary and secondary customer segments are and what are their specific characteristics. You also have to know the difference between a customer and an end user. I'll use the daycare very quickly. Daycare is a place for children. That's not your customer, it's their parents. The way to know the difference between the customer and the end user is the one that's going to actually use it, but the customer is the one who has the money. Many times they are the same people, but whoever is paying you, that is your customer. Whoever's utilizing the product, goods or services, may be the end user or the customer, but always look for who's giving you the money. That is who your customer is. So nonprofits, you have two customers, those who you provide the services to and the donors. So that's the double-edged sword. You are doing one thing for two people when you're a nonprofit. So when we're describing the customers, what are we doing? We're looking at whether it's because of behavior that they want what we have of value. Maybe the benefits that you're providing. Maybe this demographic. We talk about gender, age, ethnicity, culture, but is that all? Maybe it is that geodemographic. They're affluent, they're bohemian, be it they're established, the type of way you describe them, maybe where they're located. And the biggest one we don't think about a lot of time is the psychographic. What kind of lifestyle maybe people want? That's why they're your customer. The self concepts they have of them and of their surroundings. What are their value systems that they look for things that support it? If those are the things that your customers are, that's the way you describe your customers. Don't just look at the demographic, the geographic, and the geodemographic. Look at, is it because of the benefits you provide, the behavior of who they are and what they do, or is it the psychographics as well as a combination thereof? Look at those things to describe your customers. The more you do that, the more you hone in on how to get to those customers and market to them. And that's why that's so important, because you then will look at, what about the name of my company? How would they feel about the name? Do we need to have a name for our business, but then a different trade name for some of the different things we offer? So we offer several things, but we want a different trade name for them. Trade name, and this is what we said, the services we provide are under this trade name and the products may be under another, but they're owned by the same company. What's your branding going to look like? Their expectation of what you should be like and how things should be. How are you going to brand it? That from a distance, your logo, they'll know that's you. Also, that name. Let me say this, and we're going to be doing this on Sunday, talking about the name game. Just picking a name for your business and going to your Secretary of State's website to see if it's available is not the end game to say that's the name for me. There's several things you need to do. Come back out on Sunday and you'll hear more about that. Now we look at your product. What's the name for the product that you're providing? The goods and the services. Do they need to have a sub name under the name of your business? What are you going to do about that? How are they going to, how will they receive it? Packaging. How are you going to package it? What is it going to look like? How is it going to be? Even if you're doing things online, how are you packaging them online? Are you separating things? How are you giving it to the people? All of this is going to be important as it relates to your customers and their expectation of you for being their customers. What's your prices going to be like? Now, let me pause here about prices. You have to have a game where you're going to make a profit in the prices. Otherwise, why are you even in this game? One of the things we want you to do when you're looking at this is we want to make sure you don't leave money on the table. Leaving money on the table is the fact of, yes, you're providing a price for the business and people are willing to pay, but they were willing to pay even more without you doing even more work. That's leaving money on the table. Yes, $12 may have given you what you needed for the product, but if they said, wow, I was expecting to pay 20, even if you go up to 16, that's $4 more per product. That's a win-win situation. They thought 20, you making 16. You were happy at 12. You were making a profit. You make more of a profit at 4. So knowing your customers, are you leaving money on the table? If we have customers that like things to be different, they don't want to be like everybody else. Are you leaving money on the table? Bugatti has no problem telling you, oh, it's $2.1 million for the sedan. And if you want the sports edition, it's 2.6. Why? Because they know their people like the fast car, handmade, and exclusivity. One ever comes out this year, never to be done again. And only 10 people in the world have it. So that's the piece that you have to look at that. The other piece that you have to look at is you don't want to give money away. Giving money away is that your customers would have been satisfied with some of the things that you were doing. However, you gave them more and more and more. They gladly take it, but they would have paid you more and more for it. So you're giving money away. Now, some of this is going to be based upon your value system. If you say, but I want my customers to have this, that's what sets them different. That's fine, as long as you're still making a profit. But I understand people may have been willing to pay more. So that's that CBA. The C level is customer satisfaction. They would have paid you the money, but they went to the B and the A level. So knowing that. And the low price conundrum. Low price is not the way that you want to go because you low price, somebody else come and low price you. Customers are only going to stay with you as long as you are the low price. So being low price for what you're doing is the conundrum that somebody else can always come back, as well as those who have more resources than you can come and undercut you for the pricing to get you out of the game. And then they take the price system back up. Even though there are laws against that, there are ways that people have done it where they're right there at that mark where they haven't gone against what the laws have said. So be careful about wanting to be the low price leader. Also, with the low price leader, you are going to have to give up a lot of things that you may want to do. Maybe you want to use made in America, made in the USA only. That's fine. Maybe you even want to use in your community, but the price point there is higher. You can't be low price. That's going to be a conundrum for you. So make sure that you look at how the pricing is going to be and how it's going to be set up. Placement becomes important. Where are you going to place the products so the clients can get them? That's going to be advantageous to them and what their expectation is going to be. Promotion. How are you going to promote it? How are you going to advertise it? Where are your customers advertising? Getting on social media is not it alone. Where are they on social media? That's how you want to set it up and determine where and what you're going to do. This is why knowing your customers is important. How are you going to position yourself that your customers will automatically think about you when they hear some things, come to you, and even refer other people to you? How are you positioned in the industry? And what are the people like that you bring into your business, working for your business, with your suppliers? Who are they and what are they and how are they in the place? Those are the P's of marketing, and a marketing section would be great for telling you more about that. Now, what I need you to know from the financial point of view, and we went over this yesterday, but I'm not going to presume everyone was there, is you need to know the difference between accounting and finance. We talk about you knowing your financials and finances and funding, but accounting and finance are two different things. Accounting is looking at what you've done with the money, taking your transactions, recording it, categorizing it, summarizing it, and then verifying the information and putting it into financial statements. Those statements will be analyzed. Finance says, where are we getting this money from that we need, and what will we do with the money? So how are we going to acquire and manage the funds we have and utilize it to make decisions and recommendations for what we need to do to improve and or grow our business, to get, especially to take on projects, hire employees. These are all the different things. So accounting and finance are two different areas. Areas of finance, they're going to help you track your income and expenditures. Keep it talking about record keeping, the records you need to keep, how long you need to keep them, what you need to do with them. And bookkeeping, how are you putting that information in so it can go into the financial statements. They're going to make sure you following statutory compliance, the GAAP, which is generally accepted accounting principles. What are they? What other government statutes are? What do they say you have to do? And that varies from state to state, as well as what does your industry require for you to do. They're going to also talk about what your funding sources need. Are you in compliance with them? Then they provide those financial information through the statements that's used by management, the government, and your funding sources. Your finance people will tell you where you should get your funds from, yourself, banks, investors, how much you can handle of that, what's the payout needs to be, what the terms and conditions should be. They're going to analyze the financial health of the business in itself, as well as others in the industry. How are you controlling the finance and your cash flowing in and out? They have to make recommendations of when projects should be done, when you should look at investments. So in the end, they're saying what you need to spend, where you need to spend, and when you need to spend your money. What's important about finances is you also need to have a budget. How you're going to allocate those funds that you need. How you're going to allocate the funds are going to be based upon how you're getting the money, when the money's coming in, how healthy your business is, as well. So that's how others are going to look at you. How are you controlling your finances, and then the recommendation for other projects. So you want to have those budgets in place. Here are an example of several different budgets. They all come together to make a master budget, and they handle the different parts of the budgets. Want to make sure you saw that it's not one thing for a budget. There's several things that come together to make a master budget. Make sure you go through when you're going to make those long-term projects, how your cash is flowing, where's your revenue going, well, how about your expenses, looking at your financial statements, budgeting them. And the reason this is all important because we want to analyze and review them later. You want to evaluate how you're performing. You want to evaluate it's not just at the end of the year, on a continuous basis that's in alignment with your business. Some people have to look at it every week. Some look at it every month. And some of the people say, that's a lot. Well, that's because for their industry, they need to catch things before it becomes a problem. Before they do damage control, they're actually catching it before it becomes a problem. Making sure you're doing statutory compliance, making sure that you're creating and assessing those budgets. How are you hitting the numbers? What happened? Why were things better? Why were things worse? Why were things kind of shaky? Stopping things before they become a problem. Look at the trends in your business. Are there times when you get more or less? Understanding and discovering where those trends are. Then develop your future projections. These are all essential. Why is this important? Because it helps you to set realistic goals. Because sometimes you do better and it's better to be conservative. If you get more, guess what? That's more for you to utilize later. You want to definitely compare what you budgeted with what actually happened. Compare yourself also to what's in the industry. Be honest with yourself. This is not time to puff up. You need honesty because you don't want to go in and end up doing something where you're later going to be doing damage control, or you end up blowing a whole lot of money that you could have used somewhere else, or missing opportunities. Be flexible. Be open to change. Change in all the different things that you do. Set a timetable that you're going to set where you're going to go back and review and assess this information, and then keep to that timetable. This is why this may be something that you want to outsource for a bookkeeper to do for you, because then you're coming just to do the review and assessment of what is going on with your business. Now let's talk about the statutory. These are things that's essential for a business from a government point of view. You need to register your business. If you're a sole proprietor, you need to follow your county as well as the state regulations for how do you register your business. Sole proprietorships for many places are done in the county of where you're located. However, every state is different. In the state of North Carolina, we get our form for the Secretary of State. We register it in the county. We can do it for the whole state now through that county. And then that county informs the Secretary of State, so that information is there. What are the local government permits or requirements that you have to have for your type of business? Be it the city, town, county, state. What are those things that you need to have in place? Even though some places require privilege licenses, so you need to make sure you have that. State of North Carolina does not require that, but I know we have people from other places. Follow your local government permits. Some places and counties have that if you are a home-based business, you have to register your home-based business. Those are forms you must complete in order to be in compliance that you are a home-based business. Also, if you're a home-based business and you live in a subdivision where you have mandatory homeowners association dues, that means you have restrictive covenants that you may abide by. Please review those covenants, because by buying a house in that neighborhood, you said you were going to abide by their rules and regulations. And many of them have what you can and cannot do with a business in your neighborhood. As simple as the fact one young lady found out when she paused to go home one evening because her vehicle broke down and she kept the vehicle overnight. She got a little ding from her homeowners association. No vehicles advertising any business can be in the driveways overnight, only if they're coming to do business, which means like if you have an inspector or things of that nature. So you need to find out what that homeowner association declaration say. You get your employer identification number from the IRS. You can do that online and it will come immediately. Please do download the PDF. I also say email that PDF to yourself. So if you're ever away from the office and you need that information, go ahead and put that in. Then the next thing you want to do is get a sales and use tax ID. If you have to pay sales tax, you want to go ahead and do the sales tax and get that information from them. You do that on a monthly basis. Even if you have zero sales tax, you go ahead and still let them know that the sales tax is zero. You get the withholding number from the Department of Revenue for your state also, which is meaning that you're going to withhold taxes for those people who are there. Those people who are going to be your employees is what I mean. The other thing is that you want to do the industry boards. You need to check with them for your industry, whether or not there's some compliance that you have to do. Some, for example, professional organizations like attorneys, as well as those who are doctors, accountants, have a board they have to go to. You typically have to register with that board, your business, and they will tell you what to do next, and going to the to the Secretary of State. Usually your renewal and things are with them, because what they are doing is certifying that the owners are in good standing for the business. Okay. The others are government regulations that departments, like for example, if you're in the food industry, you may have to go to Health and Human Services or Department of Agriculture. You need to follow their rules and regulations. And then if you are a nonprofit, you need to do a charitable solicitation license in order for you to solicit donations. Now, if you're going to operate in more than one state, you have to do this in every state you plan to operate for all of these items that are registering the business, local government permits, if it's going to be a home base in that area, if there's an industry board there, if they have government regulation departments, and if you're going to get charitable solicitations, you must do that. I also recommend all these documents, when you get them, email them to yourself. So if you ever go somewhere and you need a copy of it for anyone, you can go ahead and send that out. So essentials for the business, I'm just going to go down the list. Have you an accounting system for bookkeeping and record keeping. Set you up an action list that has timelines, as well as who you're delegating those responsibilities to. Make sure those timelines are smart. Be agile and flexible. Things change, people change. You want to make sure you're addressing the needs of the customer, not you. You are not your customer. It's not about how you want the business. You're not paying for the business. If you are, you're a hobby. Make sure you have a bail system, because you want to bail these people in before they have to bail you out, which is going to cost you more. Who are the bankers that you can go and ask questions? An accountant, who's the insurance agent that you have, and the lawyer. Get these folks in place. It's not about you retaining them per se. It's about who do you have that they can answer questions that will bail you in, which takes bail you into the right way of doing things before they have to bail you out of the problems that you get into. Get you a brainstorming team. Who are the people you can talk to that can give you information, direction, guidance, and things of that nature? Do your business planning over the business plan. Do your business planning through business modeling. I've already talked about these things. Do a business plan and strategic plan. Do your marketing plan. Do your operations plan. Do all the different plans for your business and have an action plan with a timeline with them. Remember the 80-20 rule, your customer discovery. Discover who they are. Make sure you have efficient, effective, and proficient processes in place for all the things that you do to make sure your business runs smoothly for you. Do your financial management. Always hope for the best, but make sure you prepare for the worst. We want to make sure that if something happens, you've already prepared for it. That's what insurance is about. Insurance is not about you having an accident, but it's preparing for in the case there is one, you have it. So in your business, have your contingency plans in place. Do the lean approach to new ideas. Anytime you're adding new customers, new locations, new products, new services, make sure you do that. Discover opportunities that are available. Review and assess everything you have. Always do things from a strategic plan perspective. Get with your customers. They can help you test, observe, and give you feedback about what you're doing, give you new ideas as well as marketing strategy. And last but not least, wealth planning over profit planning. You want to be sustainable and keep going. That is, be consistent with this, timely, document, justify, and certify everything you do. Write it down on a consistent passage and go back and review. Well, that is my time for today. I took the hour to present the information. I didn't see any questions, but I hope it was beneficial to you. If you need any of our service, we're with the North Carolina Small Business Center. This is our website. Anyone in the state of North Carolina, we provide free prepaid services to you of counseling, seminars, workshop, and access to resource. And I'm at the Durham Tech Small Business Center listed. Thank you all for giving me this opportunity to be here. And I hope you all have a great, wonderful day. And I hope to see some of you on Sunday. Have a great day. Mr. Eric, we can't hear you.
Thank you for that too. As I was saying before, a lot of times I'm muted because I'm doing some other things. But I was saying in my
Yes,
head
sir.
that some of the stuff that you were talking about is some of the stuff we all need. And again, as I continue to say, I'm a time guy. I'm going to move on. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring up the next
Yes,
lady,
sir. Yes,
and
sir.
we look forward to seeing you on Sunday. And of course, as we move on to the break, I'm not going to say of dawn because we're going to do this 24/7 deal. And we bring on Dr. Shamika Turner-Williams. Shamika, how you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. I'm excited to be here.
And we're excited. We're very, very excited to have you. Look forward to your presentation, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Once again, I want to say good evening to each and every one of you. My name is Dr. Shamika Turner-Williams. I'm definitely excited to be here today for the Black Business Expo. So many great things are going on. So many great things have been happening for the whole week, for the entire marathon. So if you have not had the opportunity to join in and to watch the different sessions, I do encourage and advise you to join in with us because it has been phenomenal. There has been a wealth of information that has been given. And it's definitely something that's truly needed in the business industry. So I encourage each one of you to tune in. Once again, I'm Dr. Shamika Williams, and I'm excited to be here on today to share with you the information that I have. Want to give you a moment just to invite everyone, just to tag someone and just to share. Let them know that we're here, that they can come on in, that they can come on over. Let them know that you're here and we're waiting on them. So we're going to go ahead on and get started. Once again, I don't want to hold you long, but I am Dr. Shamika Turner-Williams. I am the CEO and the founder of Next Level Coaching and Consulting. And what we do at Next Level Coaching and Consulting is that we're a global business that is geared towards business and leadership development. So we work with the top CEOs, the top entrepreneurs, the top executives in order to help assist them with dramatically growing and increasing their business, increasing their staff administratively, financially, and developing the people overall so that the company can see growth and increase also in the finances. So we're definitely excited for the clients that we do have. I'm also a nonprofit founder of Pearls of Purpose, Inc. And what we do is we cater to the women and children of domestic violence and of abuse. We provide education, resources. We bring awareness to the issue that's facing today's society that so many others are looking over and they're not talking about it. I'm also a published author 3 times with She Wrote Publishing. I'm a book coach. I'm also a ghostwriter. That's just some things that I love to do. So I do thank the Black Business Expo for the opportunity to even be here today. to share with you the information, how it was given to me. So I'm definitely excited with you today. So thank each and every one of you for joining us again. So as you've been noticing all week, this has been a marathon that they've been talking about. You have some of the greatest individuals from all over the country that have been joining in, that have been giving you insight, that have been giving you tools, that have been giving you resources, strategies, and tips in order to sustain your business, to grow. It's all information that we all need in today's society in order to be successful entrepreneurs and businessmen, women, leaders, humanitarians, whatever it is that you're doing in your own right. But I want to come and just talk with those today, those entrepreneurs. So I want everybody to just tune in and to listen. It's so much that has been going on today. And I just want to take a moment just to chat with you about there's no stopping us now. Ain't no stopping us now. And so all week you have been hearing from various individuals. They've been talking about the business aspect. But today and all week, we're here for one commonality, and that is to highlight and to honor those men and those women in business today, because it takes grit, it takes determination to even be an entrepreneur, to be a businesswoman or businessman, especially during this time right here during the pandemic, everything that has been going down. So many businesses are shutting down. They're trying to see how to shift and pivot to the next level. So this is definitely, the Black Business Expo has been a blessing to help assist those individuals. But like I said, today and all week, my fellow colleagues, entrepreneurs, they have been discussing, they have spoke so wonderfully about the great insight, the tools, and the information. They have actually been a voice for those that were speaking. They have been a voice for those that have been giving you information. But today, I want to come here and I want to stand with you and I want to speak with you and be a voice for the voiceless. I want to stand with you today in business as an entrepreneur, as a businesswoman, and be able to speak to you in reference to those that don't have a voice, in reference to those that you have not heard of, in reference to those that are overlooked, in reference to those that are building, yet they are not being seen, for those that are building and their voices are being crowded out or muffled because of all the noise that's going on. So I want to stand with you today to talk to you about and for the ones that no one hear, the ones that no one are seeing, the ones that no one are looking at in business, that's building, that's working behind the scenes diligently, that's putting their hands to the plow. So I want to talk to you about those individuals there. It's no stopping us now. So even as for women that are in business, women that are entrepreneurs, we all know that they face a little bit more fight. Their challenges are sometimes a little bit greater. So today is not to exclude the men, because we know that the men have their own voice and their own experience that they're able to speak to. But today I'm going to talk to the women entrepreneurs, the women that are in business, the women that are so diligently working behind the scenes, to the women entrepreneurs that are building, to the women entrepreneurs that are the backbone to society, that are the backbone in corporate America, that are the backbone to our culture, to our history. So I want to talk to those individuals right there. I want to talk to the woman that's building, the woman entrepreneur that no one sees, that's not getting any applause. I want to talk to the woman entrepreneur that everybody is overlooking. No one has seemed to notice her as she's building, as she's staying firm in what she knows to do and what she's been called to do. So I want to talk to that individual that no one ever acknowledges what you're doing, or they don't even see what you're doing behind the scenes in order to sustain others. So that entrepreneur, that woman in business, I want to speak to you today just to encourage you and just to give you insight on things that are going on. So as we know, women in business have been around for years, for centuries, since the beginning of time. And I'm going to get with you in a little bit about that, about the impact that those that have come before us have paved the way in order for us to be sustainable into business and to build our business. I want to talk to that one that for every milestone that you have crossed or that you have accomplished, that there was no one there to meet you at the finish line to say, hey, congratulations, to say, hey, job well done, to say, I see what you're doing, your plan, your product, or your model is working. I want to talk to that one there. that seems to finish the finish line, but yet there's no one there to meet them. Because guess what? We know that anytime that you're running a race, it's easy to run a race, and it's easy to complete that race when you have a crowd of individuals waiting for you at the finish line, cheering on, hurrah, hurrah, congratulations. It's easy to do that then. But what about those that are building and those that are in the race and they're going to the finish line of whatever their entrepreneur endeavor is, and yet there's no one there? That woman, that individual that's starting from the bottom to build up to make her way to the top. She's starting from building with mud, but yet what is she trying to do? She's trying to take that mud and she's trying to make it into makeup. She's trying to make it a beautiful creation, a beautiful product that she's sitting here working for. So there's no stopping women today in business. There's no stopping the entrepreneurs that are putting their foot to the plow and that they're working to build their business, their brand, whatever that may be. So with that being said, so today, once again, I want to speak to those individuals. I want to speak for the voiceless, those that aren't able to speak for themselves. I want to speak on behalf of those that are even speaking from the grave, those great women that were great inventors, that were great business women that started way back then since history's time. I want to speak for those that were overlooked even in their business, or others have taken credit for what they have been building on. So those women that paved the way for success, like I said, for us on today. So with that being said, there are so many women out there that are known, that are yet hidden. They're hidden figures. They're not known everyday language. Their names sometimes have been forgotten. It's different products and different services that we use every day, and we overlook or don't even know who those women are that are contributed to being the inventors of those items. So to those ones that have been forgotten about, those ones that are overlooked, but guess what? Their work still lives on today. And so that's the same for some of you individuals that's out there, that's building your business, that's looking and seeing that I don't have anyone to support. I don't have anyone to help build with me. And those, so you're looking as if you are alone in this walk or in this journey. And we all know that it's hard being an entrepreneur. It's hard being in business. But I want you to know, and I know that many can agree, that you already have everything that you need on the inside of you in order to sustain and in order to keep your business going and to keep your business afloat. So even during the midst of this pandemic here, it has challenged many of us to go back to the drawing board, to go back to the table, to see how we can reinvent some things in order to make sure that the business doesn't fall to the ground. So it has forced us during this time to be creative as business women and business women, to sit up there and come up with creative ideas and different ways to reach our audience, as well as to reach our clientele, because that's what a visionary does. That's what a businesswoman and a business entrepreneur, that's what they're going to do. When hard times are facing or things are going on, they're going to go back to the drawing table and say, you know what, how can I pivot? What do I need to do in order to ensure that I can still reach my next level, even in the midst of chaos, even in the midst of everything seems like it's falling apart? You still have to build. And that's what entrepreneurs and that's what the businessmen and women are doing. They are building in spite of the adversities. They are building in spite of the hardships, the trials, and the tribulations, because who told you that you could not do it? Who told you that you did not have what it takes? So we have to look at that as being, when we're entrepreneurs and when we're building, we have to make sure that we understand the value that we have and the value that we bring to the table. We have to understand and know our strengths, even understanding our weaknesses, not focusing on them, but know that we do have them. Because a lot of times in business, we focus on the wrong thing. So with that, just speaking for those that can't even speak for themselves. So even as you are entrepreneurs and business women, there are going to be times, many of times, where you're going to have no support, limited support, if any, during this process and during this road right here. So we know that even in that problem right there, you have to keep going. You have to endure until the end. You can't stop in the middle of your building phase. You can't stop in the process, because you'll never get to the other side. You'll never see what's your next step or your next level is going to be. So it's definitely a task. Being an entrepreneur is definitely a task, being any woman in business. But you have to keep in mind the reason why you're doing what you're doing, who you're serving, who is your audience, your why. Your why. What's your why for doing what you're doing? So once again, just talking about some things, like I stated today, women have been proven to be unofficially who they are. And I'm explaining to that what that means. So today, many women already unofficially have operated in just about every role and every capacity. Once again, they have talked about every role. They've operated in every role and every capacity. So we know that women have faced so many biases in the field of business and corporate America. There's been so many biases that's been going on for centuries, since the beginning of time. And we already know that it's been difficult for even women to operate in the business field, into the corporate world and entrepreneurship, because just of being a woman, because we face so many biases against us already. And we're going to talk a little bit about those individuals' biases in just a moment. But while gender roles have been depicted as men more fit for certain fields, like in leadership and things of that nature, or politics or academia, the women have often been overlooked in those departments. But we're going to still talk to those women out there that don't have a voice right now, or even if you try to speak, your voice is drowned out by the next individual. They're not hearing what you're saying. Sometimes as women, we always have to constrain ourselves in business because we don't want to appear to be a certain way. So we have to talk. Sometimes we are forced to talk or downplay our language or our conversation because we appear sometimes as aggressive. We appear as we are too hungry for success. So we often have to switch up as to our presentation in it, versus many times our male counterparts is perceived as being, that's just great leadership, or that's just an individual that has a drive to succeed. But I want to talk to those women out there that are succeeding and you don't even know that you're succeeding in business. So I'm going to stop right there for just a moment. And who told you what success looks like? No individual can tell you what success looks like in your life, because there's not a blueprint or a market for success. And quite often we're searching and we're seeking for success, when guess what? Success has already found us. What's success in my life may not be success in your life. So once again, women have been the backbone structure of corporate America. Not only corporate America, they've been the backbone structures of the home for centuries at a time. There's pretty much no field that a woman has not been unofficially perfected in. And I said that before, so I'm going to tell you what that means. Just about every field, every business field, every entrepreneur field there is, women have unofficially perfected that field. So you want to think back to even the beginning of times when women had the ability to reserve money on limited resources, on limited income for their families. They had the ability to reserve money. No, they didn't wear suits. They didn't have the degrees back then, or they didn't have all the makeup or the cosmetics that we felt like they should have, but they were able to triage money from one location to the next. They were, you might as well say, they were the accountants. They were the first accountants. The women, the mothers, raising families, trying to put finances and money together in order to make the families sustainable. So they were your accountants during that time right there. They didn't have the degrees, but they had something on the inside of them that they knew how to make money work for them and how they had to make money work for their families. All right. So I even want to talk to about the first African-American woman that was a banker. Her name was Maggie Lena Walker. She was the daughter of a slave. I'm gonna say that again. She was the daughter of a slave, but she was the first Black African-American woman that was to run a bank. You can look her up, Maggie Lena Walker. And even with that being said, at that time, she was overlooked. She wasn't able to speak and voice herself as she needed to or would have liked to, because she had so many forces that was running against her. But behind the scenes, she was working, she was building when no one else saw her, when no one else even knew who she was. She was the daughter of a slave. They didn't expect much to come from her. And so even in business today, the underdog, the one that you overlooked, the one that you have forgotten about, the underdog is the one that's building, and they're going to bring in the revenue. They have a need for the people. And so they took on the initiative, even in a quiet time of being overlooked, even in a time that no one knows who they are. They were steady yet building. So unofficially, women were some of the first accountants, being able to take money, to place it here, being able to making sure they knew how to keep record of it, to keep track of it. The women were the first ones to unofficially be an accountant. We can even go and talk about other areas that women have been unofficially perfected in. What about culinary? Being a chef. I know you might be thinking, well, what is Dr. Williams talk about? Unofficially, women have perfected those fields. And you want to know why? How about that mother that's cooking and preparing for the family? She's that chef unofficially, day in, day out. She's preparing some of the most elegant and gourmet meals for her children. She's planning and she's cooking for different special events. The woman, the mother. But quite often that is overlooked. That's not seen as something that's deemed to be an individual or woman that's building business. No, yes, we have been building businesses from the beginning of time, because if you can answer to the problems of your home, you can build a business. If you can solve solutions to whatever the problems may be in society, that's building business. So once again, even when the mother or the woman is preparing for her children, and when she's clothing them, when she's designing their outfits, she's the first designer. Yet unofficially, she's the first designer. We can even take it even further into different fields that women have been in: agriculture, planting, farming. So you see that there's not one area that a woman has not succeeded in, or that a woman has not excelled in unofficially, because everything that they have done, they have tapped into somehow. And guess what? She also did it with limited resources. She did it with limited support. But as we look over time, we have grown through the cracks of those times. We have progressed, taking our little and building and making it much. So women have been doing a great job with professional development and building themselves. It's sort of like the weeds that have been growing through the cracks. You can spray weed killer on it all day. You can try to kill it, but it's something about those weeds. They still come back over and over again. So that's the makeup of even being a female entrepreneur, woman in business. No matter what's thrown on you, or no matter how they try to kill your strength, they try to kill your drive, you still are growing and yet moving to your next level. You're going through the cracks, the unexpected one. So it's no matter what environment many have been in, women are excelling at a higher rates now. They are excelling. So unofficially, we have been holding those positions and those spots for so many times. So another thing, women have been finding a way to make it happen. Their perseverance, their resilience, being knocked down and being knocked back in business and entrepreneurship, and is definitely a road. But the resilience and being able to bounce back just shows the strength and the determination of being an entrepreneur, being a woman in business. Because quite often, many times, you can't walk in a certain light because they're going to label you as being, she's too hungry for success, or she's too hungry for the platform. No, but women, they're building. So that's where many biases come in with women. It's so many that they have to face even here today in business and entrepreneurship. There's just so many, but yet they're still overcoming. There's no stopping us now. Ain't no stopping. That's the song. Ain't no stopping us now. So there's no stopping to what a woman can do once she's been determined and once she set her mind to succeed and excel. So I just wanted to touch bases with you with just a little bit of that information as far as being a voice for the voiceless, being able to speak for those that can't even speak for themselves many times because they have to quiet themselves, or they have to mute themselves, or they can't speak in certain environments. They can't speak in certain settings as if they wanted to. But this is the time now that many are being raised up and they're leading multi-million-dollar corporations. They're leading multi-million-dollar businesses and organizations. Quite often, many times, the women they are the backbone of the culture of the society. They're the ones that's keeping everything running behind the scenes. You don't see them. You don't hear quite often a lot of times about them, but it's that woman that has the answer that's moving forth and taking things to the next level. So this has definitely been a time now. If you can even see what's going on in the world today, women are rising up in unexpected areas and unexpected platforms in business, and they're making it happen. They're making it happen. So if you look from the beginning of time, also women have been broken. They have made it on broken pieces. They have been still building on broken pieces. They have still been planning on broken pieces. It's something on the inside of the makeup of a woman that still will allow them to create and build even in those broken places. So we look at those that were before us, even though they were broken, they still were able to build. So imagine this right here. If you were able to make it on broken pieces, if you were able to build that business on broken pieces, imagine what you can do now while you're made whole. Imagine what you can do now that you have been put back together. Now that you have the proper tools and the resources that is needed for business, imagine what you can do then and operate. There's no stopping us now. There's no stopping us now. We can go to the next level. We can go to the next limit, whatever that may be. There's no restraints. There's no constraints on women in business today. Regardless of all the biases that we're facing, they still have that tenacity to get up and go. There's no stopping us now. I don't know about you, but the resilience that have been displayed for women entrepreneurs and business women, many times they have been doing the work. They're behind the scenes. They're building. They have the work ethics, but they just don't have the honor, or they don't have the title. I'm going to say that again. They don't have the honor or the title, but they have the deeds. They have the work that has been done. They have the deeds. So now give that woman her honor. Give her her title. If we did it then, we can definitely do it now. And that's the great thing about this Black Business Expo. So many great individuals, women that have been leading all across the country have come up and given you just strategies and blueprints on what it takes to build that successful business, to build it to the next level. They have given great information. So the ones that were once in the back, they're now coming to the front. So even we're creating legacies against all odds, against all the statistics. We're moving to the next level. We're defying the odds. We're beating the odds. We were making it in places that we once could not survive. That's the resilience of being a woman in today's society, in today's culture, with entrepreneurship and business. And so we definitely want to make sure that we're supporting those, and we're speaking on behalf of those today that can't speak for themselves, that can't sit up here and come to you and let you know what they have or what they're doing because they're behind the scenes working. No one really sees them. No one really notices that they're there. But I just want to give you a couple more individuals that have paved the way, that are the voices that are still speaking to today's society. We want to talk about Mary Anderson. She was one of the individuals that invented the windshield wipers. Don't too many people hear about her and know about her, but her work still speaks for itself on today. As you're driving down the road and it's raining and it's storming out there, and you put on that windshield wiper, that was a woman that invented that, but the credit wasn't given to her. Even Margaret E. Knight, she was an individual that invented the flat bottom of the grocery bag. Her invention was stolen by a man. She did all of the work. She had it in production. And she had a friend of hers that came to her factory and stole her patent, went and got a patent for himself. So as you can see, women have been doing it for so long, and you got various individuals that will come take the credit for what it is that, hey, they have been doing. So we have natural biases that we're facing. We have corporate biases that women have been facing. You have moral biases that women have to endure and that they have to go through. So we have unofficially, though, conquered all of those biases. If you look back from the beginning of time until now, and you see the progress in the process of women, they have conquered those. They're conquering and still conquering today, and even more futuristically, the biases that we have to face. So, and I know you said, well, what does this all have to do? This all has to do with the woman that's continuing to build, that's continuing to create a legacy, to create her businesses, even for her children and her children's children. So we have unofficially conquered all of those biases. Think about that mother. She's conquered being a counselor. Think about that mother that has the children, or that woman that cares for children. And this individual has to counsel the child. She has to be there for the child. She has to talk to them about the issues, the things that they are facing. She was the first counselor unofficially. She built the business on counseling. She built the business on triaging the issues of her family. And so when we sit up and look at all of the things that a woman has done, is absolutely amazing. So she's also been the first attorney. She's the first DA. She's the first lawyer. That woman, that mother, she has to sit here and she has to get in the midst of, what about when the children are fighting over toys and they're going at each other? The mother has to be the judge and she has to be the DA at the same time. So unofficially, she has conquered those roles. She has to be the DA for one, and then she has to be the prosecuting attorney for the other. And then she's setting judgment for each and every one of them. So women unofficially have conquered those positions, if you look at it since the beginning of time. So right then you can see the mother, that woman, she has 4 roles that she was playing, or careers that she was involved in unofficially at that time. She's the counselor, she's the attorney, she's the DA, she's the judge. So you can't tell me that women can't build and make something great. They can't lead businesses. You can't tell me they can't lead corporations, because they definitely can. Or what about that mother that has limited finances or resources during Thanksgiving, and once again she's able to maneuver it around and still make meals for her family? Like I said, she's the accountant and she's the chef. So we're going to even talk about, what about the mother that is the planning a birthday party for her children? She's getting it all elaborate. She got every detail. She has all of the balloons. Guess what? She's an event planner. So we have held every role that there is possible. Yes, she's the event planner. So what about when she is planning for the party and then no one shows up? And then that child is all distraught about, oh, nobody came to see me. No one came to support. So not only does she have to go and counsel them again, but now she has to be the troubleshooter. She has to go in, she has to solve that problem, and she has to solve that issue. So the women have been carrying so many roles in society, starting in their homes. It has been absolutely amazing just to sit here and see. So you can't tell, I'm speaking for the voiceless, for those that can't speak for themselves, for those that are quite often overlooked. I'm talking to you, to that entrepreneur today, that you can rise up, you can take your place. Everything that you're doing and everything that you are going to continue to do is working for the betterment of you now. Every little piece is being put in place. So yes, you can do it. Yes, you can build. Yes, you can make it happen with limited to no support or no resources at all. But once you start going, the thing about it is you're going to start and need to be connected to those individuals that can help pour into you, or that can help point you in the right direction. So until that time that the support comes, you have to continue to take every step. Every step that you're making is a step that's going closer and closer to your next level. It can be done. So unofficially, we have had so many positions. We have operated in so many levels. So we're just created to be that way. So now with the background that I've just given you about, there's no stopping us now. We're going to be women that are going to be leading on purpose and with purpose. There's no stopping. There's no limits to the things that you can do as an entrepreneur. So with that being said, now I want to speak to the entrepreneur who is building. They have started their process. They have been in it for some time, or even that businesswoman that has been in it for some time, but you feel like it's not going anywhere. You feel like you're at a glass ceiling. You feel like you're stuck. You feel like you don't even have clarity. So I just want to talk to you for a moment. You are already in a place of success and you don't even know it. Let me say that again. You're already in a place of success and you don't even know it. You have already become what you want to be. You are already what you want to be. I don't care if you have to start in your basement, start somewhere. Look at the ones that have these Fortune 500 companies now. They didn't start where they are now. They started from somewhere. So if you have to start in your basement, if you have to start in your home, begin. Don't despise your small beginnings. And one of the killers to success can be the fact that we're looking at our success and we're comparing it to the next person's. No, your success is your own. So for that entrepreneur, for that business man or that businesswoman, just start the process. Doesn't matter how you start, doesn't matter when it began, just begin it. And don't let anyone tell you that you're not on the right track. Yes, things may not be working out for you right now. That's okay. Keep plowing. You have to give it time. You have to give it time. Don't just do it for 3 to 6 months and say, you know what, it's not working. When you're building businesses, or when you're trying to, even if you're already in business and you're trying to take it to the next level, you have to make sure that you're being consistent in what you're doing. Be consistent in what you're doing. Continue to work even when you don't see the results, because guess what? Somebody that's on the outside may be looking, they see your movement. A lot of times when you're in it, you aren't able to see the movement. You aren't able to see your progress. But just know that it's being done. Don't despise your small beginnings. Just start wherever it may be for you to begin your process, to begin your business. Begin there. Start there. Even if you're already in business and you're stuck and you're at a level now where, you know what, I don't even know what to do anymore. Go back to the drawing board. Go back to the drawing board and start again. So there's no role that a woman has not succeeded and excelled in her own right. So that you're going to tell me then that there's no way that any of the biases that we face as women in business and entrepreneurship can stop you. Because you can see from the beginning of time, we can overcome anything. We have the resilience to bounce back. We have the resilience to keep on going. We have that grit to be determined to succeed and excel in whatever area it is that we put our hands to. So if you feel like you aren't making progress, you are. Keep going. Don't stop. So just think about it. Even think about back then in the time your mother or the woman was the first coach. She was the first life coach. You know, she started out coaching the baby along in certain processes and things that the child has to go through. But then when the child starts to get older and they're 16, 17, 18 years old, now she has to help them because their hearts have been broken. They're going through things in life or various issues. So now the mother has to be the life coach. So this woman was unofficially the first life coach. Before life coach even came to be talked about, women were doing it. Before many of these roles and titles and positions were being thought of, women were doing it in their homes. They were making ways out of no way. Unofficially, they have conquered those roles and they have conquered those titles and those various positions. So women have grown and they've overcome in businesses. We never have lost our grit. We never lose our passion to do so. So the voiceless, the one that's not able to speak for herself because she's tired. That woman is business that's been doing it for about 10 years, 11 years, but they don't see any results. They're tired. I encourage you keep on going because you're at the brink of your breakthrough. You're at the brink of your next level. If you made it on broken pieces and you made it while you were broken, you definitely can make it in wholeness. So you're on the brink of your next level. Of course, yes, no one supports you. It gets lonely at the top. It gets lonely when individuals don't understand your process or something new that you have embarked upon. You did all that you're doing, you done it in the dark. So it's easy for you now when you get into the light for people to see what you're doing. You did it with no support, no applause. You did it without any cheerleaders. You did it without anyone on your side. You did it without anyone helping you or trying to get you to the next level. Matter of fact, you had individuals that could have helped you but didn't. And that's going to happen. As a matter of fact, you had individuals that will sabotage your destiny or your process or your business building because they see the greatness that's already attached to you. And so sometimes envy and jealousy will creep in. And what does that individual do? They'll sabotage you. And you would think that they're giving you strategies and information to help you be successful. When all along, no, they're giving you something that could be potentially dangerous to your business, being dangerous to the thoughts or your ideas that you have. So once again, what you have is already on there. What you need is already on the inside of you. You are what you see in your head already. So just think about it. Even when you were growing up, what was that thing that you were always doing? So you've already done what you see yourself doing. You just did it at a different level then. I can remember even being a young girl. I was always the leader. I was always in charge of something. I just was. People just saw that in me. I was always trying to create. I was always trying to build some type of business at 5 and 6 years old. I remember when a young girl just getting the newspaper, I would go copy the same exact things that were on the newspaper. I would put it on notebook paper. I would roll it up and I would go around in the neighborhood and sell it. And at the time I thought I had invented something. I thought I had created something new. But just because I had that grit, the neighbors bought it. I just simply copied the information that was in the newspaper, put it up and wrote it up on some notebook paper and went around to the doors and said, do you want to buy my paper? I didn't know what I was doing then. But that showed me, or that gave me a glimpse of my future and what I was going to be today. Business. I've always been the one that was able to, women would come to me or to talk to me and help them figure out what's their next step, what's their next strategy. As a young girl, friends would always flock to me. That was my future then. I just didn't know it and I just didn't see it. So don't despise your small beginnings. Don't despise where you are. Don't let anyone make you feel as if you're not achieving in your own right. And how do we really know to the point that how the impact or how successful we are? That's when we've gone from this world, when we've transitioned on and they're talking about us in books. They're talking about you in magazines. You're in the history books. That's how you know you were impactful and you were so successful. So you may not see it now. You may not understand it now at this point, but I encourage you to keep on going. Don't stop. Don't stop. There is no stopping us now. When you have the fire on the inside of you to keep going to build, even with those small pieces or those broken pieces, you build. You continue to go. And so even as you approaching business and entrepreneurship, you have to look back and think, what is it that's actually hindering me from moving to my next level? What's hindering me from moving or having the success that I see for myself? Who told you that you couldn't have it? Who told you that you couldn't make it? All it takes is a desire to do it, a desire to get it done. You've already had to fight against so much. You had to go against so many different biases. You've conquered that. You've overcome that. Our ancestors have fought for us to make this travel on this road a little bit easier. They have given us the blueprint to building businesses. So now all we have to do is our research and make sure whatever we need to add on to it to make it our own. What's stopping you? There's no stopping us now. Ain't no stopping us. I'm going to keep saying that over and over again. You're leading on purpose. You're leading with purpose. And I want to say this too. Also, the girl in you conquered the enemies of the woman before you even became. I'm going to say that again. The girl conquered the enemies of the woman before you even became. That's enough right there to make us want to continue to go, continue to do. So today I'm talking to the voiceless. I'm talking to the ones that are in the backgrounds. I'm talking to the ones that feel as if their voice doesn't matter. I'm talking to the ones that's been working behind the scenes in the dark, that's about to be pushed to the forefront. I'm talking to the entrepreneurs that feel that if they speak, that once again, someone is going to think that they're too hungry for success, or they're an opportunist. Because oftentimes women, when we have that grit and that determination to get up and go and to do and to take charge and to walk in authority, even that you're called to have, a lot of times we feel as if society or the culture will put it as if you're opportunities or you're too eager. So therefore, the woman that's building has to shrink back. She has to hold back. So I speak for those individuals. I speak for those women. I'm going to speak for the woman who sees something wrong but doesn't say anything, because then she's labeled as jealous or she's labeled as envious. I'm speaking for the woman that has the answer to how to build, that have the strategies that you need. I'm speaking to the woman that knows how to go and troubleshoot, but your ideas and your answers aren't received just because it's coming from you. And you seem too eager. Oh, she's too arrogant in business. She's too bossy in business. No, don't let anyone stop you from those qualities. Those qualities are going to be what's going to keep you and sustain you as a woman. So I encourage you just to keep going, keep building, brick by brick, whatever it is that your business is. Get clarity. If you're in business and you stuck and you say, I need to go, I need to see progress, I need to see the next level, and I don't know what to do, get quiet for a moment, go back to the drawing board and reevaluate what it is that you have to do. Because whatever it is that you're doing right now, just because it's not working doesn't mean that you stop and you quit. And I want to say this also. Everybody around you can give up on you and quit on you. They can give up on your business and they can quit on your business, but don't you dare give up and quit on yourself. If everybody else stopped believing in you, don't you stop believing in yourself. Keep going, keep fighting, keep building, because I promise you, you're going to see the results of it. Whatever level you feel that you want to see yourself. Don't stop building. Don't stop believing, and don't you dare give up on yourself. Let them think that you're crazy or you're out of your league. You keep working. Don't wait for others to validate you and tell you who you are and who you are in business, what you should be doing. Don't wait for them to do that. You go and create your own table. Create your own seat at the table. Don't wait for anyone else to give you the permission to go ahead and succeed or to go ahead and be successful. You take it upon yourself and you go ahead on and create your own table. And therefore, you'll come back and you'll invite them at the table to sit with you so that they can learn from you. How did you do this right here? How were you so successful? How did you overcome these trials right here? How did you overcome these obstacles in business that were thrown your way? You shut down your business 2 or 3 times and you started again. How did you do that? How did you make it look so easy? Women in business, we have to learn how to suffer gracefully, suffer with class. All our failures. We have to change our perspectives on pain. We have to change our perspectives on, I'm not even going to say they're failures. They're just setbacks. They're just stepping stones to the next level. We have to change our perspective on what is happening around us and why it is happening. Don't give up so easily. Don't quit on yourself. Change how you look at it. This is an opportunity. If something's not working out, this is an opportunity for me to go back to the drawing board and come back even more successful, come back with more strategies to enhance my clients, to enhance the business, come back with a variety of different levels of products and services that's going to increase my revenue, that's going to increase my sales. So when everything seems like it's falling apart, it's actually falling in place for you. because now you're able to look at an area that you once might not have looked at and reevaluate. That may be something that's weak in my business. Change your mindset. Change your mindset about that. There's no stopping you. I'm here to tell you, for every woman entrepreneur out there, for every woman that's in business out there, ain't no stopping us now. Because look at what's going on in society, in this world today. What they said that we once couldn't do, we now are able to do, and we're able to walk in it with grace and with class. So you're breaking against all the biases, the natural biases, the corporate biases, the ethnicical biases. We're breaking those barriers, and we're going against all of those odds and going to our next level. So I don't know about you, but I'm excited about you. I'm excited for your next level. I'm excited for now that you have a new opportunity to go back and reevaluate yourself. I'm excited for you now that you found your voice and you can speak. You can speak boldly to what it is. I'm excited about you now that you believe in yourself, that you believe that you can get up and that you can do it again. I'm excited about the newfound love and the newfound passion that you didn't know you had. I'm excited that you have found that again, that you started believing that you can build. During this time right here, so many businesses have been birthed in the pandemic. So if they can do it, you can do it too. Believe in yourself. You have a voice. Use your voice. And guess what? When they don't want to hear your voice, when they don't want to see you, keep building anyway, because they're going to have to see you. They're going to have to hear you, because your work is speaking for itself. So am I talking to anybody out there? Am I talking to anyone that's in the business, or any entrepreneurs that have faced these types of issues or faced these types of problems? So I wanted to come from a different way, because we've had great information from various women and various men that gave you how to build and how to take and what to do and strategies to make your business successful. But don't let it fool you, though, because you have many out there that's building or that's in it, but yet they feel like their voices is not being heard. They feel, and they know that they see the biases that's happening with them. The women are being treated in another different angle versus the men. So yeah, what do? They get quiet. They don't speak anymore. You have the answer, but you can't give the answer. Your next level, you can go to your next level, whatever that is for you. So I speak for those that are the voiceless on today. There's no stopping you. Get that grit, get up and go again. Overcome, conquer. This is the perfect opportunity now to build. This is the perfect opportunity now to take advantage of everything that's going on, so that you can be all that you know how to be in business, whatever that may be. Don't despise it. And if somebody's sitting out there right now is like, well, you know what? I've started a business and I stopped and I started and I stopped. Okay, go back and pick it up again. Go back and start over again. Reevaluate what it is that you have to do. And there's nothing wrong with restarting. There's nothing wrong with being restored. There's nothing wrong with revamping your structure that you have. Like I said, just make sure that you're not the one that gives up on yourself. Make sure that you're not the one that's stopped believing in you. Everybody else might, but don't you dare stop believing in yourself. When you once say you did not have a voice, you have a voice. Your voice matters. Look at how we started from the beginning of time, and look at how we're excelling and we're progressing now. You matter. So I wanted to also give a quote here from Margaret Thatcher, which is a phenomenal woman. You can research her. She says that any woman who understands the problems of running a home will be nearer to understanding the problems of running a country or her career. So if you're running a home, you can run your business. You're running your home, we can run the country, and we can see that now as it's happening in this present time. If you're running a home, you can run your career. We have the answers that so many are looking for. So for those entrepreneurs that feel like they're alone and no one is there with them, keep going. Somebody's out there watching you, and they're patenting themselves after you. They're looking to see how they can make it in business, how they can be successful, how they can go to the next level, how they can begin again. And I want to say this too, many times or quite often, you are the right answer to someone. You're just positioned in front of the wrong people. So if you're struggling, or if you feel as if I haven't found my right crowd, my right clients yet, I haven't found my right audience, it's nothing wrong with you. It's just that what you have, you're just positioned in front of the wrong audience. So once you get in front of your right audience, everything will start to make sense for you. You'll start to see how things are going to shift for you. Being positioned in front of your right audience, the people that you are called to. Is someone out there right now that's looking for how to handle some things in business? They're looking for you. You have the answer. They're searching for you. All you have to do is be positioned in front of the right individuals, in front of your audience, those that you are called to. So what are you going to do with it? Sandra says, I just got fired from my job because I talk about peace, love, and joy, because I've encouraged both men and women that it doesn't have to their last stop. Exactly. Exactly. Build for yourself. Build your business. Take your business to the next level. Tap into what the needs are for the people. And I promise you, you'll have strategies, you'll have ideas, you'll have witty ways of creating revenue and creating income for yourself. But I just want to encourage those today, those entrepreneurs that are entrepreneurs even in themselves, in their own right, and they don't even know it yet. You're minimizing what you're doing. So don't minimize what you're doing. It's great. Keep going, keep building. Even for those that's even in corporate, they have so many issues and things themselves. They're being overlooked. They're not being taken serious in the fact of the information that they know, the wisdom or the knowledge, the expertise that they possess. So they're looking for someone too. You're one of their answers. They're looking for someone to help come in and help them to maybe get their staff together. You say your gift is that you may have a gift of administration. An organization or a company is looking for you to come in and help direct their team. To help take their team and structure them so that they can start thinking like entrepreneurs. You are someone's answer. Someone is out there looking for you. All you have to do is get placed in front of the right position, in front of the right people, and in front of your audience. And you'll watch things start to take off for you. So once again, I'm excited to be here for the Black Business Expo. I thank Dr. Kelly for the opportunity. This is a platform where everybody can give the information. Businesses have given a wealth of information on today, a wealth of information strategies. But I had to come and I had to talk to those that are voiceless, because there's no stopping us. Ain't no stopping us now. We're going to go to the next level. You're going to do what you were called to do. You're going to do what you were created to do, regardless of if there's no support, little support, minimum support, whatever the case may be. Build even more. Don't get stuck at one place. Even if you feel as if you're content with where you are and you want something different for your business, go in and reevaluate. You have just what it takes. Like I stated, let everybody give up on you, but don't you dare give up on yourself. So I'm thankful for the Black Business Expo. I thank you for each and every one of you for what you've done. And once again, what's so great about the Black Business Expo also is the fact that they are doing scholarships for high school seniors. And they have been doing this for so many years. So even if you are out there and you have, you want to be able to be a blessing and help support the Black Business Expo, reach out to one of the CEOs or the directors, one of the executives, Dr. Kelly, and let them know that, hey, I want to help you with being a sponsor for one of our youth that are going off to college. So make sure that you can help support them. They are constantly taking donations. So we're thankful for what they're doing, even in the midst of this pandemic with this marathon right here. Just bringing everybody together collectively from all over the world to give their wisdom, to give their expertise. We're definitely thankful for it. Once again, I am Dr. Shamika Turner Williams. I'm excited to be here today with you just to speak with those that are feeling lost, to speak to those that feel as if they don't matter, to speak with those that feel like their voice is not being heard, to speak to those that feel as if their work is not being seen, to speak to those that feel as if they are not on the right path, or on the right track. Continue to build, continue to keep going. Don't stop there. Even if you have to start, like someone stated earlier, in the basement or in the home, start there. Your business matters. Your business matters. So I'm thankful for you. If you want to connect with me, you can reach out to me. I'm on social media, Facebook, Instagram at Dr. Shamika Turner Williams. You can also email me at shamikaturnerwilliams@gmail.com. I'm thankful for the opportunity. Next Level Coaching and Consulting. We're pushing leaders and professionals into their next level. Also with Pearls of Purpose, Inc. I'm here for the women and children of abuse, and just being able to support them through their transition. So you have what it takes to go to the next level. Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. You have what it takes on the inside of you. Don't minimize the small beginnings. Don't minimize your start. Just continue to build and continue to go to the next level, whatever that may be for you. Stay tunnel vision, have tunnel vision, stay focused on what you know you need to do. You're an expert in your own field, you're an expert in your own right. But guess what? Your work is speaking for itself when your voice can't travel. Your efforts are speaking. They see you building when you can't even speak for yourself. So I encourage each and every one of you to keep going. Let nothing stop you. Let nothing get in your way. You have what it takes. You are what you already see in your mind. You're already doing it. So I encourage each and every one of you to keep on going. And I thank you for just having the opportunity.
Dr. Turner Williams, this is Mark Lee, your streaming producer. Definitely was glad to have you give that very powerful presentation. And I know that a lot of entrepreneurs, both women entrepreneurs and other entrepreneurs, were definitely very inspired by your message of hope and all of that. So I know that Dr. Kelly also would be giving you thanks as well, but we're going to bring up Terrence Staten, who's going to introduce our next guest. But definitely, I was very inspired by your words of encouragement to all the entrepreneurs out there, and I consider myself an entrepreneur as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
Oh, Terrence, you're on mute.
Okay, can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark. Like you, I was very inspired by Dr. Shamika T. Williams. Boy, I mean, I'm sitting here taking so many notes. She is definitely a next level coach and consultant, pushing leaders and professionals to their next level. I love it. I want to just kind of go back to some things that really resonated with me because I am an entrepreneur myself. I'm an aspiring entrepreneur. And it's so important to hear stuff like that. It doesn't matter if you are a female or if you're a male. She dropped some gems today. And I was like, wow, now I feel really encouraged. But a few things that she said to me that really resonated was, yes, you can build it with little. Every step we take is closer to your next steps. There are no limits to what you can do as an entrepreneur. You are already successful and you don't even know it. Don't stop. There is no stopping us now. We are overcomers. Today, we are leading with purpose. Don't you dare quit on yourself. Don't minimize yourself. Keep building. You are someone's answers. Those are some great sentiments, Dr. Shamika, and I am really thankful for your message today. I'm pretty sure you have resonated with so many people. And again, if you want to connect with Dr. Turner, please feel free to go to Shamika Turner Williams at gmail.com. I am endorsing her. I love it. I love her message. It was powerful. The Black Business Expo USA has been sensational thus far. Dr. Kelly brought together a very dynamic group of speakers this year. I mean, Dr. George Frazier, Dr. Dennis Rogers, Latoya Best Gaddy, Kimberly Winborn, Derek and Sherelle, James, Tammy Hall, Harold McCoy, Dr. Fan Harris, Mia Lamont, LaShawn Harley, and the list goes on. So I know these Trailblazers have you re-energized and ready to end 2020 strong and pumped for 2021. Again, my name is Terrence Staten with Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development. I am the director of our Business Academy here in North Carolina. Like you, we are so grateful to be a part of this historic moment, the first virtual Black Business Expo USA event. Sharing this platform with brilliant speakers from all over the globe, a collection of masterminds here to encourage and inspire you to achieve greatness and to build upon your legacy. When I think of legacy, this gentleman whom I'm going to introduce next is the paragon of solidifying a legacy by intensifying your wealth creation strategy. Ladies and gents, you are in for another dynamic session. I work with this gentleman on so many platforms and so many capacities. It's only fitting that we come back together here at the Black Business Expo USA. So without further ado, please allow me to introduce my friend and mentor, Thomas Iceberg Wilson, CEO of MVP, Mobile Vision Partnerships. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, and you?
I am doing well. Tell the audience a little bit about yourself.
Well, I'm telling you, when you made that introduction, I was wondering who you was talking about. I didn't think you was talking about me. I had to look over my shoulder and see who else is coming in the room. I know most people get on and they try to give you a bio and a template and all the accolades of everything they've done. But to me, first thing, let me give all praise and honor to my Lord and Father, Jesus Christ. I want to start there because everything starts with him. The next thing, let's just kind of get to the people and get them what they want. I think first, we can say things I've done, but what does that mean to you? How does it help you? So I really would like to add value and say, okay, how do we get you to where you need to be? What is that you want to accomplish? I've done a lot of things. I'm experiencing from marketing strategists to business coaching to doing, Terrence will tell you, business deals all over the U.S., training people all over the U.S. I just actually got a text from somebody who's down in Miami right now, NBA players that I coach. But the biggest thing is this: I help build generational wealth. Everything starts with your mindset. Are you investable? Today, what I'm going to talk about is this: how to build a business and think like an investor. Because so many of us want to get in business that we forget the key part of it, critical thinking. So let's step back for a sec. I know you got different businesses, or you're trying to be an entrepreneur. You are an entrepreneur. You've been in business for a while now. But when was the last time you sat back and thought like an investor? Robert Kiyosaki has a paradigm where you start as an employee, entrepreneur, business owner, but the last phase is investor. That's the top level. So while we start with the mindset of an employee and then trying to graduate to an entrepreneur, then trying to graduate to a business owner, and then get to the part where we say, okay, I should have been at this level investor. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and take you there. But here's the thing, and I'm going to get real close because I want us to get real comfortable here. I want us to understand this is an intimate conversation, and I am so passionate about what I want to share with you. My heart, my soul burns to give this information to you and allowing God to use me as the conduit to get it to you. I want to thank Dr. Kelly for allowing me to speak on this platform. The first business, I want you to think about this. Your first name, your last name, Inc. You are your first business. Well, what do you mean? Well, let's take a look. How much do you bring in annually? That's your revenue. That's your cash flow. Okay. What's your annual expense? Be honest with yourself. How much do you bring in and how much are you spending annually? When you bring those two together, are you net positive? Are you breaking even? Or are you debt? Because the key behind that is, would you invest in you? The way you're operating your business right now, when you take a look at those numbers, would you invest in you? If you wouldn't, we need to take a look at that. If you're breaking even, but say you have credit card bills, well, you're debt. And if that continues on 3 to 5 years, now you become a damaged company where nobody wants to invest in you. But if you can show a path of steady growth that investors can track, well, we know you're on the right path then. So we need to take a look at how are you managing yourself first, and then translate that to say, okay, how am I going to run my business? My cash is coming in. How am I deploying those assets? Am I being efficient? Am I being effective? Where's my focus? Where's my time? Because anybody that sits in front of me, first thing I ask them to do is write out your 24 hours. Be honest. Don't try to change it because you're in front of me. Show me what you do 24 hours in a day and write it down. And if that's what you do consistently, I can just about tell you what your annual income is. I can just about tell you how long you're going to last before you run out of gas. See, something I'm going to share with you, most people don't, because they want to keep it to themselves. This game is used to keep you out. It is not rigged for you to win. You're supposed to lose because you're locked out of certain information. You're locked out of certain networks. How do we get in those networks? First thing we do, we remove our egos. And we ask people who've been there. And we start doing 3 things. First, change our philosophy. How we approach business, what we think about money, because everything starts with the mindset. The 3 factors from a personal side that everybody looks at: family, occupation, recreation. I want you to write that down. Family, occupation, recreation. We're going to slide that to the side. I said philosophy, your mindset, how you see the world, how you view the world. So I want you to take a look at that philosophy and say, okay, how do I view my family? How do I view my occupation? How do I view my recreational lifestyle? Then we start to the next step, the planning. What plans have I made for my family? What plans have I made for my occupation, business? What plans have I made for my lifestyle? See, I said recreation, but I want you to understand it's a lifestyle. What plans have you made for the lifestyle? The last P is very critical. So I'm coming real close to you. Process. See, we all want to win, but we don't put a process in place that's duplicatable, that allows us to win consistently. And truth be told, a lot of us have STD. Whoa. I'm just getting all in your business now. I said it. A lot of us got STD. Well, Thomas, you don't know me that well. What do you mean I got STD? Listen closely. A lot of you are scared to death. STD, you are scared to death. You say you want success, you talk about success, but you don't really want it. It's that other voice inside your head that keeps telling you, can't do it. It's too hard. You don't want to discipline yourself. You don't want to put the time in. You don't want to put the work in. You rather talk about it. You rather be entertained. But to get out there and really do what Michael Jordan does, LeBron James does, you got to put the work in. You got to sacrifice. See, this is thing called New Year's Eve resolution. And we all make this resolution every year. Never fails. Everybody has a resolution. And we all say what we want. But we never say what we're going to give up. What are you willing to give up to truly get your business running? To truly be the person you were created to be. Fulfill your purpose. And stop playing small. What are you willing to invest in? And I say the word invest, not cost, not spend, because words matter. What are you willing to invest in order to achieve the results, the lifestyle, the family life, the business that you really know you're supposed to have? I want you to write these things down. I want you to think like a billionaire. I want you to think like an investor. All the major companies in the world do this critical thinking I'm about to expose you to. If you implement this in your business, I guarantee you success. I'm going to let that sink in for a sec. I guarantee you success. Number one, cost advantage. How much does it cost you to produce the revenue you're producing? Have you ever looked at that and say, what does it cost me if you make $1 million a year, 10 million, 100 million, 10 billion? What is it costing you to produce that revenue? Most major businesses understand how to control their costs. What do? Well, I'll be honest with you. Lines. Some of those businesses buy the raw material. I want you to think about it. Whatever it is, service you're producing or product you're producing, it has raw materials. It has hard costs that can be reduced if you think in volume. The key thing I just said, volume. When you do pieces at a time, it costs you more. When you bulk buy, it reduces your price. Now, you and me may sell the same product. We may sell it for the same price. My cost advantage that allows me to shoot past you is that I get it for a lower price. Now, I want you to take a look now and 10 years from now, if that same trend continues. Where would I be? I'll probably be controlling more of the margins in that industry because I'm going to go further than you to find out how is this product really made from ground up, the natural resources, where can I buy that from? That way, from beginning to end, I can control my margins. By controlling my margins, I create the number one thing every business has that's successful right now. A competitive advantage. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm talking about right now. What is your competitive advantage? Is it cost? And I don't mean trying to drop your price just because so you can battle on prices, because you lose that battle. What you want to do is control the margins within that cost. Anybody can just go low just to go low. But how long can you last? Because your burn rate might exceed your net income. So now you're just running yourself out of business. But if I can control the margins within that product or that service from the beginning, that gives me a competitive advantage. That gives me staying power. The second thing, network effect. Prime example, Facebook, Netflix. Think about it. What did I just say? The network effect. PayPal. What do all these things have in common? Visa, MasterCard. What do they have in common? When I say network effect, what do they have in common? Your network effect comes in play when so many people start using your product that it takes a life of its own. And now every business is using your product, so therefore you become synonymous with whatever industry that is. Prime example. Do you tell people to go research something, or do you say Google it? I'm gonna let that sink in. We don't say research anything. We say Google it. They have built a network effect that has become synonymous with something that we each do every day, that we each use every day. Facebook. That platform, so many people on that platform, and it started with the college, but it became so powerful as a network of a communication that it started just expanding and morphed into a billionaire company. Tell me about your network. How would you span your network? Within the business industry that you're in, what tools are you using? What process are you using? Are you using influencers? Are you using co-branding? How are you getting the word of mouth out there so much that people spread your business without you being present? Are you producing an engagement in order to increase that network? We've all heard the saying, your net worth is your net worth. Listen to what I just said. Your net worth is your network. It sounded like I said your network is your net worth. But I wanted to be clear as to what I said. Your net worth is your net worth. Look at everybody that has a major business. They have an audience. They have a network. Look at Shark Tank. The reason why they speak with such confidence is because when they get a product in their hand, they know they've got automatic people that want that product from them. The next thing, barriers to entry. Well, what do you mean? Well, not every industry you can just walk into. Certain industry, you have to have specific things. Pharmaceuticals, regulated. Anybody can't start a pharmaceutical company. It's highly regulated. What's another one? Well, think about it. How many railroad companies do you know? Understand, when I lay this railroad track down, I control it. For you to compete with me in an area that I'm already running, It's not going to be worth your time. So what can you do within your company that it costs somebody so much that they don't want to come in there? Is your industry highly regulated that stops anybody from coming in? Can you put a patent on a service or product that you created? Intellectual property that stops people from competing with you. See, I want to talk about high level stuff that really gets you to the level you want to be. Most people don't have these conversations. I can teach you about how to use social media. I can talk to you about just basic finances. We can talk about financial investments. But what I want to do is get your mind right and have you operating up here. Start with the end in mind. Then you take those back that up to the beginning. Most of us start at the beginning and try to figure it while we go. So we run into all these potholes, all these roadblocks, and we become test tube crash dummies. No more. I want you to really take a look at the industry that you're in and see how big is this industry and how many customers are in here to support my level of scaling that I want to do. And how many different lanes do I need to create in order to control my pathway in this industry? What can I produce that stops somebody from even competing with me via a license, via a patent, something that controls my destiny until I create the next product? The next thing, high switching costs. Now, you know, Apple mastered that game. Look at all the products Apple have. And they keep upgrading. And you keep buying. How many iPhones have you bought? Well, look at all their products across the line. Apple has $200 billion of cash sitting on the sidelines to deploy at any point in time that they choose, to buy almost any company they want to. In addition to that, they have 8 different products. Each of those products produces over $1 billion. I'm going to bring that in for a sec. Each of the products Apple produces by itself can separate and become a billionaire company. The products that you're creating for your company, how many products do you have? How many different services do you have? And can each one of those stand on their own ground? Can each one of those finance themselves so when we get hit the next pandemic or the next major crisis, all your eggs are not in one bucket? Adobe. I want you to think about that. You spend all this money to train your company on Adobe. They keep increasing the price on you every year. But it's more painful for you to leave them because now you got to train your employees on a whole nother system. So they just create a switching cost competitive advantage on you. It costs you more to leave them than to stay so you won't. How sticky are you to your clients that it costs them more to leave you than to stay with you? If you master those 4 things I just expressed, you are guaranteed success. But it all starts with the math. It all starts with your mind. And starting from the end, not the beginning. You have to have a complete thought and a strategy to go along with it. So I'll repeat again. Philosophy, your mindset about your family, your mindset about your occupation, your mindset about your lifestyle. Planning. Nobody gets successful by being lucky. Case in point, look at how many people win the lottery and still go broke. Success has to be planned, just like failure. You have to plan for success. I get passionate when I talk because I allow the Lord to use me as a vessel to make sure that people do something. I want you to take action. This is not just talking. What I just gave you is what every billionaire, millionaire, trillionaire company is using right now. That's how they protect their lane. That's how they stay at the top. And I'm going to tell you something else that most people don't talk about. 90% of the Fortune 500 companies collaborate daily. 90% of them do business with each other. Why? I just told you. Competitive advantage. Network. Cost advantage. They come together in order to keep everybody else out. They don't want to produce more competition for themselves. They rather come together and trade and work with one another to move forward. They rather outsource certain things they do kind of good and focus on what they do great. What is it in your business that you do great? And what are the things you need to let somebody else do? If you are a CEO running your company, why are you doing administrative work? Your total focus should be on building your company, understanding the industry, being innovative, knowing where you're going, what's coming next, and infusing right now technology into that so you can expand. It's all about scalability. Conversations are meaningless without action. As a business coach, I want to drop this to you right now. If I've said anything today that's helped you, please apply what I'm about to tell you. One thought, one action, one result. You can't spread your energy every way. You can't be everything to everyone. You got to be everything to someone. So I want you to think in these terms. Execution, execution, execution. One thought, one idea, one game plan, action on it. Every day you take action on it with an expected result. And you don't stop till you get that result. If you discipline yourself just doing that, you're going to be surprised how much every other thing you've been trying to do comes in the fold. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Dr. Kelly, thank you. I really appreciate this platform. I hope I brought some value today. And I think, Terrence, you had some questions. I guess they want me to keep going. This event is a heartfelt event by Dr. Kelly. He's done his best to make sure that this event has been going on for 20 years. This is his legacy piece that he wants to make sure every child has an opportunity at a better future. For all those listening, please support the cause. Please invest in other people's lives. Believe me, the law of reciprocity. You can't outgive God. The more you do, the more he'll do for you. We owe it to our culture to keep moving the needle. We owe it to our culture to pour in to them. See, our history didn't start in 1600s. I want to be clear about that. We come from royalty. It's just that so much has gone on to divide us that we don't know how to love again. But it's changing. Because as we pour out on platforms like this and share the wealth of knowledge that we have, that others have poured into us, we're spreading love. So once again, please support Black Business Expo. Please donate to the future of all these young kids, young girls, young boys that are going to be the next creative in the tech world, in the healthcare world, in the science world, in the natural world, that are going to pour into others. See, generational wealth come from you passing down what's been passed to you. Would you invest in you? Hey, Sandra, how you doing? Are you saying the one industry I started with? Yeah, that's a great question. The first industry that I started with was the entertainment industry. I was very passionate for it. I was so passionate, I left a Fortune 500 company to step out on faith and do it myself. And what pushed me was, be honest with you, fear. You see, just like you and everybody else, I was scared to death too. I was scared that I actually could be great. I could actually be good with something. And God allowed me to have success with it early on, but then he did the most powerful thing ever in my life. He took it all from me. Because that success I was having, it wasn't by his might. It wasn't because I believed in myself. I was leaning on somebody else. And what God had to show me was he was the only person I needed to lean on and get the true strength. And people ask me, where did that name iceberg come from? It came from when God spoke to me and said, he who is in you is greater than he who is in the world. He told me to look down inside of myself and see what was underneath and not focus on what others saw. Because a lot of us want to appear successful. But until you're truly successful on the inside, you're faking. And what he did, he separated me from the rest of the sheep to have a conversation with me, to dig down in myself, for me to find out who I really was and whose I was. And he poured into me. And as he poured into me, he made sure that I had nothing else to lean on but only my faith. And I walked on that faith through the course of my life. And there's nothing I've ever come across that I don't believe he's going to take care of for me. So that strength and this boldness I speak with is because I know my Father is directing me. I said this before in another keynote. Direction is more important than distance. We look at the mountaintop and we say, it's too hard to get up there. Not if you got direction. He said your steps are ordered. See, we too much want to know the how. How can we get this done? For me, faith. Knowing that my Lord owns this world. The earth is yours and the fullness thereof. And I stand on that every day of my life. So I don't believe there's nobody greater than me. I don't think I'm greater than nobody. I just know I'm here for a purpose. And so when I speak these lips of clay. I allow him to use me as the vessel. Terrence, you know, I start talking about God. We never gonna leave this.
Well, you know me, I believe in timing, and God specifically wanted you to share that with the audience today. I truly believe that when you speak, there's anointing on your life. It comes out in so many different ways, and that's why I'm so just happy that you're being a part of this expo this year, because I thought you add so much value to where the expo is going this year. So, brother, I just want to say, hey, thank you. As always, when I'm sitting down listening to you, I'm jotting down notes. And the biggest question that always seems to just resonate with me is, will you invest in you? Before you do anything else, would you invest in you? And that's a really tough question, because you know yourself. You know, what is your philosophy? You know, what do you believe in? Right? It starts with a mindset. What is your mindset? What plans do you have for you and your family, your future, your legacy? I like when you talk about the 3 Ps. And, you know, please correct me if I'm wrong, but the 3 Ps is your philosophy, your plan, and your process. Do you have these 3 Ps in place? These are some very calculated questions that anybody should be asking themselves, especially with this pandemic, because we don't know what this new normal is going to be. We know it's going to be a new normal, but we don't know what this new normal is going to be. So right now, it is paramount that we ask ourselves these very tough, calculated questions. I even wanted to go down a little bit in my notes, a little bit more when you talk about STD. And when you first said STD, I'm like, what? STD? What you talking about? I got an STD. Scared to death of success. And I can relate to that on some levels, because here again, just as you have fear in other parts of your life, you have fear just to succeed. All that comes with success. You know, people, for the most part, wearing on you, expecting things out of you, tugging on you. You got to perform all the time. So you can imagine what celebrities go through. each and every day. They can't even come out their homes without people bum rushing, you know? And so I just want to say, brother, this has been a thrill. You know, I ended with this. How much are you willing to invest in yourself to achieve the life that you want for you and your family? That's a good question. I ended with that. And so for all the viewers who has watched Thomas Wilson's session, reach out to this brother, connect with him. There's a lot of wisdom this man have to share, not so much just on how to create wealth for yourself and not just so much of trying to preserve your legacy, but just some real infinite wisdom keys that's going to really help you, and not just you, but also generations coming up behind you. Thomas, how can people connect with you after this session?
Well, you know me, I always move by the spirit, and I've had the same phone number since 1997. 336-681-3297. 336-681-3297. That number probably will never change because I've come across so many different people and so many different people have poured into me. See, I don't come on the screen and say, you know what, Damon John, business trainer. Les Brown, certified speaker. Degree in psychology, financial advisor, business coach, certified real estate investor through Robert Kiyosaki. See, people like to drop names, drop accolades. I've done it all. Jay-Z, I mean, you name a movie star, an athlete, a legend, I've been around them. I'm not starstruck. Money doesn't move me. I'm gonna tell you the most powerful thing in the world. The most powerful thing God gave us that we don't move. Wisdom. See, wealth is wisdom. Think about it. You can't never take from me what I know. And with what I know that's been passed down to me and poured into me, when I pass into my daughters, and they pass it to their kids, and they pass that compound interest. See, we hear about this law of compound interest, but we really don't understand it. It's that snowball effect. And that snowball effect, that wisdom, that compound interest is what's being used against you. So you got to turn the tables on that and say, okay, everything I know, I need to pour in somebody else. And then it grows and they pour in somebody else. And then they pour in somebody else. And now they, from generation to generation, guess what you just did? Change the mindset, philosophy. You put together a plan. Planning, that's what legacy is. And then you implement a process. That's why you see a lot of wealthy people have a trust. That trust is the documentation and how things are to be executed upon. What are you doing for your family? What's the mindset you're establishing for your family? What's the plan that you're putting together? I want to drive that home. And then a systematic process.
And Thomas, can you repeat your number?
336-681-3297. Please text me.
As you were talking,
I want to also shout you out too. I mean, Center for Home Ownership. I mean, you're doing some great work. You know, I don't know if anybody had a chance to really understand what all you do, but please take this moment to kind of tell the viewers, the audience, exactly the role you're playing in changing lives, because you're doing some powerful stuff, brother.
Well, thank you so much. Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development, we have a business academy where we work with local subject matter experts here in North Carolina. And our focus is to help small to medium businesses start, develop, and grow through proper education and also resources that's going to propel your business to the next level. I have such the joy of working with people like Thomas Wilson, Dr. Eric Kelly, and some of the speakers that's on this platform. We've done a lot of work here in North Carolina, and we're very excited because, as Thomas mentioned earlier, we got to support the Black Business Expo. This is where all businesses, no matter where you are in your business journey, you could be just thinking about a business, you could be just starting, you can be mid business, you can be an existing bigger business. No matter where you are, this is where you come to get the nutrients you need, because sometimes life gets hard. Sometimes things get in the way of business and you find yourself just in quicksand. You're doing your best, but sometimes you need a reprieve. You need to be refreshed. You need people to say, hey, it's going to be okay. And that's what this is about. This is the vision that Dr. Eric Kelly foresaw when he started the Black Business Expo well over 10 years ago. And so I'm very excited to be a part of this. Again, this is a very historic moment. This is the very first virtual Black Business Expo event. And you've seen all the speakers that's speaking from all over the world is a part of this amazing platform. So, Brother Wilson, I'm so thankful that you've given me the opportunity to share a little bit about who I am and what I look to do. Again, guys, we all work well together. Together we thrive. Collaboration is the key. One thing that Thomas said that really resonated again is 90% of Fortune 500 companies network daily. You're talking about 100 millionaires, billionaires coming together, doing business together. So why can't we? That's what this is about. It's about collaboration. We have to do it together. And one way we do it together is we definitely support one another moving forward. You also heard Mr. Wilson mention about the fundraising that we're doing. Each and every year, we always raise funds to ensure that our high school graduates attend college. We're looking to raise money for 10 scholarships and also 10 laptops. And so this year is paramount because here again, we're still going through this pandemic. So many families have been just, wow, I can't even begin to start to describe what families are going through. Loss of jobs, loss of homes, their savings has been decimated. And so this year, now more than ever, we have to come together and make sure that we raise the money that's going to help these families ensure that our bright students, our future, receive the education that they was promised for. And so again, I am Terrence Staten with Center for Home Ownership and Economic Development. I'm so excited to be on this platform. 2020 Black Business Expo USA Olympus. Dr. Eric Kelly, you're doing a phenomenal job. We really appreciate you, brother. And here again, thank you so much. Thomas, thank you so much. Is there anything else you would like to share with the audience before we move forward?
I mean, just the biggest thing, and please take action, be great. I mean, you're great. Don't let nobody tell you what you can't do. No, one thing we all know, God don't make mistakes. So if he made you, that means he made you for greatness. If we go to Genesis, he laid it out in Genesis, the success pattern. Be fruitful, multiply, replenish, subdue, dominion. Fruitful product. Multiply, reproduce it. Replenish, distribution. Subdue, control. Dominion, leadership. Understand those principles. Those are universal principles. That's it.
Well, that's the gospel, ladies and gentlemen, from Mr. Thomas Wilson, Iceberg Thomas Wilson, CEO of MVP, which stands for Mogul Vision Partnerships. Be on the lookout for his company. He's getting ready to do some amazing things with MVP. And Thomas, thank you so much. I think I speak for Dr. Eric Kelly when I say, brother, you brought it today.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Please take care.
Take care, buddy. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Well, guys, that was a great session with Thomas Wilson, again, CEO of Mogul Vision Partnerships. It is always refreshing to hear from Thomas, share tips on how to master your wealth creation and fortify your legacy. It's Impact Friday. Again, we're going to keep it coming. We are not done yet. Our next speaker has helped so many businesses establish strong leadership skills throughout the country, and we're fortunate to have him with us today. Please allow me to introduce one of the heavy hitters in the business leadership coaching industry. He's an entrepreneur, he's a public speaker, he's a philanthropist. I mean, he's based right here in Raleigh-Durham, North Carolina. He goes by the name, and I'm gonna make sure I'm saying it correctly. His name is Demetrius Bethia of Only Experts. How you doing, young man?
Good. How are you?
I am doing fine. It's such a treat to have you on board. I've heard some wonderful things about you, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's an honor just to be a part of, something as amazing as this, to bring everybody together and be able to share, information. I think that's, one of the most important things that we can do is share information.
Absolutely. And you come well regarded here in the area. I've heard some amazing things about you. Eric Kelly couldn't stop talking about you.
He's a great guy. Great. And he's giving me an opportunity like this is amazing. I'm always thankful just to be able to, come out and support. I was actually at the last one last year. And so I plan to be there next year and the year after that.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we definitely need your expertise. We need your youth. You're doing so many great things here in the state of North Carolina, of course. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. So my story is interesting. I never, saw myself as an entrepreneur, but interesting enough, I guess I've had it in my blood all this time. Prior to moving to North Carolina, I was going to school in Arizona. So I moved here to be closer to family. And for some reason, the drive from Arizona to North Carolina is really long. And in the middle of that drive, I found myself just praying. And in prayer, I found that I wanted to start a business, but didn't know where to start. So I began doing research, connecting, meeting new people, and just seeking information, as everyone who's watching is doing now. And that was where my initial company, the parent company of Only Experts, the Royal Umbrella, was born. And since then, I bootstrapped it. And during COVID, a blessing in disguise, we were able to also launch Only Experts.
Sounds good. And Only Expert is the name of your company, is that correct?
Yes. So it's a subsidiary of the Royal Umbrella, and it's an e-learning platform. Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. So what is on the training menu today? What's the name of your session?
Sure. So the name of the session is actually Success Requires Friends. So I broke down an acronym to essentially be able to assist people with leadership training, as well as how to make transition successfully during this current time that we're in.
Okay, sounds good. Well, look, we are looking forward to whatever you have to share with us today. It's Impact Friday. All the speakers today have definitely gotten us just rejuvenated, and we're ready to end 2020 with a bang going into next year. I'm pretty sure what you have will add value to everyone that's listening.
Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem. I'm looking forward to your session.
All right. Okay. So hello, everybody, that's watching. Again, my name is Demetrius Bethia. I am the founder and CEO of the Royal Umbrella. And Only Experts is our subsidiary, which is an e-learning platform to, assist individuals like yourselves who, have expertise in a particular area and they want to share it, with the world, be able to create a course and put it online. As I stated, my background is pretty much, I came to North Carolina a few years ago. I didn't know many people, didn't have, a great deal of money to get started. And I know that's a lot of hurdles that a lot of individuals have to jump over, is actually getting things started. So I'll kind of go into that. The primary thing that I did was start networking, reaching out, meeting people, seeking information, and figuring out the best way that I could actually start my business. So I'll start with a quote that I think is very relatable to a lot of individuals, which is a lot of people hear the rich get richer and the poor get poor. However, I like to state it's more so the rich get richer and the poor get educated. So today, what I'm going to do is provide some insight into some of the things that I was able to learn along the way that have been able to assist me along my journey. So today, I'm going to discuss effective ways to, one, transition your businesses online, two, become a more efficient leader, three, establish a strong online presence for your business, and then we'll kind of break down the acronym FRIENDS. So one of the things, as far as the transition online, I think a lot of businesses, small businesses that were impacted by COVID, they began to quickly realize that brick and mortars and things of this nature that had to shut down due to capacity, different regulations, they realized that they needed to actually have a presence online. And with the times that we're in now, I think a lot of people kind of took it for granted. They'll post occasionally, not necessarily on a frequent basis, and they realize that when all you have left is your connection with individuals virtually, you realize that you need to build that relationship with your customers. So one of the things that we do with On the Experts is essentially provide a platform for people to create courses. So you go online, and if you specialize in a particular area, you are able to actually take that information, create a course, and create passive income. So that way you can continue to put that information out to individuals on a consistent basis. However, you don't necessarily have to be within it at all times. So as an entrepreneur, one of the things you want to do is find a way that you're able to monetize your craft without necessarily needing to be within that business 24/7, which a lot of us do. We're in our businesses so much. We're working nonstop. We never take the time to actually find a plan that we're able to implement into our businesses, so that way our lives can extend beyond that. So some of the things that have helped me, to actually be able to transition my business online is to, one, make sure that you have a website. That's first and foremost. You need to have a website. You need to have all social media platforms that are accessible to you. That's a free way for you to market, for you to build your fan base, your customers, the individuals who follow you and engage with you and interact with you on a daily basis. So Facebook, TikTok is a new one that has been trending, and a lot of people have been able to monetize TikTok by essentially just putting videos out based upon whatever their business is. So YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, as long as your business is on all of these platforms, you're going to make sure that you're building the exposure that your business needs, as well as gaining the visibility that your business needs to ensure that people are able to continue to engage with you. As far as becoming a more efficient leader, I can speak for myself when I can say that I think one of the things that coming into it, you jump out the gate and you say, hey, I'm going to be the CEO of this business. I'm going to lead. I am going to, take this dream that I have inside of my, my mind. And I'm going to make it a reality. I'm going to make it something that, can feed my family, and continue my legacy. And I think that majority of entrepreneurs feel this way. They want to, build something that's long lasting. However, I think one of the problems that we see is that a lot of people that are going into entrepreneurship aren't necessarily focused on the systems. To be an efficient leader, you need to make sure that you have the proper systems in place to make sure that your business is always running. Because if you're the only person within your business that is completing the work, if for some reason you can't, then your business isn't running. Your customers aren't being serviced. There's no way for your business to continue. So ensuring that you have the proper systems in place, ensuring that you have the proper people in place, and ensuring that the people who are around you are going to continue to be a resource for you. Also, one of the things that I wanted to really break down was just this acronym. It's always been easy for me to understand things when they're just broken down into something that is both, easy to use, easy to implement into my life, easy to grasp. So I broke down friends. I think we all can relate to that. We all have friends. So I broke it down, and I'll give you guys a few quotes that I think everyone is familiar with. So if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. There is no I in team, and teamwork makes the dream work. What all of these things have in common is that they're all saying that you need some type of team, you need some type of togetherness, some type of unity to reach your goals. So if you want to reach your goals, you want to get to where you're going, you need to make sure that you have the proper people around you. Essentially, success requires friends. So how I broke down friends is the F is for focus. So you want to ensure that you're focused on what your goal is, not simply just I want to go from where I currently am to, I want to go to the next tax bracket. I want to be able to make more money. I want to be able to take more trips, but more so focused on your business itself. When I started my first business, the goal was focusing on what's going on around the business, what's going on within the current market, completing market research, ensuring that I'm connecting with other players that are in the game, making sure that I am focused on understanding the compliance. What things do I need to make sure that my business has? How do I ensure that I get Hub certified? How do I ensure that I can become of value to organizations that I'm attempting to serve? So focusing on every small detail to make sure that all of those things are taken care of, I think were very important things for me. In addition to that, the R is resources. So with resources, one of the important things is not only, just for you to be able to work with other people, but, you want to be a resource to them as well. So you want to utilize not only tangible resources such as, computers and things like that, but you also have individuals who can become, resources, advocates for you, individuals who can actually speak on your behalf and assist you with becoming more successful in a particular industry or field that you're looking to, enter. So you want to, be a resource and utilize your resources. A quick story about that is, coming to North Carolina, like I said, I didn't have a huge network. I didn't have, somebody that I could lean on to say, hey, I want to start this business. How do I do it? I was blessed to be surrounded by, individuals that who eventually, as I continue to put myself in different rooms and continue to, again, focus on networking, focus on learning, I began being around individuals who were like-minded, who eventually became resources for me. I attended multiple events a week, such as events like these, such as, networking events, anything that I could learn and gain some type of information or insight. And over time, my network grew, my understanding of the industry grew, my understanding of how to make connections, how to properly become of value to individuals who I was networking with, that grew. And over time, have been put into situations where I've been able to share, some of the information that I've been blessed with. So in exchange for that, a lot of the times when you're sharing this information, you're becoming a resource to people. People begin to readily give you information as well. So I would say, leaning back to the first one, focus on making sure that you surround yourself with like-minded people, focus on gaining the information. And once you have the information, once you have a larger network, once you have individuals who are around you that can assist you, I would say make sure that you become a resource to them. There's a couple of different types of people I would say that I've ran into. And I would say that the ones who I remember are always the givers. The givers are the ones who you remember, the ones who willingly give you information, the ones who willingly help you and provide information to you, the ones who empower you, the ones who tell you that, like I'm telling you today, that you can be a leader. You can go into your industry regardless of age, no matter how young you are, no matter wherever you stand, you have the ability and the capability to become a leader within your industry. It doesn't matter how you look. It doesn't matter, where you started. All that matters is that you're focusing on, one, making sure that you understand the information within your industry, making sure that you have submerged yourself within the information that you are going to be providing within your business. And over time, you will continue to connect with individuals who will become, resources for you. The I is going to be impact. This is one of the major ones for me. I know how it feels to be seeking employment and not being able to find it. When I initially started the Royal Umbrella, the goal was to assist people with finding meaningful and gainful employment that they were able to actually, take care of their families. Employment is one of the most, crucial parts of our lives. A lot of times we spend more time at work than we spend with our families. And it's something that's needed. We need to have a source of income or multiple sources of income. And the goal was I wanted to provide or make that transition process easier. And so as I began, to embark on this, very, large task, at 24, I started that. At 24, I started embarking on this journey of, assisting individuals with their path to, finding employment, working with different companies, government entities. And as we began down that path, I saw that, as I learned more and more, as I focused, as I became a resource, I saw how my impact grew. I was able to assist individuals with things that, sometimes that the knowledge that we have, we sometimes take for granted. We're not necessarily always able to, we're not always able to understand that some of the things that we may take for granted, some of the knowledge that we have that other individuals don't. And I saw how quickly people began to lean towards me as an expert, as someone within the field that I was in, as being someone that they could understand things from. So the impact grew. People were telling me that my advice helped them to get this job, or my services helped them to, fix their resume. They were able to, get a raise within their current employer. The reviews, the videos of assisting, not only individuals, but businesses, because again, my focus was on assisting, serving, being a servant to others. So as that happened, we began offering more services, assisting nonprofits. And as a result of some of the individuals we were able to assist, they were able to get funding. They were able to continue their impact. So it's a domino effect. When you focus, when you become a resource, when you are making sure that you are focused on the impact of what you are trying to do, it's a domino effect of success. You will not only be successful, but the individuals who you encounter will also be successful. The individuals that you will assist, you will make life-changing, a life-changing impact in their life. And I think that was one of the things that was so big for me. That was what continued to drive me. It's what drives me now. Even within my industry, being one of the youngest individuals in my industry, being very few African Americans within my industry. What drives me is knowing that I'm making an impact. So I want you to focus again on the first three letters, F, focus. So focus on what you're learning. Focus on the what you need to do to become an expert within your field. R, become a resource to others, and utilize the resources that are available to you. And then you want to make sure that the impact that you're having on individuals, that you make sure that you continue to try to impact individuals in a positive way. Start by serving. When you serve with a humble and grateful heart, individuals will also serve you in return. And that's is just one of the things that have helped me to this point, that continues to help me learn and grow within my industry. Leading me to E. And this may be the most important one. E is execution. So the execution of the things that you focused, you became a resource. You are utilizing your resources. you are making an impact within your industry, you need to make sure that you continue to execute. So to have a great idea or to have great focus but not great follow through is going to be very difficult for you to be a leader, for you to make any type of true impact within your industry if you just have great ideas that have no follow through behind them. So I would say make sure that you are following through, make sure that you are taking the steps to actually execute the things that you are laying out that you want to do to make the impact that you're trying to make. Additionally, I would say that following that execution, you also need to understand the need. So when we're developing ideas, I think a lot of times we want this idea to work, but I think there's a couple of things you need to put into thought before you continue making whatever the decision is that you're going to make. If you're struggling right now in your business, if you currently are a business owner, you need to think of what is the need? What is the need for your services? Why would they go to you? What is your X factor? What is the thing that separates you from the competitors? What is your ability to execute? Can you execute the things that they need, depending whatever the services may be, whether you're a tax consultant, whether you're a financial advisor, whether you are, whatever the business that you are in. If you are fulfilling a need, you need to understand, first and foremost, is this something that people want? Is this something that people have asked for? If this is a need that someone is seeking to fill, then my suggestion would be to you, first and foremost, a quick way for you to figure that out is do the market research. Figure out what are people currently utilizing? What are people struggling with? Where does the problem lie? And I think then that's where you'll find the need. For example, for Only Experts, a lot of people saw the problems with COVID. A lot of people saw that, okay, our businesses can't open, our brick and mortars can't open. That's a problem. We can't necessarily, get the money that we would typically get because we can't have any customers here. And that's a problem. We can't go outside as we typically would. So that's a problem. And then, of course, the scare of Corona itself is also a problem. I viewed it less of a problem, more as an opportunity for individuals to expand from their comfort zone, to actually go from the place that they currently were, which is within brick and mortars, within, whether they're working at corporate offices, and to take a step back and let's not look at it from the stance of this is a problem, but this is an opportunity. And when there's an opportunity, then I think that it provides you a space to say, okay, everyone has a skill. And this is just how I viewed it as I was figuring out what was the need for, an additional service from us. Everybody has a need in this time. So how do we fit into this picture? And what I saw was everyone was an expert within some field. They had some level of expertise. However, a lot of times people were sharing this information, especially because they were at home, for free. They were saying, okay, I'm going to, discuss some of the things that we have, that I do. And they put it on Instagram, they put it on social media, and they're putting it out for free, and they're not monetizing their brilliance. And that's when I said, this is an opportunity for individuals who typically, put this information out for free, to put them inside of a course, put it together, make it to where people can actually, learn something during this time, learn a new skill that they can monetize, where, they can, take the time to, if they're not seeking to learn, they're seeking to create a course. So I took the time to understand, and then following that up with, the execution of it, which is actually, having the code developed, having these things developed and put into place to create systems for individuals to easily use that they can accomplish, so that they can accomplish their goals. So those steps, as far as finding the need, they all come together in the sense of you find the need, you're focused, you're a resource, you are focused on the impact. How am I impacting individuals with this service? And then you also are looking at it and saying, okay, now that I've done all these things, I'm executing it, you know, it brings us to the D. The D is definite purpose. There's going to be trials and tribulations. If you are a leader within your field, there's going to be trials and tribulations, regardless of what they may be. They differ for everyone, whether it's ageism, whether it's racism, whether it's limiting you to your abilities based upon, you know, gender. There's numerous trials and tribulations as a business owner, as a leader. And I would say that one of the things that helped me to bypass some of these trials and tribulations would be the definite purpose, the understanding that this is what I was called to do. So the trials and tribulations are to be expected. However, I've prayed over this. I've focused on this. I have sought out information and I have provided information. I have served others. I have made sure that I was gaining the information, doing the market research, focused on the execution. Therefore, regardless of these trials and tribulations, I know that this is my calling. So for anybody who is, you know, second guessing your business, uncertain of whether or not it will work, that is going to also be displayed when you speak about your business. You know, if you were to go, you know, and say you needed to get a tire changed, and you go in and say, hey, I need to get this tire changed. And they say, you know, we might be able to do it. We might not. It's a little bit tough right now. You're not going to feel certain about that individual, nor will you recommend them. Will you ever go back to them? You need to understand your definite purpose. So that way when you speak about your business, people understand that you have put that time in, you put the work in, you focused, you have used every resource to you to become the best possible, to provide the best possible service or product to, you know, that particular customer or business, whatever you're, you know, whoever you serve, that you've made sure that you put in, you know, the needed time to make sure that you're serving them. A lot of times, you know, I would say, you know, as a leader, you know, especially as a millennial leader, somebody who in a majority of rooms that I enter, I'm the youngest in the room. I quickly realized that I needed to make sure that first and foremost, that I was walking by faith into every room, because I understood that there were certain barriers that I would have to cross. I'm not certain of what your barriers may be or what your trials may be as you enter the room. But I had race against me, 1, I had age against me, 2. And I knew that walking into every room, but I also knew that this was my definite purpose. This is what I was born to do. This is what I was created to do. This is how I make an impact amongst not only myself, but amongst my peers, amongst individuals who I interact with. This is what I was called to do. So I walk with that every single day. I represent myself and who I am as a whole authentically in every room that I walk into. And so I encourage you as leaders to do the same. When you meet individuals, when you are becoming a resource, when you are sharing your wisdom, your thoughts, you know, the gifts that you've been blessed with, you need to walk, one, authentically, being your, you know, your true self, and also, you know, make sure that you're walking by faith, that you're not necessarily putting your, you know, your head down as you walk. You're making sure that you, as a leader, understand that the information that you have, the research that you've done, that you know, going back to the acronym, the focus, right? You've been a resource to others, and others have been a resource to you. Your impact, the execution, the need, the definite, all of these things, you know this as you walk into any room. So as you are engaging your employees, as you are, you know, working with your staff, as you are working with other individuals, that bleeds through, that continues to, you know, assist your business to scale over time, because you know, people want to see confidence in a business, and as a leader, you have the obligation to not only, you know, be able to execute the things within your business, but you have to make sure that you're able to assist the individuals who work for you, your employees. So when you're employing individuals, you have to be able to make sure that you keep employee morale up. How do you keep employee morale up? How do you engage with people if you are doubting yourself, if you're not walking in your definite purpose? For myself, as I've employed individuals, when I'm looking at, working with the individual, whether it's on a contractual basis, full-time basis, whatever the employment status is, I recognize that there's certain things that they're going to need from me. There's certain things that they're going to need from me as an employer, which is they're going to need to know that first and foremost that I understand my business requirements and that I have a laid out, set of, standard operating procedures that I have implemented to make their, lives a tad bit, easier. So that way they can, come in, execute their job. And the difference between the business owner and the employee is primarily that the business owner has to put the systems in place, but they have to be easy for that employee to use. So as a leader, you take on a lot of that. And if you are doubting yourself in your definite purpose, if you are for some reason, not focused, if you're not becoming a resource to those employees, if you're not providing, or making an impact in that employee's life, then it's quickly going to be, you're quickly going to be doing those things yourself, because you're going to lose employees. You're going to lose people who want to be engaged with your business. So understanding that your definite purpose, as you walk in your business, as you employ individuals, as you become a resource to these individuals, as you become a person who is a resource on a consistent basis, providing them with knowledge, opportunities to grow, not only in salary, but in knowledge, in insight into the business, different development opportunities that don't necessarily have to be related to any type of monetary gain, but more so knowledge and future opportunities. Those individuals will continue to serve you. So being in your definite purpose isn't solely just saying, I know this is what I want to do, but it's also, how you carry out the business activities, how you interact with individuals. You need to, make sure that that's clear in all interactions. Leading me to, the S, which is solution oriented. One of the things that I recognize as far as, as much as I hate the word problems, occasionally a problem will arise within a business. A lot of times it's more so, you just haven't found the solution yet. Or you don't have you haven't asked the right questions, certain things, aren't in place. But in the case that there is a problem, your mindset has to be focused on finding a solution. When initially starting out a business, there's going to be certain things that are, very, difficult as far as different, again, going back to trials and tribulations. And I think that if your mindset is focused solely on the problem and what the problem is, and, what you're currently going through, in that current moment, and not focused on how does my business look 3, 5, 7 years from this moment. If you're not looking at how does this look for my employees' families? How does this look for, my own family? If I allow this particular problem to impact me, then, and there's no solution, then your business is going to go under. You're going to be faced with problems. COVID was, to a lot of people was a problem. Again, how I viewed it was more so as an opportunity to assist and serve individuals. But for many people, it was a problem. It's been a very difficult year. So again, as a leader within my industry, I saw that COVID was impacting the individuals that I serve. And if it's something is impacting the individuals which I serve, the customers which I serve, then my company has to provide a solution. So continuously being solution oriented. And that's beyond and outside of the scope of just myself, but also for, any customer, anyone who I've interacted with. I want to make sure that we're providing solutions, that we're providing, a way for them to, for life to be a tad bit easier, especially during a time like this. We want to make sure that, we have social unrest. We have, there was just, an election. It's been so many things that have occurred this year. People want to know that when they need service, that when they need to go somewhere, that they're receiving that, you know, at least something is consistent. You want to consistently provide good service, because right now is a great time to provide good service, but a horrible time to leave a bad impression on someone. You know, if someone's going to remember you for anything at this particular moment in time, you want it to be that during a very difficult time in their life, during a very stressful year, that you were able to provide them with resources and service that they weren't able to find anywhere else. So for all of the entrepreneurs that are watching, all of the individuals who are maybe you're aspiring to be an entrepreneur, maybe you are just getting started on your journey, I would say take the time to first and foremost understand the acronym that I just explained to you, friends, and we'll go back over it here, but take the time to understand it, and then as you continue to understand it, you know, I think that, you know, it will assist you. It will assist you as you transition into becoming, you know, a leader. If you are already a leader, I think it's a very easy way to implement that into, you know, your day-to-day activities, how you engage with other individuals, how you engage with employees. And it'll also assist you with transitioning online. So going back to the beginning. So friends is going to stand for focus, which we understand now to be how you view and how you pay attention to the things that are going on around you within your business, outside of your business, things that are impacting your business, making sure that you stay within your business, that you are networking, that you are focused on all things that could potentially impact you. Resources. You want to continuously be a resource for others and allow others to be a resource to you. You know, mutually beneficial relationships are going to always assist you as it pertains to, you know, scaling your business to the next level. Make sure that you're providing services to other people, allowing them to provide them to you. Again, be a resource and allow others to be a resource to you. You want to make sure that your impact is something that's going to always not just help your business on a monetary side, but help to, you know, make someone's life better in some way. In any business, there's a way for you to make a long-lasting impact inside someone's life. And I would encourage you as a leader to seek those opportunities. Seek the time when you can provide someone with a way that they can you know, change their lives for the better. Whether it's with information, whether it's with a service or product, take the time to do that. Your execution of these things, I mean, without saying, I mean, again, I definitely think that execution is going to be the most important thing for any leader. If you are, it doesn't matter what stage of your business you're in, you know, if you're in the beginning of your stage, if you're in the beginning stage of your business, if you're developing an idea, if you are already, you know, starting your business out, if it's a small business, medium-sized business, if you're a six-figure business, seven-figure business, the lack of execution will quickly close your doors and quickly run away employees. You know, you have to have the ability to execute and pivot. The only thing constant is change. If you are not changing with the times, then you are being left behind. So when we talk about the transition into going online, when we talk about the transition into, you know, taking your business and moving it to a platform such as Only Experts, we have the ability to create courses online. There's only a handful of platforms that are going to empower you to do this. And, you know, I never say, you know, competitors essentially is more so, you know, these are, you know, people who are within the same industry as myself, because we all see the same solution. So I would say that I would encourage you, take the time to browse your resources. Take your time to browse the information that you have. Some of the things that you may think, well, everybody knows this, because more than likely there's somebody out that doesn't. And that's a potential way for you to serve and make an impact in someone's life. And, you know, you definitely don't want to miss that opportunity at a time like this when people need to be encouraged. And then again, you want to make sure the people need what you want. Just because, you know, you enjoy, you know, doing one particular thing within your business, just because you are you know, doing one thing that makes you feel great, if there's no impact being made on someone else's life, If nobody else is feeling great after receiving this service, or you're just not seeing people reach out for it, it may not mean that your service or product isn't great. It just may mean that people don't necessarily need it. Are you an alternative, or are you a groundbreaking idea? If you are a need-based business, is there a need that's not being met within your business? Is there a service issue? You want to make sure that you're evaluating everything that's going on within your business to ensure that people needs are being met. And also, is the need actually present, or is it something that you are just solely passionate about? Definite purpose, again, making sure that people, that you are walking in your definite purpose and you know that this is what you're meant to do. And then solution oriented, making sure that you are always focused on providing a solution as opposed to being problem focused. So, as it pertains to to my business and to the things that I do on a daily basis as a leader, some of the things that have assisted me along my journey, I would say, is first and foremost making sure that you are taking the time to communicate in a way that allows individuals that you are working closely with to be able to, one, voice their opinion, but two, also understand you clearly. I think sometimes, as a leader, we've been misled to believe that you must lead from a stance of, essentially a dictatorship. However, we've seen that has not necessarily been effective. I think that you should be direct in your, communication. However, be understanding. Allow individuals to feel as if you're someone that they can, grow with. If an individual feels like they're limited in growth, then they will grow elsewhere. So I would say make sure that you are communicating effectively, making sure that you are efficient in the way that you are working with the people who work with you. Another thing that has also assisted me along this journey has been always seeking information that can assist me with growing within my business. Once we offer one service and that service is up and running, the focus is saying, how do we get to the next service? How do we get to the next thing that can provide more of an impact? The goal is always impact. It's never necessarily monetary gain. The goal is always, how do I impact more people? How do I provide more people with the resources that they need to thrive? And over time, that has proved to be a very effective and efficient method of offering services and products. And as it relates to your business, I would say after you leave this call, make sure that you take the time to do an evaluation of, the services that you're currently offering, making sure that you are taking time to, look at yourself as a leader, and understand that if you're in your definite purpose, if this is what you are called to do, if God called you to provide services and to assist individuals in life in any shape, form, or fashion, it's your obligation to do that at the highest level. It's your obligation to make sure that people are, not only, getting your service or product, but they're getting something, an experience. And as a leader, it's your obligation to deliver that. And for your employees, for the people that work for you, you want to make sure that they are also, empowered, that they're receiving all the services that they can. There's so many different ways that, as a leader, you can be, feel overwhelmed. You carrying the weight of a business, of the success and the failure on your shoulders. If you're not necessarily, understanding that, hey, I need to take the time to actually, first and foremost, leverage my resources and my network and the individuals who I'm communicating with, and also take the time to, grow and find different ways to engage with the people who I'm working with. It's quickly going to become a very stressful and difficult situation for you to grow in. So if I can do it, if I can lead, I have faith, and I truly support you 100%. Because if I can go from having zero network, if I can go from having bootstrapping a company, working more than one job, and pouring everything to my business, if I can do that, then it's possible for anyone if you understand that this is your definite purpose. If you understand that this is what you were called to do. If you understand that, you may fall, you may stumble, but you're going to get up another, and fight another day, that you are going to, still be able to reach your final goal, that you're going to provide those solutions, that you're going to be able to offer, those resources to individuals at a very high level on a consistent basis, regardless of what you may be going through in this current moment. You have to really understand that. And I can't, emphasize that enough, but, walk in your purpose and make sure that everyone that you interact with, that you leave them better than you found them, that you provide them with resources and things that they can use to thrive in life. And if you continue to do that as a leader, you will, the people who are following behind you for, that knowledge, they'll continue to follow, they'll continue to serve you because you've served them first. So I want to make sure that that's clear to everyone. In addition to that, some tangible tips for you. As we discuss, the transition from business in person to business online. A few very, simple services that you can use. Mailjet, free service to use, very easy to implement. It can be implemented utilizing coding. It can be implemented directly into your system if you're not using code, if you're just using something such as Wix or a free platform such as that. If you're building it directly, again, Mailjet is a great resource for you. A very inexpensive one that many people utilize, Canva, is a great one for creating content. So if you want to create products, as far as if you're selling products or creating a service, you want to establish yourself as a leader, you have to utilize all the social media platforms to make sure that you're gaining, visibility within your industry. So utilize resources such as Canva that are relatively inexpensive, and you can create as much content as you would like on there. You can schedule your content to be posted, so that way you don't have to. Again, the goal, like we spoke about in the beginning, is to take the time to put in the work, build the systems, create a standard operating procedure, and then be able to step away. You don't want to have a business that you have to be in 24/7. So following that, other than Canva, I would say for, creating content, you also want to utilize, they have, Monday, which is a great platform, a great collaborating tool for you to manage, smaller businesses. So as a leader, you have the ability to offer, the ability for individuals to work within Monday. Is a great platform for you to designate tasks, track, and keep track of metrics. So if you have a small business, let's say between 5 to 10 employees, you don't necessarily need a large platform. A great way for you to make the transition online. Utilize Monday. Everyone can utilize Monday from the comfort of their home, and you can make sure that you're tracking the metrics and the performance of the employees that you're working with. In addition to Canva, Monday, there's also sites such as Fiverr.com, which is a great resource if you're just getting started. If you're just getting started and you need something that you can, pay a small amount of money for a business consultant, if you want to, pay for individuals to do your, email marketing, someone who can assist you with website, any changes in your website. Maybe you don't have time to go on Canva. You can also go on Fiverr and have someone create content for you. In addition to that, there's also Upwork, Upwork.com. It's another great platform. If you listen to what I said today and said, you know what, I have some work to do. I'm going to create a service. I'm going to create something that people can utilize. I'm going to do my market research. I'm going to make sure I'm focused. I understand what people, are needing. And I'm going to build something that can create a solution to serve others. If that's your thought process, I've done my job here effectively. And I want you to go to Upwork. You can hire a developer. You can hire a team that will be able to take the information that you have in your brain and make it a reality. So it's a great way for you to have a team at your disposal without necessarily going through the steps of, employment, which can be very difficult for someone who's just starting out. If you don't have the resources available to you, if you don't necessarily have, payroll, you don't have things like that, you can contract someone out, go through an Upwork, take the time to do that. I just want to make sure that anytime I speak to anyone, whether no matter how large the group is, I always want to make sure that I'm providing tangible tips to you, because the tangible tips are the things that you can walk away with, the things that you can utilize within your business to take you from where you are now to the next level. So cut down overhead costs, make sure you put those systems into place, properly manage your employees, and make sure that you are offering them every potential resource that they can use. I also want to make sure that, leaving here today, that you can, effectively, walk in your definite purpose. I think if you walk away with anything today, walk away with the ability to understand that, there's no coincidences. If you're seeing this, it's for a reason. If you are, looking for a sign, this is it. If you are a leader, it's time for you to, take charge, make an impact. We need more leaders. We need more individuals who are willing to take the risk and create businesses, who are willing to, make the transition from, the brick and mortar businesses to going online. We need that. We need you. So take the time to, understand the Friends acronym, understand, these platforms that are the resources that I gave you, understand the access that you have to these resources, because it's going to quickly, very quickly, become, very saturated over time. Everyone's making, businesses online. So take this time now while people are transitioning to take a good look at your business. Take a good look at yourself as a leader, as a business owner, as a servant to others, to the community, and ask yourself, how do you implement these services that you offer to, in a different manner? If you were offering your services typically within a brick and mortar, okay, now go to Upwork, create an app, quick turnaround time, use the social media platforms that I've just provided to you. Make sure that you're promoting your app. Let individuals know that it's out. Let individuals know that now your business is going to be offering the same services that you already offered, but now they'll be offered through the application. Not a huge overhead for you to get started, but it's a very quick way for you to transition your customers to you online, without the the time that it would typically take to hire someone, bring them on board. Utilize that resource. Utilize those sites. And make sure that you are empowering people. So, as I close, I just want to make sure that, we just touch base. We'll go from the top and kind of go over again, the term, the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. I want us to do away with that term. I want us to do away with the idea that we do not have the ability to utilize the resources at our hands, that we don't have the ability to, take the skills that we've been gifted with, the knowledge that we've been gifted with. We have always been, we will always be, the individuals who shift, the culture forward. We're the ones who make the impacts. We have been driving fashion. We've been driving the trends inside of multiple industry for decades, and we continue to do so. So the idea that the poor get poorer is poor get poorer is essentially dismissing our brilliance. So the rich get richer until the poor get educated. I pray that the information that I provided to you has provided some insight into different ways that you can become effective within your industry.
But Demetrius, what a fantastic presentation this is. And the information is, it's just super. If those who are listening and don't take this advice, shame on you. Because that friends definition or acronym that you just gave us, that is a roadmap. That is a blueprint for having a successful business. So that was absolutely awesome. I love
Thank you so much.
Only experts.
Yes.
Because that's what you do. You bring us to that expert arena. And like you said, you have that standard of excellence. So if you're going to do it with excellence. I
couldn't agree more.
I absolutely love it. Well, we thank you so much for this information and for your time and for sharing this with us. It's just been absolutely phenomenal.
Of course,
And
thank you guys so much just for this opportunity. I'm so grateful for you guys having me.
you're more than welcome. Is there any contact information you'd like to leave?
Yes, if you guys reach out to me on LinkedIn, Demetrius Bethea. You can also find me on Instagram, Demetrius.Bethea, or just send me an email, info@onlyexperts.co. Shoot me an email. I'm more than happy to talk with you.
But thank you so much. We appreciate you.
All right, thank
All
you.
right. We'll see you later.
All right.
Okay. Well. Listen, that was some fantastic information. And no, I am not Dr. Eric Kelly. However, I am Maxine Pearl Phillips, the owner of GAMS Unlimited. And I am the scholarship chair for the Black Business Expo. It's an honor to be the chair, but at the same token, I can't do it alone. I need you all's help. And so every opportunity we get, we talk about scholarships and we talk about how we're going to help the young people with laptops and up to $5,000. But what are some of the areas in which they're probably going to be using this information in? Some of them want to be entrepreneurs. Some of them are going to go on to college, 2-year, 4-year trade schools. So some of the, just think about it. Imagine this. We've supplied them with the laptop. We've given them this money. They're using this fantastic, scholarship. They're going into advertisement. They're helping us market our products, our business. They're in the arts. They're creating this fantastic art that's being muraled on different cities and commissioned by different, not only here in the United States, but countries. What about them being the business owners and they're becoming the entrepreneurs? They're starting and they're supplying the community with fantastic products. Who's to say they're not the next scientists for some of these other diseases that they can find a cure for? How about hospitality? We had a young man on earlier who talked about, the food industry that he's in and all the success that he's had. His wife started out as a caterer, but what? He came on board to help. So we have young people who are chefs. They're already a chef and they're working at some of the community colleges and learning this information. Journalism, or public relations, they get a chance to put this information out there. We have this digital world. You have what? Digital magazines. You have digital newspaper. We have digital news. Well, not newspaper, but news. But all of this information is going to be used once they get these scholarships. So that's why we need your help. We have a young man that's coming on soon that's going to be talking about technology. We got robotics. We got the medical profession. We have all this great information, architect, building these fantastic buildings. And then we have marketing. I know for the longest, I needed that marketing strategy. And without that marketing strategy, you can have content, you can have the business going, you can have everything you need. But if no one can find you, then hello, you're not going to be found. And so how are you going to get the business off the ground? But we're going to help these young people do that through the scholarships that we're offering. So that's why we need your help. That's why we want you to come on board. That's why we want you to be a part of the Scholarship Foundation. And that is the main why, is the reason why we're having this Black Business Expo. Dr. Kelly went to school on a scholarship, and look what he's doing. The scholarship was all about art, but he's taking that art to another level. I mean, my business, the part of my business is called Level Less. I work with women succeeding, but Level Less is all about continuous success, but the success is defined by you. And that's what we help our young people to understand. They have that change of mindset. And, Demetrius was just talking about walking in your purpose. And when you understand that purpose, boy, oh boy, you can knock any barrier down. You can climb any mountain that needs to be climbed. You're going to push through those adversities because you understand your purpose. And many of our young people, they know their purpose. But what about those who have not yet identified them? Well, I have my part of my organization is an assessment where we help them to identify what is their God-given ability and how do you map that into a strategy that's available. So it's awesome to be able to, Dr. Eric has put together this fantastic expo that's being viewed around the world. And we have global leaders and experts that's here to talk with us about some things that they're doing and the technology that's being offered. It's just phenomenal. So if you have not shared this with others, you need to send and share this right now with your family, your friends, any co-workers that you can, that you know of right now. Go on and take a moment, push it forward. This information need to be heard. And remember, it's 24/7 and it doesn't end until Sunday. They can go back and look at all of the experts, all of the presenters from Monday all the way through the entire week. This is something that's historical. I mean, I can't even pronounce the right word, but we're making history, put it like that. And this is the first time it's ever been done, but it started with a vision. It started with being focused. It started with being what? A resource, intentional, executing. I'm going through the friends that Demetrius just talked about. And it's and also definite purpose as well as what? Solution driven. Absolutely beautiful. So use that acronym to help you move your business forward. I think we have our guest is probably about ready to come on, and he's coming on right now. Hey, Krishan, how are you this evening?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well, thank you very much.
Well, we thank you so much for being here, and we have London in the house, everybody. Yay! That is awesome. We're so glad to have you with us, and thank you for taking the time. We are so excited to hear about all this technology that you're going to be sharing with us. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. I think that would be the better way to handle it because you can tell us all the great things that you've done. Don't look at it as bragging. Look at it as sharing. Okay. All right. So
Sure.
tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Kushawn Powell. I'm from London. I'm from Southeast London to be exact. And I currently study computer science and artificial intelligence at a uni in UK called Loughborough University. I build mobile apps and I, specialize in artificial intelligence as a whole. I'm someone that, I pride myself in, thinking about the future and, how we as, humans can benefit with the types of technologies that are coming forward in the future. So, I'm excited to, tell you guys, a few technologies that are coming out. I'm probably sure that you guys haven't heard of some of them, but you may have, but, I'll add some, background in how I feel that we can actually, make use of these technologies and actually, do some serious stuff with it. Yeah.
Excellent. Listen, even if we have heard of it, we need to hear it again because nothing like hearing, because what you're going to present it a different way, even if we have heard of it. And it never hurts to have reinforcement.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I'm going to excuse myself and I'm going to let you take it from here. I'm excited and ready to hear what you have to say. So take it away.
Sweet. So I know right about now it's just gone past 12 o'clock, in London at the moment. So a big shout out to my people in London, in the UK, and a big shout out to my family and friends and those over in the USA, especially those in North Carolina at the moment that's given me this opportunity. Big thank you to Dr. Eric, and Demetrius, for giving me this opportunity. But as I'm someone that is highly passionate about technology, many people probably wonder, where is technology going? How essentially can we, shape our future as Black people? But without further ado, we're providing some context into that. So who am I? I'm Kushawn Powell. As I said, I was born and raised in London, and I study computer science and artificial intelligence. I pride myself in, knowing how we can use technologies for the future and how the current technologies that are emerging, how we can, essentially disrupt the scene. My interests, include, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, mobile technology, quantum computing, blockchain technology, and most importantly, I also have a massive interest in social mobility. Reason for that is because coming from my background, I'm aware of the struggles that we as Black people face, Bear in mind, I come from a family where I was raised by a single mother, and me being the oldest, I'm aware of the struggles essentially. So, what are the technologies of the future? One technology of the future which we currently see at the moment is mobile technology. At this present time, it's running rampant with numerous apps always being downloaded on the App Store. But for those that own businesses, for those that do not have a mobile presence, I want to ask you why? Why do you not have a mobile presence? 6 out of 10 shoppers say that if essentially a brand has a platform on a mobile phone, that is very important to them selecting that brand and actually buying goods from that brand. You might be wondering, what kinds of mobile, applications or what kind of use does mobile technology bring? For those that, probably run businesses whereby, there's lots of bookings occurring. You could use mobile technology to help you and your clients to be able to easily manage your bookings. For also those that also, provide education, those that are schooling others, you could create a mobile application that has the power to educate others. One very good one that I use commonly is, as we all know, YouTube. YouTube can be used as an educational platform. As someone that is a programmer, you can easily, type what kind of programming language you want to learn, and YouTube shows that to you. With mobile technology, we also have the ability to, develop health applications that are able to help our health. And we're also able to build financial applications that can help our finances, help us to budget, help us to monetize, and help us to essentially make greater use out of the money that we have available. Another technology is virtual reality. Virtual reality is whereby it's a simulated experience. Imagine yourself in a world, not in the real world, but in a digital world. For those of us that are gamers, we love playing Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. But just imagine if we were actually able to be in the world, be able to actually be immersed within the world of these gaming experiences. For those that are running businesses, one example I'll give to you guys, one where I think that you guys could possibly innovate your businesses, is via the use of virtual reality. One example is whereby, imagine if you're an estate agent, and before you carry visitors on a tour of a house, imagine you essentially giving them virtual reality glasses which are able to show them what their home would look like even before they step into the house. On the other hand, imagine those of you that work in human resources. COVID has come, and due to that, there's not a lot of personal contact. But imagine if you was able to train employees via the use of virtual reality, enabling them to be immersed within an on-job experience while they are actually not on the job. But now, here's one of my favorites, the Internet of Things. Essentially, the Internet of Things is whereby physical objects, which are in quotation marks described as the things, are essentially interconnected with each other via the use of the internet. Essentially these things constantly transmit data in between each other. And that enables all these devices to be connected and know what's going on all the time. One common use of the Internet of Things is via the use of virtual assistants like Alexa. For those of us that do have an Alexa, we're able to say, Alexa, turn off the lights. And Alexa is able to connect with our lights and know, turn off the lights. But just imagine this for a second. Imagine a future whereby when you leave your workplace on your way home, as you're approximately 10 minutes away from your door, your house knows that you're about to enter the home coming back from work. Imagine this is around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, where you're tired. And as you open your door, your tea machine starts to prepare some tea for you. Your lights start to come on. And essentially, your whole entire house, how you like your house to be prepared for you once you come back from work, is prepared via the use of automation and via the use of the Internet of Things. That is the future which I look forward to see. Another technology is blockchain. Blockchain is essentially a digital record of transactions. One way which blockchain is commonly used at this present time is via the use of smart contracts. Smart contracts are essentially contracts which execute upon a certain criteria or condition being met. So for example, if I'm a business owner that owns a shipping company, I have the ability to set a smart contract which which essentially monitors where the ship is in the world, and upon the ship leaving and entering, leaving the dock and entering another dock, payments can be instantly transferred to my company. Another use of blockchain is via the use of cryptocurrencies. As many of us might have heard of, blockchain, Bitcoin, how Bitcoin is, the new currency. But one thing I would like to highlight with cryptocurrency is that every cryptocurrency has a special use. Some cryptocurrencies are used to, only be used during gambling. Some cryptocurrencies are also used to also power, for example, the gaming sector. But I would like to go back in time and show you some history and how I thought that blockchain technology could possibly be used based on our history in the modern day era. And this is the Black Wall Street. In the early 20th century, in an area called Tulsa, Oklahoma, there was essentially an area which was called the Black Wall Street. The reason for this was because this area was a vibrant entrepreneurial community which was full of Black people. And as a result of that, all forms of money or transactions which was flown into the Black Wall Street was essentially kept within that small knitted Black community. And as a result of that, Black people in that area prospered. But unfortunately, in 1921, there was essentially a race massacre with thousands of businesses, burnt down and many people dead. But what I would like to present to you guys is, imagine if we had our own currency, a cryptocurrency that could be used to create the next Black digital Wall Street. Imagine if we as Black people had a cryptocurrency that was able to be easily traded between each other. And as a result, that would essentially ensure that money and transactions would be kept within our communities. That's just some food for thought. Just like how all other cryptocurrencies have a specific use. Some are used just for gambling, some are used just for gaming. How about if we had one that was just used for black businesses? But most importantly, my love, artificial intelligence. You lot may wonder, what essentially is artificial intelligence? I always hear about it all the time. But essentially, artificial intelligence is essentially whereby machines are able to almost carry out actions or think similar to human beings. Just like how us as human beings, we are able to process complex, situations or data. Imagine machines also being able to do that. But it is actually happening at the moment. You have the ability to, for example, say, "Hey Siri, what time is it?" Siri is able to tell you what time it is. These are some ways in which AI is being used. Number one, it's being used in finance, being used to predict the stock market and automate the trading process. As a result of that, that is able to minimize human error. It's also being used in the music industry, to essentially look at the data on music talent and also make music based on what is trending. One thing I would like to say, or just some food for thought, is imagine whereby essentially a music label that was powered by AI, a black music label that was powered by AI. Hip hop and R&B is a massive, massive, massive genre within the world and most importantly within the US. But imagine if we were able to grab all that talent just before they emerge. Grab that talent, take on that talent, nurture that talent, invest in that talent, see that talent grow, see them not be cut short. It's also being used in the motoring industry via the use of self-driving cars, and also within the health industry via the use of AI-assisted surgeries. There's some surgeries that occur at the moment whereby if certain errors are made within the surgery, that could lead to fatal problems. Imagine also AI being used. AI is also being used in your home, as virtual assistants. My very favorite, Alexa, and we also have the Google Home. But there's one problem I want to make you aware of tonight. One very massive problem, and that is that AI can be our problem in the future. Currently, at the moment, AI is essentially working against us. Researchers at the Georgia Institute of Technology found that autonomous vehicles are more likely to crash into black people. Reason for this is because those that program autonomous vehicles are not always thinking about us as black people all the time. And as a result of that, that can cause massive problems in the future. In addition to this, algorithms at the moment, which are used to analyze data on black people within the US, are essentially stopping many US citizens from having access to the very services that they need. Approximately 200 million people in the US, and those which are black are less likely to be referred to systems such as health insurance systems and insurers of car insurance, home insurance, due to algorithms that are working against them. And in addition to this, African Americans could lose thousands of jobs more proportionally than their white counterparts by 2030 due to automation. The reason for this is because, unlike our white counterparts, we are not essentially upskilling ourselves to stay ahead of the game in the technology industry. And that is one of the reasons why there are not many black people within the technology industry. So you may be asking, but Kushan, how can we, ensure that, AI is not a problem for us in the future. One of the solutions to that is essentially by upskilling ourselves. You know, due to the rise of automation as we've seen during COVID, the digital revolution has been in the rate at which you know, we have revolutionized ourselves digitally has massively increased. You know, who would have thought that, you know, I would have been on a virtually providing you guys a presentation from London, and it's, you know, touching so many people around the world. Previously, it would have required us to have to travel all the time, but due to, you know, technology, life is a bit more easier. And unfortunately, if we don't stay up to date with trends, the way in which technology is rapidly, you know, impacting many of us, we will be left behind. In addition to that, those that run businesses, you should always prioritize innovating your business. Innovate it with the use of technology. Where you can put technology there, because technology enables you to become more efficient, enables you to touch a wider audience. And also, I believe that we should ensure that we encourage women and children and the children of tomorrow to get more involved in STEM subjects. Because essentially, we want to build a more inclusive future, a future whereby we are able to make an impact. But how can we make an impact if we are not all involved? So, that is my presentation for today. And here is my contact details. Thank you very much for listening. But just before we end right here, I'd just like to say that, you know, in this life, I believe that we have the job to take ownership of our futures, to actually seize it, actually take it. And for us to do that, I believe it must be done through technology. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much again for that wonderful presentation, Krishan. Okay, so we're talking about technology. You know, I spoke a few moments about scholarships. So, Mark, I don't know if you can put that question on the screen that someone asked, but in the meantime, I like to ask you, with our young people, and you're talking about with AI, you're talking about blockchain, you're talking about Siri and Alexis. What would be some advice you could give some of our young people as far as them wrapping their head around this new technology and some of the things that they need to start considering at the moment?
Yeah, so I would say that essentially as a whole, the whole entire the future is looking to be very bright in the space of technology. And you know, as we can see, you know, everything is going over technology. You know, for example, you know, I'm here communicating with you via technology. You know, this probably wasn't available, you know, how many years ago? You say 20, 30 years ago when you know, I wasn't born. But for those that are looking to get involved, I would say, you know, look at, you know, training yourself in, you know, upcoming computing languages. So for example, you know, one massive language which is commonly being used at the moment is Python. That's being used to create a lot of automation. You also have mobile technologies and mobile languages like Flutter, which is on the rise to build mobile apps. And essentially, I would say, you know, all the time, just educate yourself, because I feel like one thing with technology that many people think that it's a very hard industry to get into, or you know, many people think that, you know, it's very you know, tedious as well. But as a whole, I would say that, you know, once you as a whole, whenever you put your mind to something, you can always achieve it.
Right.
Whatever you put your mind to, you can achieve. So if you have in your mind that you would like to get into the field of technology, just go ahead, and learn as much as you can. Carry out lots of projects, build a lot of things, and yeah, just learn. Essentially, just learn. That's my massive, advice. Just learn continuously. Be willing to learn.
Yeah, I love that because I'm a lifelong learner and I'm always encouraging other people to be likewise, because the more you put yourself out there and the more you learn, the more you're going to pick up on certain things. And if you don't know that you could be a programmer, the only way to know is to try it.
Indeed. So definitely.
I remember trying programming language when I was in college. Now I knew that was not for me. You have to have a certain brain skill too, and you need to know when something is for you and when it's not in your lane. You just need to get out of it.
Definitely.
Talking with people and helping people and hearing and listening to people and encouraging people and then helping them to map their strategy. Now that's my sweet spot in training. So when we start talking about technology again, and we're talking about the arts and journalism and marketing and public relations, give us some insight on some of the technology that they can consider using those particular type of career fields.
Okay, yeah. So especially within this field of art, I would say, for those that, I remember not too long ago, I was talking to one of my mates about this, and they're very arty, and I was saying, have you ever looked into, UI, UX? So essentially, UI, UX is essentially the designing of user interfaces and user experiences. So, for example, if you are someone that is very arty, you might, want to look down that route of technology and going down a route whereby, you're heavily involved in designing. For those that, are interested in, probably business, you also have, the consulting side, whereby you're able to, talk to people face to face about, different, the way that they can use,
Right.
yeah. You also have, for example, people like me that, kind of mass heads, you got, programming is one side. You also got, people that are just evangelists of technology. So you got people that, just like to talk about, its use, people that, talk about the importance of its use.
Right.
So essentially, as a whole, it is, beneficial to so many aspects. It's been used everywhere. When I was younger, I initially loved technology because my mum bought me my first computer when I was in nursery. So that was around the age of three or four.
Okay.
But growing up, just slowly seeing the way that's being used constantly more and more, just drives me. It just drives me. It just makes me so happy. Just seeing it. Because from my point of view, I envision a certain future. So, for example, at the moment, some of the things that I envision is like, for example, imagine, self-driving cars. For example, imagine if we're all able to sit inside a pod, almost like a car that's similar to a pod, and this car, autonomously, just takes us to our destination. Imagine a future whereby everyone was in similar pods. This kind of technology is currently being worked on at the moment. Elon Musk is working on, this kind of technology, whereby, autonomous cars or autonomous vehicles, which are in pods, essentially just take us from one destination to the other via the use of a tunnel.
Right.
So that's happening at the moment. For example, all these space flights we've been seeing recently, there's a lot of automation in space flight as well. Because, for example, if a aircraft is going up, you need to know, okay, at what point do you actually cut off the engine? None of that needs to be done manually anymore. It's all automated, because making it essentially making it manual increases the likelihood of human error. So you have to automate it. There's like processes in like, planes, for example, all right, yes, say if a plane, there's a certain fuel problem with a plane, how do you make it safety critical so that, if for example, some way, shape or form, this, the system detects that there is a problem with the engine shouldn't come on at all, because you have to tell everyone that, listen, this plane cannot be flown. So it's even how I touched on there about crypto,
Right, the
currency,
cryptocurrency.
the Black Wall Street. There's a coin out there at the moment called, I think it's called the Guap coin. They're only using it in Africa though to do black business transactions. But what I'm saying is, imagine if we were able to bring that technology, and essentially use that technology to essentially create the Black Wall Street globally. So if there's someone out there that is interested in that, I showed my contact details at the end there. You just we'll go back a bit, you can just email me or so. But and to hear more about it. But as a whole, if there's any business owners out there as a whole that just want more guidance, within the field of technology, just feel free to give me a shout as well. But as a whole, I'm excited. I'm excited for the future.
Yes.
I'm only 22 years of age, but I've got a long way, so I'm excited.
Hey, 22 is 22, and it can be a mature 22. So that's that's right. Well, what the thing about it is that when you start thinking about, technology in the future can cross all disciplines, and that's what it's doing. I think about when my father was a coal miner, and then you go into the Industrial Revolution, and now you going into all this computerization, and now we've got all this digital things that's going on in virtual world. We never thought about that when I was a little girl with the shoveling coal and putting it in the stove in order to keep warm. And look at where we are. Look how we've transformed. Let's see. Sandra has the question. How are these things going to affect the status of the force of working where people are? And do you feel that this will slowly move human interaction to a standstill? Bring it to us.
I love that. I love that question.
Great question.
I love it. I definitely don't think that human interaction will be brought to a standstill. But what I definitely do think is that a lot of the roles that we see at the moment are not going to exist in the future. So, for example, anything that can be automated, I guarantee it, or most likely think it will be automated.
It will be.
So that's what I was saying at the end of my discussion. That I was saying that it's important that we upskill it ourselves, because especially those that are coming up at the moment, kids that probably that are currently for example on the scholarship scheme, they need to be aware of where the future is going and upskill themselves. So you might find that some of them no longer need to be looking into just doing normal arts, but probably they need to be doing graphical arts to be aware of how arts is used within the field of technology. And for example, another thing I would say as well is that some people ask so what then happens to those that don't actually have the skills. With that being said, the technology will also open new jobs that we've never heard of.
That's right.
So for example, you might find that a certain job goes, but a new one will be open. So for example, I know over here in the UK, there wasn't always essentially the way that technology was being used originally was via the use of basic things, just a computer and stuff like that. But now over here in the UK, you now have new jobs that have opened. For example, you have Deliveroo, you have Uber. For example, yesterday, for example, someone wants to just earn a little bit more cash on the side of their job, they're able to become an Uber driver. They're able to deliver food to people as well. These are all jobs that weren't so readily available back then. You also have so many. So it's essentially like so many things. So many things are coming from technology. And I definitely one thing I would say to everyone is definitely don't be afraid. A lot of people are always afraid all the time. Definitely don't be afraid. Just essentially embrace it, because this is where the future is going. But nonetheless, just try to ensure that you keep up with the times. Yeah.
Excellent. Well, having said that, I'm going to cap it off with the sky is not the limit. So don't limit yourself in the way you think and the way that you can use technology, because if you can think of it, it probably is going to be used anyway. So why not you be the inventor? Why not you be the pioneer? Well, that's going to do it for us for this point in time. I think what we have is a short video that's going to come up, and then we're going to have another guest speaker to take place, okay? So thank you so much, Krishan, for being here for this wonderful information. Are there any last words that you'd like to leave? Maybe your contact, just to re-emphasize your contact information.
Yeah. So in regards to my contact, you can contact me on at kushawnpowell@gmail.com. You can also contact me at on my Instagram, kushawnpowell.io, my Twitter, KP_IO_, and you can also find me on Facebook, Kushawn Powell. That's about it. But as a whole, I just wanted to say, as though, just as Maxine, touched on that, we actually, if I bring it to life as well, the way that we look at the future, we ourselves also have the ability to change our future as well. So, for example, no matter where we might be at the moment, you might be in a certain place, whereby you probably think it's dark, or you might not be at where you want to be in life, but just by continuing to work hard, work on your purpose. For those that might not know their purpose, just go out, adventure as much as you can, put yourself in unfamiliar territory, just grow. So
just grow.
yeah, just grow, man. So yeah,
and don't forget, you have a resource right here, because that's one of the things that I do in my business, is to help you to identify your purpose. So
there you go.
Yeah, Maxine at GamsUnlimited.com. All right, so we're going to sign off. I think they're going to bring a short video up, and then we're going to have another guest speaker.
Greetings. Welcome to the Black Business Expo, Black Business USA Expo. This is second week of November. My name is Merrill Holloway, and I'll be talking to you for a few minutes, and hopefully we'll have some dialogue later about a couple things you might be interested in. Very happy to be with you today. I'm going to turn off my music here. Just wanted to kind of have a little bit of a little energy flow before we get going. And I will start the presentation. Our national pandemic has really affected the way that we are able to interact. So it is unfortunate that we don't get a chance to be live and in person and get to interact like we normally do, but I think there's some really great information that's been shared. And I'm going to share some stuff that I hope that you guys find some interest in. And here we go. So again, I'm Merrill Holloway with NC100. We are a nonprofit out of Rockingham County where we do some work statewide, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But this session is part of the Foundations of Everyday Leadership theme with the Expo this week. Hope that if you have been able to enjoy some of the other offerings this week, this will be something that you would remember, find valuable, and hope we can interact. So I'm going to go into a slideshow really quickly and get us through it, because I do not want to download and talk at you. All right, let's see if I can make this thing work. All right, so I call this leveling the playing field. And so basically what I'll be talking about, guys, today is some of the stuff that we do as NC100 that contributed to Black business growth. Also, we'll be talking a little bit about how we can work through the different generations that are in the workforce and in our communities that are doing really good work. And hopefully that information will be valuable and can lead to further discussions, which I really look forward to. But let me tell you a little bit about myself. I wear a bunch of hats. I was born in North Carolina, a little town called Reidsville. It is in the center of the state, top of the state is right below the Virginia line in Rockingham County. If anybody's familiar with it, it's about 15 minutes north of Greensboro. I'm the executive director of NC100. Like I said, it is a nonprofit, and we do a lot of stuff, but the work is really focused on figuring out ways to collaborate, whether that's community development, whether it's health equity, whether it is youth development or workforce development. I work with the Foundation for Health and Leadership and Innovation, which is based out of Cary. with a program called Rural Forward, where we work with some counties, probably about 14 counties within the state that are designated as healthy places. North Carolina counties with the Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust. So I could talk all day about health equity and what strong Black businesses can do to support health equity. I have been in the Triangle area forever, more years in the Triangle than anywhere else. Even though I am from Reidsville, I've been in the Triangle primarily in Durham for over 20 years. I'm doing a bunch of different stuff. I spent some time with self-help, spent some time doing some corporate work through Blockbuster way back in the day, doing some staff development. So I've been around. I do contribute as the Director of Development for the Greater Durham Black Chamber of Commerce. So I'm very interested in economic development in the area. And I'm the chairman of the North Carolina Employee Ownership Center, which is an organization that supports folks that are looking to keep their businesses running after they have to transition out. And that can be in so many different ways. I'm a big fan of cooperatives, supporting folks creating worker trust, or figuring out ways to transition ownership to the employees that work for their company. That's a way to build resiliency in communities. And I'm a regional expansion partner for an organization called CPA. It's a purchasing alliance that does a lot of work to support equitable and ethical vendor selection. What we're committed to at NC 100, and I think that what makes a lot of sense to why we're here today, or why I'm here representing NC 100, and I'm looking forward to sharing time with you guys, is that we are advocates, we are organizers, and we believe that social enterprise can be transformed by strategic investments in our economic development, especially with organizations that are other nonprofits that say that they care about equity and wealth creation for underserved communities. We want to help people walk the walk and talk the talk. Last year, 21% of our discretionary spend, so those are all the spend that we had to make choices about how we would implement the money that goes back into the economy with vendors and owners from underutilized communities. And we have a goal for 30%. I'd love for us to get to 50 one day, but I'm not so focused on the percentage. I'm just focused on the strategies that we're putting in place to support our local and Black-owned businesses. Why everybody should be doing this, right? So it's very obvious to kind of see, well, why would I want to support Black-owned businesses, right? I'm a person that is of African descent, so obviously there's a natural affinity. But there's a study that came out that says that United States cities in 2017 spent $1.6 trillion annually on construction, goods, and services. So that's a lot of money going into the economy, going out there. If we were able to find ways to spend it equitably, you could have really strong socioeconomic outcomes that support communities. You have a more equitable, healthy community. You grow the middle class, and by proxy, you have a more robust taxpayer base, right? So, the more folks are able to sustain themselves and be able to have ownership, if you were able to support these vendors, and you will see later in a chart of the disparity in the business ownership numbers between people of color and folks that identify as white, we've got to do a much bigger job to kind of decrease those gaps. Our healthy owned, Black-owned and local businesses are an essential component of a strong community. They create opportunities for other people, and they keep money circulating within your neighborhoods rather than draining outward. So it makes sense to look local. In these turbulent times, in our pandemic, and through some of the issues that we have struggled with the country, a lot of corporate entities are talking about, and nonprofits are saying that they value diverse perspectives and backgrounds. So if you value those backgrounds and perspectives, then you should value the folks that have businesses for you to take part of. Fun fact from the same study that I looked at that talked a little bit about the 1.6 trillion annually. For every $100 spent locally at a local owned business, $45 of that money usually is respent locally. So there's some impact there. But if you were to do a lot of work with a national chain or something, if you were getting your supplies from Amazon instead of local vendor X around you, only $14 of that on average is going to stay in your community. One of the things that we do, and we stress some of the work that we do to help sustain our organizations, is we help organizations do better when they know better. I'm sure everybody's heard that phrase before. We help people create diverse baselines of how much money that they're spending in the community currently. Help them set goals and help them figure out how to set yardstick and measurements that will be fair and transparent. Help them maintain and communicate those goals internally to their staff, so the staff creates this culture of equity. And then we help them migrate to a path that they can communicate those goals and actuals externally. Some organizations do not feel empowered yet to be able to do this type of work and then let folks know what their spend percentage is. We don't focus so much on what the number is. We focus on actually having a policy so that allows you to have a culture that is going to be inviting of diversity and inclusion. So now to the thing that you guys came to hear a little bit about, or at least I want to share the most and hope to get a lot of feedback from you, is generational conflict and how that can become generational collaboration. First, we kind of have to understand a little bit about who the people are that we're talking about, though, as far as generations. And I'm going to clear a few things up, or at least leave it open for people to have conversation. For the first time in our history, there are 5 generations that are in the workplace. Now, primarily, one of those generations we're not going to talk too much about. Those are the traditionalists, or the greatest generation. And these are people who were born before 1945. So these are folks, so these are our great grandfathers and great uncles and stuff like that. A lot of those folks are still here, but they're not in the workforce heavily. Those folks have already transitioned out, but there are a few folks that are in their 70s that are still in the workplace in some fashion. And they still are involved in the type of work that we do to support Black-owned businesses and liberation. So that contention is still there. But we're not going to focus on the traditionalists. We're going to talk about the other 4 that I'm going to detail. We're going to talk a little bit about the challenges this presents for leadership in our movements. We're going to talk about how those generational differences affect our ability to work with different people and have some self-reflection, or open it up and challenge you to have a little bit of self-reflection. The traits and beliefs and life experiences that mark each generation help you kind of understand how to work with each other. Understanding how people work, how to communicate, and how they respond to change, or how they may not want to respond to change, right? So what are we talking about? I already mentioned the traditionalists that were born a little bit before the Second World War. Baby boomers is the first generation that we're going to talk about, and the oldest generation that is still pretty active. Those folks are getting ready to transition out into retirement or to other things. But these folks were born right after the Second World War, and those are the oldest ones, and the youngest ones were born, early 60s. These folks were really influenced by the traditionalists and by values that were set forth that says that you work hard, and the reward for working hard is working hard, and you have to work hard to be able to be successful. And they defined what that ethic means. Not always based on values that they believed. When I'm talking a little bit about people of color, these values were kind of set forth from our dominant class, our dominant culture. These folks, there are a lot of folks. So when soldiers came back from the war, the reason that the baby boomers generation is called the baby boomers is when the soldiers came back from the war, there were more couples reunited and just a huge baby boom. So that's so many baby boomers that are in the country right now. They are getting ready to enjoy their hard work and pass it on to the next generation. The way they like to communicate, face-to-face, phone calls, really clear on communication, but very sturdy, and have worked at and have worked at companies for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. The work was the work. You stay at work, you don't change jobs, because loyalty is the number one thing. Loyalty to the employer who gave you a job, who gave you the opportunity. The way that they were trained and thought is that you stick with tradition, and things have to be this way, and that's the only way. That's the first generation that we're going to talk about. Second generation, I fall right in the middle of it. I was born in between these times. So these are folks that are born, mid 60s through 1980. I was born in the 70s. So I am a Generation X kid. I'm not a kid anymore, but that's who I am. I fall right into this space. I'm shaped by, AIDS came through when growing up as a kid, fall of the Berlin Wall, Michael Jackson, being a pop star, that type of stuff. I'm motivated by work-life balance, though. And a lot of folks at Generation X, we started to think a little bit more critically about, does this job make sense for me? Do I need to carve out space for my life work, the reward of work has to be a little bit more than just work or having a job. Still preferring phone calls and direct communication and being face to face. I mean, that's, didn't have the luxury of being able to communicate all the ways that people can communicate now. In my worldview, definitely does favor a little bit more diversity and thinking a little bit more openly about it. There are different ways to do things. Our generation is not as big as the baby boomers, and we're not as big as the next one. But eventually we will outnumber baby boomers, right? Because we're on average, we're going to live a little bit longer. Let's get something straight, folks. And this is something I have wanted to say for a long time, and I love the opportunity to be able to share this with you. When I hear commercials or I hear people say, we're doing a millennial education, or we're complaining about millennials because like they just don't understand because these kids don't get it. This is Beyonce, guys. Beyonce is close to 40 years old. Beyonce is a millennial. Millennials are not children. Millennials are grown. Some of them have grandchildren. A lot of them have grown kids. They have jobs. They are fully grown. Millennials were born between 1981 and 2000. So when you're talking about young people who are still in high school or in college, those are not millennials. Millennials are grown, shaped by the Columbine tragedy, shaped by 9/11. The internet really came to form when they were teens, motivated by the quality of the person who leads the work and unique work experiences. So like work-life balance is important. Having things that are efficient are important. Like text and email, face-to-face, not necessarily the way like Gen X and baby boomers, but looking for challenges, looking for growth. Again, work, switching jobs and finding the right fit to make sure that their work-life balance is set. Now, these folks are the biggest part of the workforce and part of the movements that we see today. So most of the folks that are be paying attention to this Black Business Expo, most of the people who are doing some of the hard work and actually in the industries are millennials. Gen Z. Gen Z folks are the kids. So when we're talking about, we're having a millennial conversation, or we're talking about these millennials and they're doing this and they're doing that, and I hear some of our older folks talk a little bit about that, you really mean Gen Z. So Gen Z are these folks that are born after 2001. So they basically don't know anything about 9/11 unless they read it in a book. So these are kids who were born, 2001 to now. They are shaped by technology, have had technology from the time that they could remember. Most of the Gen Z kids, the only presidents that they've really known here in the United States have been Barack Obama and Donald Trump. One good, one maybe not so much. But motivated by diversity, language justice, not so held to tradition and not as focused, and very progressive, asking a lot of questions and making sure that they feel comfortable. The worldview is very different. They've had a lot of access to a lot of things, a lot of information, because they've been part of this digital age. But they are movers and shakers and can do a lot of things. And we need to take advantage of those resources and gifts that they bring. So we've got our baby boomers. Well, we've got our traditionalists that we're not going to talk too much about, but our baby boomers are still in the workforce and doing this work really heavily. Our Gen X folks like myself, and millennials who are not children, who are grown people, and Gen Z who are, in the workforce now. So some of those folks are adults, the very young adults entering into the workforce. The place that I'd like to talk a little bit and have a little bit of discussion, I'd love to hear people's feedback. I can't wait to kind of see what people think about this. But one of the things that I've noticed that make it difficult sometimes to operate with fluidity through these generations is supremacy and internalized oppression as a habit. It's just a lot of trauma that has come down into our marginalized communities. And there are a few things that I would love to talk a little bit more that I notice sometimes that's been passed down from our generations, from our traditionalists down to our baby boomers, to Gen X, to our millennials, and to the Gen Z folks who definitely reject a lot of this stuff. And let's talk about it. I think it's healthy. I don't like to say things are positive. I like to really say things are healthy when we're talking about things that we want to kind of elevate ourselves to. I love to think about eliminating this idea that there's only one right way. I grew up that way. I hear a lot of folks saying that there's only one way to do this. And the way that I learned how to do it is the way you do it. And this is how you do economic development. This is how you do this. This is how you do that. And this is the only way you can do it. And we feel like if you introduce somebody to that right way, they have to take it. If they don't do it the way that you say, there's some discomfort, right? We've got to get away from that. And even with our young folks and Gen Z and millennials and Gen X, and all the way up to baby boomers or traditionalists, the way that you or they think is a way to do something is not always the way to do it either. But we definitely have to figure out ways to get away from that. There's nothing wrong with somebody who decides that they want to approach something differently. We have to also get away from either or thinking. That is a trait of supremacy. It definitely leads to internal suppression when we think that things can only be black or white. They can't be both, and it can't be a spectrum. It's very difficult sometimes for generations to work through that, and they end up talking past each other. The example that I hear is I definitely hear conversations in this space where, if the black people today would just read, or if black people today would just go to college, or black people, would do this. There's this one thing that all black folks, for some reason, we put our own spin on what we think all black people should do. We're not a monolith. So we're not a monolith unless we want to be. So there are times that we say that as a community, we do this, or this is what we're all about. And then there's other places where people say, well, the black community does this. We're like, well, no, we're a monolith. I'm an individual. Having to carry the weight of an entire group of people is very heavy. So I would challenge people on that type of thinking. We have to be aware of some internalized stereotypes. There are folks that have different views of like how people are supposed to act and interact. There are folks who feel that there are positive stereotypes and there are negative stereotypes, and they assign those things to different people. And sometimes those things can be dangerous. So we have to really be watching out for those things, even in jest and making jokes about what you think black folks do, or what Asian folks do, or what white people do, or blah, blah, blah. But seriously be thinking inward about people who are in your own affinity group, especially black folks. And I'm talking to our black people out here. There's no one way to be black. There's no one way to be anything. We're all individuals. But there are some stereotypes that are out there that we have to really watch out so we don't bog ourselves down with, well, I can't do this because I'm black and blah, blah, blah. Our older generations sometimes teach this survival technique because they had to survive. They had to do exactly what they were told, or had to act a certain way. Have you ever heard the phrase that you got to learn how to play the game? And you got to do it this way because that's how you survive. And that is very true. There are places where you do, in institutions, if you choose to be in an institution, there's a certain way you got to move if you want to be successful. If you define success as, the letters behind your name, or the big corner office, or a bunch of money, and that's how you want to navigate an institution, that's up to you. You're making that choice, I would argue. If you want to be an entrepreneur, then maybe you don't have to navigate the institution that way. If you want to effect change and start a nonprofit, maybe you don't have to do the things that people say you have to do to survive in the corporate space. If you play the game in the institution, you play the game in communities to get along, to get along, you're making that choice to do so. And we have the privilege, and a lot of us have the privilege now with more opportunity to be able to make different choices than our predecessors. And sometimes that's kind of hard to navigate because the way that they did it was the way that they did it. And that's the way you need to do it, right? But it doesn't work for everybody. So we have to kind of take our own ideas out of it and think a little bit more openly. At least I would challenge us to do that. What happens if we can align our visions and we can figure out ways to understand the needs of each generation? What happens when those visions align, right? There's a ton of work that has to be done. I talked a little bit about, I was going to talk about disparities in business ownership. This data is from 2019. There's a wonderful website. It's called Prosperity Now. You go to prosperitynow.org. They have a scorecard that allows you to look at different, health, education, all types of data about economics and how societies are in the United States, and kind of compare them to other places. In that scorecard, you see the worth of a white-owned business in Durham, since we're the Black Business Expo has had a lot of influence here in Durham. I wanted to highlight Durham. The value of a white-owned business is $556,711. That's the average value of a white-owned business. If you look at a business that is owned by a person of color, it drops down to 126. If you drop down and you look at the lowest number here, those are Black-owned businesses that are worth $60,000. $60,000 versus $556,711. Now we can have a whole other seminar on why we have these gaps, but that's a huge gap to cover. We've got work to do to be able to fix that. You look at our Asian brothers and sisters, 365, and our Latino brothers and sisters, 237. Huge, huge gaps compared to white-owned businesses. And there are a lot of historical reasons for that. We don't have time to get into it, but that's the work that we need to do. What can we do to fix it generationally? We can start a co-op. You know, I've really been thinking about this for a long time and would love to get people's feedback on this, but we could, as generations, we could work together and build a co-op. Co-ops cost money and all business costs money, but here's some ways that you could figure out how to get income to support a cooperative entity that creates wealth and changes the status quo. Capital investments work, grants, fellowships, equity from other venture capitalists that want to support something like this. Business to business connections, people who want to be able to join a cooperative because it's going to benefit them. Developers that need diverse vendors to meet goals that the state and federal have set upon them. One way that might be helpful is to create this model. The model, I have a couple models that I'd like to talk a little bit about, and I promise I'm not going to be more than a few more minutes so you guys can get on to your day. What if we had corporations and anchor institutions that had a high investment in a cooperative like this, and we talked to folks who say they want to make some investments in the community, but real investments, not just money to throw at it and be able to take pictures, but commitments to participation in Black-owned businesses. Nonprofits can make commitments. They do a lot of philanthropy work, and a lot of it ends up being funneled from one large institution to another institution that usually doesn't have leadership that look like a lot of the folks that are doing the work here in the workshop and in the Black Business USA Expo. Minority business. I'm not a big fan of saying the word minority when it comes to businesses, but that is how some of the legal terminology is. So, you know, you'll hear minority women business enterprise or disadvantaged business enterprise. But businesses that are looking for more contracts and more support could join this cooperative at a low price, but still some buy-in. And the cooperative folks, for folks who aren't familiar, definitely just is a legal way to support creating a business where there's one person, one vote, and it is a way to share and build capacity with each other and fellowship. With the goal, obviously, to shift more contracts to large and small diverse firms. We have lots of folks that are already kind of doing this work. We've got the United Minority Contractors in Durham. We've got the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People. We've got the Professional Business Chain. We've got the Black Chamber of Commerce. A lot of these folks are doing this work now, some with big investments, some with little. But if we could create a co-op that has like some type of way to connect all of these movements together, there could be a nonprofit entity that is the organizer and kind of an administrative support to this entity that supports a coalition of Black-owned businesses and the folks that champion Black-owned businesses to have some more investment. They could be doing peer learnings for anchor institutions that need to understand a little bit more about diversity. They could vet and support Black-owned businesses to be part of the cooperative and be vendors in this thing. They could vet the anchors and corporations that serve as the funders. So if the funders aren't doing the work that they say that they're going to do in the Black community, they are no longer sponsors. We're not going to have people just, I'm definitely not a fan of tokenism or anything like that. We don't want folks just to be cutting a check. We want a real investment. Bundling contracts to support construction deals and figuring out ways to do referrals. There's 100 different ways to do this, but this is one model that if we could work together and find out how to support each other generationally, this might work. Next model. Now, I picked Durham for the first model because I know a little bit about Durham. I am in the triad a little bit. I work in Rockingham County, so I'm very close to Greensboro, and I'm familiar with some of the things that are happening out there. What if we had a model where you had a couple anchor institutions that were big-time sponsors of a cooperative for the initial capital to start this up? Maybe Truist Bank, maybe A&T and UNCG and their gateway projects, they put some money in. They would be committed to diverse business enterprise participation in the same way, and it would need to be vetted by a council. And the financial backing would need to be for multiple years, depending on the agreements that's set forth with this cooperative council. So in Greensboro, there are a couple of things that are going on. So, I mean, you have the Piedmont Black Chamber of Commerce that does work all over the Piedmont, but it's connected to the Greensboro area. They have a Black Chamber of Commerce. They have a business league. What if all those folks were supported in doing unified meetings, creating a database for sourcing, and having some streamlined services that are co-branded together as a unified effort to support Black business growth? And the payment to support them to build capacity would come from these anchor sponsors, the A&Ts, the UNCGs, maybe Truist Bank or somebody like that, with a nonprofit partner. Now, I put NC 100 in here because I'm intimately involved in supporting other coalitions of organizations, but I'm not saying that our organization would be the right fit, but you need a nonprofit partner that can stay in the background, fundraise, do some administrative stuff. But the big thing here, and convene, the big thing is stay in your damn lane. I think the thing that has hurt a lot of movements is folks speaking for other groups or trying to take the leadership role in the fundraising or something like that. The way that a cooperative really works, to have a nonprofit partner or have any type of partner create the administrative and coordination, is to kind of stay in the background. It's not important for that organization to get the shine or necessarily any or credit. So sometimes that is a little bit of a struggle too, and it's a generational thing too. Folks, we are tribal in nature, and when resources seem finite, we tend to hold on to them and maybe not trust the integrity of the process that allow people to get access to funds. I'm saying a lot, but I really do believe that a cooperative movement working together would really create a different type of investment in Black business growth. There are so many movements that are out here in these silos, and if there was a way to combine those forces, we as a people would just be better off. I think it, my personal opinion is if we could find a way to combine all that energy, there's no stopping it. We have young people or people who are inspired to do tech. Part of this co-op would require some type of digital resource. Could someone figure out and help folks that are looking for Black businesses to be able to find them easily? An Angie's List, if you will, or something that would be easily reachable and searchable on your phone. And there's so many different databases that people have. The Department of Transportation, the historically underutilized business database with the state of North Carolina, the chamber, professional chain, the committee, all these places that have these databases that are separate databases that are probably have some crossover in it. How could we figure out a way to have a lot of people have access to this database and something easy, something searchable, and figure out some type of formula to rate the businesses? So like there's some incentive for the businesses to, stay in business, have certain policies, certain ways that they move, and provide really good service. Would love to talk about it. How can we help anchor institutions that want to do better by figuring out how they're spending their money currently? This same digital device that somebody could create could also be some type of workshop that people go into to easily find a way to support, taking a look at their books, looking at the businesses that they currently deal with, and create a baseline so they know exactly where they are and to help them set goals for the future. I think institutions that take the time to create these benchmarks and policies is one real way to support communities that they say they care about. Show me how much money that you're spending in these communities, and I'll believe more about your mission about wanting to support communities. I don't care about statements necessarily. I don't care about individual awards to one company. I think if there's some holistic way to allow these folks to have a policy in place, we're going to see a lot of change. So that being said, I will share these slides with the Black Business Expo, and I really hope that you enjoyed our presentation. I wanted to kind of stay around half an hour, and there was a couple of the sources that you'll be able to see. But again, I'm Merrill Holloway. I'm really super excited and and glad to have been with you today, and hope that folks that are watching this live and people who watch on the replay enjoy it. Please reach out to me if you have any ideas. Please leave messages in the portal. We'd love to discuss it further. Always, and love to be challenged on stuff too. So please challenge me if there's something that you think I said that was way left, or just you want to have a little bit more information about it. The way to get in touch with me is through our organization. We have an email address of info@nc-100.org. I'm on Twitter at MBNC100. So, tweet at me, message me. I'd love to learn a little bit more about what you do. Or you can just go to our website. It's www.nc-100.org. And I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly, all of our participants, all the folks that have been part of the Black Business Expo this week. And I hope you have a very blessed day. And that's my presentation. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Good.
Well, 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 wasn't that an excellent presentation? And like he said, that's his story and he's sticking with it. Well, we're coming to a close for this evening. And, after this particular half hour, it's going to be still running 24 hours. It's constantly running. So any presentation that you missed, you'll be able to go back and look at it. Look who just popped up. San Griffin. Hello. Hello. It's so good to see you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
I know. I tell you what, this COVID has caused us not to, to get with each other. And we're so used to having lunch at least, every 6 months, if nothing else.
I miss that.
I know. Same here. But it's so good to have you here, part of the Black Business Expo, as usual. And you're going to be talking to us this evening about what? Our students? What are you going to be talking about?
Vision boarding and using your superpowers.
Yes, this is Impactful Friday anyway, so those superpowers are definitely needed. I am going to let you introduce yourself and tell us about the vision board and how we can, make it active and interact with it. And listen, I just told the guy before this when it said the sky is not the limit. So here's an opportunity for you to use that vision, take it to however high you want to go, and don't limit yourself. So saying, help us to create this fantastic vision board. So take it away. I'm going to excuse myself, and you're going to close us out for the evening.
Awesome.
This is
Thank you so much, Maxine.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, hello, everyone. My name is San Griffin, and it is a pleasure to be here today. I want to thank Dr. Eric Kelly for inviting me to this Impactful Friday. I understand that today is Youth Day and Youth Night. So I am super excited and hope to bring the energy to close in. I am feeling the great vibe and the good energy that you all have had all week. Thank you so much, Sandra Luckett. Thank you for welcoming me. Awesome. I feel welcome and I feel at home. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to share a little bit about myself. I have it in the PowerPoint, but feel free if you are logged in right now to interact with me and tell me about your stuff as well. We're going to have a part in the presentation for you to do that. I love to meet new people. I tell you, I'm excited. It is Friday. It is a blessed Friday. Okay, it's Friday 13th. It's a blessed Friday. We are all here, alive, breathing, and enjoying and growing. So let's get started. I would love the PowerPoint to come up now. All righty. Now, let's see. Hit present here. Great. I just want to make sure you all can see what I am seeing here. Fantastic, fantastic. Well, why vision board? Use your superpowers, the youth edition. Once again, my name is San Griffin. You're going to find out all about me. I have it all throughout the PowerPoint. So just hold your horses. We're going to get there. I am the CEO of Aggrandize Your Life, LLC. And if you have a smartphone, feel free to point that phone, that camera at this QR code, or if you have the scanner, and scan the QR code and we can connect instantly. Yes, I know I have some Generation Z out there that already have done it. Thank you so much. Connect with me. Connect with me. I would love to connect with you as well. So, once again, if you could definitely take your camera and point at that QR code, we could connect. You will see my website, my Twitter, Instagram, podcast, all that wonderful information. So we're going to move forward. I'm just going to give you all a second to do that. Awesome, awesome. But once again, it is a pleasure to be here today. You all had some powerful people this week, and I'm just super excited to be a part of this wonderful annual event and the first time going virtual. So, just to tell you all a little bit about myself, I am the director of Patricia Tavon Modeling and Talent Agency, which is my family nonprofit. I've been working with them for over 13 years. And as you can see at the top up there, we have the Young Entrepreneur Expo annually. This year was the first year we have not hosted it due to COVID, but it is a platform for young entrepreneurs to share their gifts, their talents, their businesses, the services that they offer, and network with the community. So connect with me, and I will let you all know when the next Young Entrepreneur Expo will be. Aggrandize Your Life is my brand. I launched in 2017. And my brand is all about creating transformative literature and workshops. We produce powerful personal and professional workshops. Some are even approved by DHHS for 2 hours of professional development hours. So connect with me if you would like to know more about Aggrandize Your Life workshop for your entity. We serve schools, churches, colleges, you name it. We will serve you. Also, in 2017, I became an author, and that is I solely think is because I created my vision board, which I'm going to share with you all later. The vision board helped me to actually stay focused and manifest my very first book, and it's called The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe, which still can be found at Amazon, Barnes and Nobles, and other platforms around the world. The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe was actually a #1 bestseller on Amazon. And below you'll see where I started as a podcaster on the Truth Network. Right now I'm on Anchor FM, and the name of my podcast is Young Entrepreneurs Under Pressure Radio Show. And that, once again, is on Anchor FM. This summer, I actually launched a sub brand under the brand Aggrandize Your Life, which is Black Hair Love. You see that in the middle at the below. Black Hair Love became a also was published as a trademark this week. So I'm still celebrating publishing Black Hair Love logo and trademarking that imprint on books and T-shirts and things of that nature. So it was actually published this week. And over the summer in June, I launched a book series called Black Hair Love, which is rebranding Black hair, tearing down all the negative stigmas about our beautiful hair and representing our beautiful hair in literature, which is underrepresented. So check out blackhairlove.info for more information. And right beside that, you will see the middle book, because once again, it is 3 books. I have a book for preschoolers, there's a middle book, and a teen and adult book. This is the middle book right here, and the illustrations were created by Igia Charles out of South Carolina, Columbia, South Carolina. So this is just a little bit about me, so you can know who is talking tonight. Okay, who is this lady, and what is she talking about? And as I talk about the vision board, I want you to keep in mind this is why I am a proponent for the vision board, because I have seen many things manifest from using this important, valuable tool along with my words and affirmations, which we will get into right now. Now, I like to let everyone know, listen, I believe everybody is special and born with a purpose. You are special and born with a purpose. I don't care if you're watching now, if you're watching in the future. It is not by mistake, it is by divine design. Because I want you to know you are special, you are unique, and you are born with a purpose. I believe you're a superhero, and I want to know what's your superpower? What comes natural to you? What comes easy? What do you enjoy doing? What's your superpower? You have one. Think about it. And if you can, put it in the chat. I would love to know. Put it in the chat because I have shared with you my superpower, which is the spirit of entrepreneurship and empowering others. I want to know what's your superpower? What comes easy for you? Now I know tonight is youth night. However, you are as young as you feel, okay? So I invited adults and youth of all ages. So let's just have a good time. It's Friday night, right? Okay. So I want to share this picture. My husband and I are still huge fans of Marvel and DC Comics. Okay, I told you, you're as young as you feel. So we used to love to go to the movies and see those films and watch the cartoons. But I love this picture because it represents a powerful image. Think about it. All of these superheroes here, some of them have different weaknesses and different strengths, but they all have a purpose. They're all needed. They all are a part of the team. And I want you to look at yourself that way. Don't look at other people and compare yourself. Well, I can't do math as good, or I can't run as fast. You have your own unique superpower, and we need you to walk in it to help the team. So we don't have a weak link. We need you. We need your superpower. So that's why I love this image so much. By the way, who's your favorite superhero? I want you all to know that words have power. Okay? I'm going to say that again. Words have power. Listen, that's a superpower we all can use, right? The Bible says death and life are in the power of the tongue, right? If you want a scripture. So I want you all to understand it's just not cliche. It is real. There are people out there using their superpowers and using their positive words and their prayers and affirmations and mantras to work for them. You can use your superpower of using words to work for you too. Speak positive, good, and amazing things about yourself out loud. There is power. I call it activating the atmosphere. There is power in that. Speak your goals, things you want to do, places you want to go, and achievements you desire. It works. Let's practice. If you're available and watching right now, type in some things that you say about yourself, some affirmations that you say, or positive words, or what's your mantra. I can share some of your minds with you. I love one that I learned growing up in the church. I am the head and not the tail. I am above and not beneath. I am a lender and not a borrower. It's true in my life. What are you saying about yourself? As a student, you could say, well, I have great memory. I'm going to make the A honor roll. You're trying to get in that college, you say, I will be accepted into North Carolina Central University. I will be accepted into Howard University with scholarships. Speak it forth. I will be a best selling author. I spoke that forth. And like I told you, my first book was a Amazon best selling book. Okay. So I am a best selling author. I spoke it, I cut it out, and I put it on my vision board. Do you all know what my new mantra is? I am a New York Times best-selling author. I need all y'all to help me on that. Okay, so I'm going to be looking. I can't see right now if you are putting anything in there. Maybe in the future when this replays, but there is power in speaking and writing positive words, affirmations, and things about yourself. All too often we have people speaking negative things about us, about our business, about our work, about our families, about our life. We have to combat that and not receive that and speak the truth. Speak the truth about yourself. Speak the positive about yourself. Don't say, oh, I'm so bad at, I would never make the team. Guess what? You're right. You would never make the team because you are using those words negatively to impact your psyche, to impact you, the way you think. So you have what you say. So why not say positive things? Why not say things that are going to empower you and propel you forward? You can start doing it now. I don't care if you're 11 years old, 12 years old, even 9 years old watching this show. There is something positive you can say about yourself. I am loved. I am destined for greatness. I hope you're writing this down. I hope you're putting it in your phone because I know Generation Z love those phones. Put this in your phone and create your own affirmations and powerful words. Now, I have a video here. I want you to meet Ryan Murphy. Now, I'm going to try this and hopefully I don't lose you all and you can hear everything properly. So I'm going to check to make sure. Okay, it looks as if you all cannot see the video that I see on my end. Let me see if anyone in the technical room could help me out to play this video. Let's see. Is there any way I could play this video? Okay, perhaps we will come back to it once I see them comment to me in the chat. All right. Well, I can tell you what the video is about. Go to the next slide here. This is Ryan Murphy. He predicted his Olympic dream at the age of 8 years old. I wonder how young is the youngest person? How old is the youngest person watching this video or this replay, the streaming? Because you're never too young to start thinking about greatness and thinking about your goals. I always say, don't wait to be great. Don't wait to dream. This is a letter or a picture that Ryan created for his mother. And he talks about swimming, how he loves swimming, and how he wants to become an Olympian when he grows up and break world records. And he said, I want to be the best swimmer in the world. Well, I was trying to show you all a video from ABC News because I know, the younger generation, y'all love y'all receipts, as they say. You love, the credibility there. You want to see the proof. So I had a video, which is on YouTube, but it's ABC News, and they interviewed him and his mother, and he talks about how he created this picture for his mother and he put it on the wall. Guys, that's a sample of a vision board. He's writing his positive words. He had that image. You don't have to be an artist. It's the intention that makes the difference. The intention. Okay? And this is Ryan right here with his gold medal. He's the best in the world. He's an Olympian. And this was a few years ago. And I love sharing this because as it says here, he was 8 years old. Okay? Awesome. Meet Moore Lake Akinison. She too used the power of words to pave her destiny. She used her superpower. So at the bottom down here, I don't know if you can see at the bottom, she tweeted, this was in 2011, she tweeted this. She said, in 2016, I will be 22, graduate from a school I have not chosen yet, and going to the Olympics. So she wrote that 5 years before the tweet at the top, and she shared it on her Twitter account. She said, I tweeted that 5 years ago. It's 2016. I graduate from Texas in December. I'm going to the Olympics next week. She wrote down her intention, her goals, her desire 5 years prior. She tweeted it out. What are you tweeting? Are you just retweeting someone else's thoughts and wishes and goals? Or are you tweeting your destiny? Are you tweeting your powerful words? Use that Twitter for something powerful and pave a wonderful destiny. That's what Moore Lake did. That's her running right there in the black and gray. Awesome. Another Olympian who did not wait to be great. She decided in high school what she wanted to do. She put that intention in play. Can you imagine if Michael Phelps was racing in the Olympics and Usain Bolt was swimming? Okay, for those of you who don't know who they both are Olympians as well. But think about this. What if the guy on the track, Usain, was swimming and Michael Phelps, that's in the water, is on the track? You think they would be Olympians? No. Do you think they would have won? No, because that's not their zone of genius. I want you all to remember who are watching and listening. Get in your zone of genius. What comes natural for you? What comes easy? What do you enjoy doing? What do you gravitate to? Get in your zone of genius. And if you don't know right now, it's okay. It's all right. Guess what? Sometimes people that love you, people around you, tell you what you're good at. They notice, they observe you and say, hey, you do that pretty fast. You calculate those numbers really good. So just listen to those cues, the positive things that people are saying, and get in your zone of genius. Use your superpowers, using your words. And we're going to use the next tool, which is a vision board. We're going to talk about that as well. Now, let's dream and put our goals on a vision board. This will help you connect your words to your goals, give you a visual connection. The Bible says, write your vision and make it plain. Okay? It will keep you focused and motivated. I want to encourage you to think and dream big. There is greatness inside of you. You are born for a purpose. You are special. You are unique. Do not compare yourself to anyone else because there's only one of you, which is your superpower, which is your secret sauce. There are many people doing vision boards, but guess what? They don't have my testimony. They don't have Sam Griffin's testimony. They cannot say that they're the author of the superhero's guide to dominate their universe and black hair love and manifest all these other things that's on my vision board that I'm getting ready to share with you. So you are your secret sauce. So be you. Don't be an imitator. Be you. Okay? Awesome, awesome, awesome. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back up to that first slide in case you were not able to get my contact information. And you can point your camera there, scan that code. And as well, I'm going to tell you my website, which is Aggrandize Your Life. agrandizeyourlife.com. On Instagram, it's Aggrandize Your Life. And I have another Instagram for Black Hair Love, which is Black Hair Love. There's an underscore between the C and the K, Black Hair Love. And on Twitter is San_BE. Connect with me. I would love to connect with you. And the books, Black Hair Love, can be found at blackhairlove.info. And they are also on Amazon and other platforms. All right. Now I'm going to share my vision board with you. I still have it and I still use it. So I'm going to share it with you right now. And I think if you needed to get that, you should have that already. Okay. Okay. So I don't know if you can see this. So this is my vision board, my actual vision board. Okay. I didn't say you have to be an artist. Okay. We are not Eric Kelly, Dr. Eric Kelly. He's a true artist. But this is my vision board here. And I will tell you some testimonies from this vision board. So right here, you see the two books, two blue books. When I was creating this board, this is the very first board I ever created, to be exact. I did it in 2016. And I knew I wanted to be an author. I decided, I have a lot to say and I want to leave a legacy. So I said, well, let me find a book to cut out. And I could not find one book. I found two. Lo and behold, the following year, by that fall, I was an author of two books. Two books. A young lady asked me to be a part of an anthology. Her name is Miss Stevie. So by the end of 2017, I want to say that fall in September, I was the author of two books. My first book, The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe, actually was an Amazon bestseller. Now, when you are creating your vision board, you want to write down your goals and look for things that represent your goals. I have nutrition up here. I have places I want to travel. I cut that picture out of New York, didn't realize it was New York. I just wanted something to represent that I wanted to travel more. And I actually did end up in New York within a year and a half. What do you value? I value harmony. I value peace. And I want to be a better person. As you can see at the top, it said better. I want to be the best version of Stan Griffin. If I'm going to live, I might as well be the best version of myself to represent our Heavenly Father. So, peace, zen, power, walking in my power, using my superpower, enjoying life. So those are the type of things you could cut out, things that represent your goals, things that represent your physical goals. As you can see, I have the cycling. I actually do ride my bike, uh, fellowshipping. It's good to fellowship and be around your friends, even though due to COVID, we can't be around each other as much, but we can use technology like we're using today. That is good for our mental health and our social emotional being. So you want to connect with people. And I wasn't doing that enough. So I definitely put that up there to remind me, hey, you're working a lot. Take time to fellowship and socialize and connect with people. And this is what I like to show people. Let me see if I can point here because my finger is all over the place here. Uh, right here. You can see that. I decided I wanted to be a facilitator, a workshop presenter in 2016 and cut this out. And like I said, 2017, I launched Aggrandize Your Life, and I have been a paid speaker ever since. So I am a proponent for vision boards, and I'm going to tell you how to make yours. And you can cut out quotes. Like you said at the bottom, I have shine bright like the sun. I think that we all should shine. Don't hide your light. Don't dim your light for other people. And so you can have quotes to remind you of who you are and your goals and your mission. So I just wanted to share that. And in the book, The Superhero's Guide to Dominating Their Universe, I have listed here how to create a vision board. And so the items that you will
I think we had a vacuum cleaner going there, but it stopped. So keep on going. I think she's on mute. Oh,
Okay, can you all hear me now? I lost sound there. Okay.
yes, we hear you now.
Fantastic. Okay, I had my earbuds on and the sound went, so I apologize for that technology. We got to have it, but sometimes I have a mind of its own. But I'm going to quickly go through the W's of a vision board. Okay, so what is a vision board? A vision board is a tool to help you bring your goals and dreams to reality. It's a tool that you can use. It's a tool to help you use your superpower. Okay. Why? It keeps your goals in front of you, helps you stay focused, and it activates the reticular activating system in your brain. Yes, we all have a spot like that in our brain that represents the Google search. Like I said, when I decided I wanted to be an author, all of a sudden I start seeing information about becoming an author all over the place. Before, I'd never seen it. It's kind of like when you buy a new car. Say you have a candy apple red Ford truck. When you buy that truck, you start seeing it everywhere. You never really paid attention before. That's kind of like the reticular activating system in our brain. So once you put that on that vision board, you're going to start seeing things. That was a comment. I missed the comment. You're going to start seeing things. I thought I was hearing things. LOL. Oh, nope. You heard it right. Google it. I told you I don't say anything without receipts. And by the way, I did not mention that I am certified as a neuroscience entrepreneur coach. So I did study under a neuroscientist and understood how powerful images are. Over 60% of our brain is dedicated to images. Like if I said red apple, you don't see the words you don't see the letters REDAPPLE. You see a red apple, right? Wow. Thank you, Sandra. Yeah. When I speak to people, when I do the face-to-face, I tell them, you know what? People know more about this computer than they know about this computer. Your brain is the most powerful computer that we have. God created. Man can't touch it. They know how to work this more than they know how this works. So if you could study anything dealing with brain and neuroscience, do it, because it was an eye-opener for me. And I realized how much the vision board is truly helping me and assisting me manifest my goals and keeping me on track. Now, I wanted to add when. Yes, our minds are very powerful. And you know what? We as a people have to understand that we think about the consciousness of our mind and not the subconscious. And when we are on social media and watching TV, we are absorbing a lot of propaganda. You're absorbing in images, you know, that is impacting your psyche. It's impacting your decisions. It's impacting how you vote. It's impacting where you go to eat. You know, you watching TV and you see all these fast food restaurants and it's good. You wonder why you in that drive-through at Wendy's and you were really trying to go home. But yes, we are consumed by a lot of negative propaganda, a propaganda that we really don't want to consume. So I like to say, creating that vision board, you are being intentional, creating your own propaganda, creating your own positive images. You're being intentional of what you do, what you let in your eye gaze. You know, the Bible talks about guarding your eye gaze, right? Okay. So you need to be intentional of what you see and what you allow coming into, you know, it's only so much we can do when you're on social media. You know, you can unfollow this, you can do that. But the vision board is a way to be intentional. All right. So we talked about, okay, we're going to discuss the win. You want to look at it daily. Imagine how you will feel when you accomplish those goals on that vision board. Let's say you have a picture of a degree. Imagine how you will feel when you get that bachelor's degree, when you're walking across the stage. Visualize that. Visualization is also powerful. Powerful. It's all in the Bible. Okay? So you need to understand how to use these tools. Some are tangible, some are intangible. Exactly, Sandra, I agree with you. So you want to visualize if you have on your vision board, you want a new car, cut that car out that you want. I actually did that. I wanted a black Chrysler 300, fully loaded. You know, this was some years ago. And I cut it out and I put it on my vision board. And I walked out of that car dealership with my car with no money down. So, like I said, I am a proponent for vision boards. I know it works. I know it keeps you focused. I know it will help you and propel you to your goals. Okay. I'm not just talking about something I don't know and something I don't use. So I have stories upon stories upon stories as far as affirmations, because you want your words and pictures to be lined up, and then you will create synergy. That together will propel you. You cannot create this vision board and then talk against everything that's on there. You can't put, a book up there and say, I want to be an author. And then your self-talk is saying, nobody ever helped me self-publish. Well, I'll never be a best-selling author. No. You have to line those words up with those images and your movement. You have to be a verb. Oh yeah, come on, Generation Z, baby boomers, and all of y'all millennials. You have to be a verb. If you have to take action. The vision board is a tool. You don't sit and watch it all day. You still got to get out there and jump into those goals. All right, let me check on the time. Okay, my time is just about up. So how is the last one? Find images that represent your goals, your career, aspirations, and things you want to learn, destinations, relationship goals. I did a vision board workshop. I actually did vision board workshops for adults, youth, for all ages. And one time I did a vision board for this adult group, and she cut out a husband. Hey, she cut out a husband. Yes. And so, hey, if that's your relationship goals, you want to be married, hey, I'm not saying not to do it. Yes, so we went over the W's of vision boards, and hopefully you all understand vision boards more after this presentation, and using your superpower, which we all have, is the power of words. So I want you to say those affirmations, say them loud, okay? And use your vision board. I want to hear your vision board stories. I want to hear the things you manifest. I want to hear how you feel about this, presentation. Connect with me. Aggrandize Your Life, LLC. I'm the only one. Aggrandize means to enlarge your life. That's why I chose that name, because through personal and professional development and networking, you will enlarge your life and you will reach your goals. I'm Sam Griffin. Thank you all for having me. I'm done. I can't hear you.
Sam Griffin.
Hi,
Girl, you got down, you got down, you got down, you got down. Now, people, you heard her. She said she want to see your vision board. Sometimes you need somebody to train you, to help you along your way. You working hard, but it's no need to work hard when you got pros out here who can make it happen for you. And think about it. Young lady, 2 books, an author, no less. And for y'all, and I heard her. Oh, look at that! Look at it! And look, and her boys are doing some outstanding things. Look at that! Look, that's what you got to be. And you know, I heard her when she said, you know, about her vision board, about I was an artist and everything. You know, I heard you. Yeah, yeah, but you are a fabulous lady. You did a fabulous job tonight. I think I'm going to be calling on you to be a part of the Sister Talk thing they're doing on Saturday night at 7 o'clock. If you're available, we'd love to have you. It's going to be a bunch of, it's going to be 4 women, and they're going to be just talking about, you know, what goes on in business. You know, I have this lady by the name of Sheila Wilson who's going to be moderating, and she's an award-winning radio personality, and it's just going to be great. It's going to be right before the last mastermind. Okay. And I wanted to do that because I wanted the women to kind of close out my daggone show. Because I get a chance to close it out when I say goodbye to you. But more importantly, I want to personally say thank you to you for your understanding, your caring, and thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you. But people, I'm sure you got a website. I'm sure you got her information. You got to understand there's $1.8 billion to get. Share some of the wealth with people. Help them to build their families as they can help you to build your families. And with that being said, I like to say to you good night, and I'll see you on the other side.
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
One question related to I self-published, and I had a consultant named Gary Atkinson's of Fundo Press.
Okay, say that again.
Fundo Press. Gary Atkinson is the owner. He was my consultant. I self-published, but he walked me through the steps.
See, we be getting y'all nuggets, man. We be getting stuff to y'all. Y'all, look, you couldn't have got that information nowhere else but here tonight. Black Business TV. That's when we give it to you really, really, really simple. We're not trying to be complicated. We just want to give it to you. But more importantly, we want to help uplift the race of black people on the planet. And that's what it's about. And sometimes people don't understand that, but we have to move past ununderstanding people and make it happen. Thank you, Sandra Lucky. Sandra Lucky, you've been with us all week. I want to just tell you thank you very much. And send me your email, Sandra Lucky. I'm gonna send me your email. I'm gonna send you one of my prints. Cause tomorrow we're gonna be doing black business. Black business. I was reading her comment. Black business and the culture, and we're gonna be focusing in on my art tomorrow. And I want you to know I got something for all of y'all who don't know what the real deal about. I'm gonna give it to them, saying I'm gonna give it to them tomorrow. Saying I'm gonna hit them in the head just a little bit. It's not gonna be a whole hammer. It's gonna be half of a hammer. But anyway, again, thank you so very much, and I see you. I'll talk to you later. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for tuning in so we could turn you on. You've been watching Black Business TV, the television station that says to each and every one of you, you can change your life by utilizing the tools or the apparatuses that are around you. Tonight or today, we've done 5 days. I mean 5 days, 24 hours. Nobody's ever done this before. Now, I don't know if the Guinness World Book of Records is in tow, but we might have to do something with that also. Now, tomorrow is going to be business and the culture. Business and the culture. If you're an artist, we're going to be talking about art. If you're a writer, we're going to be talking about writing. But more importantly, we're going to still keep the information going. You got Eric Kelly III. You can email me at info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. info@blackbusinessexpo1.com. Give me an email. If you didn't like something, let me know. If you did like something, let me know. If you want to make suggestions for the next one. Oh, and I got to give a big shout out because we're going to be doing this again January the 15th. And it's going to be a youth edition. All of the people that are going to be speaking going to be in business, but they're going to be under 30. It's going to be an under 30 because 84 speakers under 30. And I got to tell you, it's going to be awesome. Dr. Killer Faith, thank you so very much for hanging in here with us. But the under 30, and she may be, if she's available, if we can get Dr. Killer Faith to be a host, tomorrow we're going to do it. But in January the 15th on Martin Luther King's birthday, we're going to do this one more time. And we're going to keep this up all year long. And as I continue to say, there's no love without happiness. And without happiness, there's no peace of mind. Thank you. Until the next time. And remember, what you're looking for is looking for you. Bye-bye.